dropped like 60 on Vlad. What up, what up, what up, what up? The boy is back. We here for the rest of the night, people. Welcome to the stream. A lot of things to discuss. I don't really have to do a topic rundown, but I hope you're doing well on this fine Tuesday night. Okay? Again, I didn't stream last night. I had an interviewee flake on me. And then I had a full day of content, but I still was going to come home and stream. But I did 4.5 hours of Vlad. Then I was going to do an interview with this one artist, except he told me he was getting his hair done. And I was like, okay. So I waited another hour. And then he gave me another time and gave me another time. And then I was just like, yo, respectfully, like, this interview is doing a lot more for you than it is for me. Again, nothing against you because I do like interviewing artists, but let's do it another time. And then I came home, and by the time I came home, I think I was just kind of exhausted. So I didn't stream. It was late. So that's why yesterday didn't happen, but I'm here back today, okay? So when you see Vlad gonna have about 85 parts because we talk for 4.5 hours. You know when you talk a lot, apparently the guy who records Vlad interview, the normal dude was like, oh my God, Ack is here. Let me go sit in the other room and let the substitute guy do this recording because Ack and Vlad go on for hours. And we did go on for hours. We went on for 4 hours. Okay. All right, people. We are here, and a couple updates that happened. I was going to get on stream earlier today, but I kind of figured that there wasn't going to be anything explosive that kind of happened. But a lot of stuff happened in the Diddy case. A lot of things happened in the Diddy case. The Diddy case is heating up. And I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I've been very critical of the Diddy's lawyer, I might have to give him a little bit of credit today. He's kind of earning his keep. And I don't know if he's going to put on a Brian Steele 81-like performance. But today, I thought was a really good showing by Diddy's lawyer. And I'm preliminarily saying it. I don't think, of course, the feds are ever going to go out as sad as the Fulton County prosecutors who tried to lock up Jeffrey. But today wasn't the best look for the feds. And maybe this is a preview for more to come. Maybe this could be a flat-out schooling where the feds are constantly showing that, hey, maybe they jumped the gun to indict Diddy based on public outcry and also civil suits, but maybe all their T's wasn't dotted and crossed, okay? The T's and I's, right? I's and T's, whatever. Anyway, we will get into that nitty-gritty soon, and we're probably going to start off with that. YoungBoy officially got sentenced, so we'll kind of show you what's happening there, but he was officially in court, and the judge basically adopted what the prosecutor recommended, which is the exact same sentence we talked about before. We'll get to that. Some other stuff in the Diddy atmosphere, we'll get to that as well. What else is going on? There's a few other stuff happening. We're going to get to everything. So if there's a topic that I haven't covered or you've wanted me to cover, please do send in a donation to get my attention or spam it in the chat, whatever you can. If you're a member on YouTube, I think YouTube chat is set up where the members, their chats get prioritized, so I'll be able to see you there. Or if you're a sub on Twitch, I'll be able to see you there too. Okay, welcome to my people on Rumble, Twitch, Meta, and of course, the two YouTube channels, which are King Academics and The Academy HQ. All right, so let me give you kind of like a really quick overview, and I'm gonna try to break this down. I kind of, I think me being academics, not only do I try to give the overview, like too long to read version, but I also try to get into the weeds to kind of really understand some of these things. So I am going to give you an overall outlook on what's happening with the Diddy case in case you really don't give a fuck that much, but you just want to hear it in 3-4 minutes. I'll give you that, then I will get into it. First and foremost, okay, let's just kind of get into it, right? All right. First of all, today was a very important win in court for Diddy. And let me explain to you what's happening, right? Remember I told you Diddy's going for his 4th or 5th bail hearing, depending what you want to call the 4th or 5th. Now, he's appealing a bail hearing in front of, I believe, the 2nd or the 3rd Circuit Court of Appeals. That's going to take a while. the timing on some of these things could be a couple months, and it's not a, at times they'll pause a case to wait for they'll pause a case to wait for the appeal court to rule. But for bail, the case could keep going on. So he has one bail hearing, or is going to be decided by the three appellate. The way it works in appellate court, and I feel like I'm getting into the weeds again. I like to give just simple shit first. 3 judges are going to give an opinion on it, and at that point, they'll say, we agree with the lower courts that you should not be granted bail, or no, we actually don't see reason why you shouldn't be granted bail based on these criteria that both parties are arguing for and against. Okay, so that's constantly being waiting for, right? So that could happen in a month, could happen in 2 days, could happen in 2 months, right? However, the way how bail works in most of these situations, Diddy could file as much bail hearings, or he could go for bail applications as much as he wants, as long as he's coming with some new information. So what they did was they revised the package. They said, he's down to move to New York. He won't talk to no women. You'll test him every moment of the day. They were saying all type of stuff because they want to get him out, right? They don't want Diddy, who's a billionaire, to be locked in MDC Brooklyn. Now, we've heard about his conditions in MDC Brooklyn, right? Homeboy's running the jail, man. Okay, you know what I mean? He's passing out commissary like Scooby snacks up in there. Scooby snacks for you. You got niggas scrappling, and they're scrabbling and scraping. What did he say? He said, they're scrabbling and scraping to make his bed. Yes, Diddy is a big fish in jail. He's running the jail. You know what I mean? I could imagine when Diddy come on the range, he's just, phone time, nigga. Like, he's taking over niggas' phone time. Diddy's the boss in there, okay? Nobody's touching him. Everybody wants to talk to him. And, of course, he's using his money as some lubricant to make these situations happen, which, why make $1 billion if you can't pay a couple niggas off, right? So that's kind of his jail situation, but they don't want him in jail. Like, which billionaire wants to be in jail when he owns a $50 million crib? So he's still trying to get out in his latest bail hearing or bail application. He said, we'll do whatever. And, the new information that made them file this new bail hearing is saying, we finally got the first submission from the prosecution for discovery, and the discovery is weak as fuck. This case is weak. By the way, I do want, because you always have like these weirdos on Twitter that kind of, they'll clip me, and then if something I say in the moment ends up being wrong, they're like, look, he was wrong. Keep in mind, I do think a superseding indictment is coming, and Diddy will be in very hot water with multiple victims and a lot more allegations, because think about all the civil suits. However, the current criminal federal indictment is very thin. It really is only Cassie. And allegedly, according to what Diddy's lawyers are saying, they mentioned victim 2, but they ain't talked to victim 2. Okay? They mentioned witness 1, which seemingly could be the bodyguard, Roger Bond. Witness 2, which is seemingly Kalina Harper, who already made a statement on the record for Diddy, which they're now trying to prove that Diddy, and this is going to, remember this part because it's going to explain a lot of what we're going to get into. Essentially, one of the witnesses they wanted to lean on already put out a statement back in Diddy. So that makes the government case look weak. Well, why is your witness back in Diddy? Now, we all know how this goes. Like, let me just be very clear. We're going to be real simple with a few things up front. And I remember Vlad yesterday asked me, he says, how do you think Durk could beat this case? Let me tell you this. For me right now, the only way that I see Durk beating the case, which I don't think it will happen like this, number one, you got to have the witnesses or the snitches. They got to start doing the YSL Woody. Plain dumb. But the feds don't work like the state. They'll never give out a deal if you're going to go up there. You only get the deal after you do the job. In state, you could argue immunity, or at least Fulton County, they were stupid. They got immunity before they got up there. So it's like, if you're going to pay me before I do the job, nigga already got paid, right? But in the feds, that's not how it works, because they have something called mandatory, they have mandatory terms that the judge has to respect. The judge it's not like the judge would be like, how much I want to give this guy. There's a mandatory minimum, And if the mandatory minimum for that charge that they get found guilty on or they plead guilty to, if it's 20 years, the judge cannot go below 20 years. Don't matter if the judge like you, don't matter if the judge is fucking you, don't matter, right? The only way, and actually there's another way, but still, the 99% of the only other way is you have to have what's called a 5K1 letter. That's the snitch letter, okay? Queen for a day. That means you cooperated, right? So anyway, in the Durk case, to make this very simple, right? And I know you guys are following me. You guys are real smart. In the Durk case, the way that that Durk is going to beat that case, the easy way, right? Them witnesses, they got to come up missing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, the government knows this. That's why you can't find none of them. That's why they won't name none of them. They're not going to be like, yo, this is why I like even people saying Brick Baby's co-conspirator 4. By the way, I've confirmed he's not. They would not have him doing a bunch of podcasts, knowing that if he really was, which by the way, I think he's putting his own self in danger. Because if I'm Durk, I'm telling the guys, go kill these niggas. I'm sorry. Like, and again, I'm not encouraging no violence, but I'm telling you unless they have wiretaps, which I know people are claiming there's wiretaps, there's no actual proof of wiretaps. They claim they've seen text messages, but all that could be pulled from, they could get call data from your phone company, and when they seize your phone, they could look through it. You get what I'm saying? But nothing says there's a voice recording of Durk saying, go kill that nigga. So what are they going to rely on? Testimony from the people involved that all are going to, like, co-conspirator 1, 2, well, 1 is Durk, co-conspirator 2, 3, 4, and 5, who they probably all have collared already. None of them are probably free, and that's the thing, right? The feds move right. Like, you know, when it came to the state, and I'm comparing it to the YSL trial, like, half of them niggas was, like, free that they were hoping to testify in their behalf. Like, no. The feds are going to lock everybody up in snitch jail. Hey, you're going to cooperate for us. You can't talk to nobody. They're not going to be embarrassed. Like, nobody's going to switch up for smirk. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen like that. Not in the feds. But, to be honest, if realistically, smirk really only beats that case, them witnesses got to stop witnessing shit. Okay? The feds ain't going to let them get close to the witnesses. So we're going to see how it turns out. But who knows? The feds might even have more shit, and who knows? Maybe Durk could help. Maybe he could explain stuff. And I do think his whole angle is going to be, yo, niggas is hating. Yo, all these guys are career criminals. Anybody who's snitching, obviously. They're career criminals. They got caught up. They're facing significant time. And now, you know, they got promised a deal by the feds. And now they're turning against me. That's what it's probably going to be. Who knows if a jury will buy that. Anyway, let's get to the Diddy case, right? So the Diddy case is pretty much going to come down to this. Yo, the way Diddy beats it. So I told you how Durk beats it. Them witnesses got to stop witnessing shit. How does Diddy beat his shit? Well, first of all, a lot of the people who are witnesses and non-indicted people have to come out and say, yo, I'm going to be honest with you. I was around. Diddy treat these people really well. Yeah, might have been abusive. Yeah, he might have slapped this bitch one time. But she slapped the fuck out of him too. I seen her throw her drink in his face. I seen him spit at her. But detail something that's not sex trafficking. Toxic relationships or even abusive relationships, not sex trafficking. Now, what about the victims? Cassie clearly is going to be the star witness. The Cassie defense, we already know what it is. The Cassie defense is going to be, yo, this chick cheated on me with the trainer that I got for her. I paid all her bills. She was on a goddamn allowance every week, $30,000. When she left her cash cow, she had no more music career. She had no more money coming in for free. She went with this guy who probably could dick her down good or probably didn't like doing freak offs. And we're going to say, for Diddy's defense, he's going to say freak offs are just orgies. Orgies are perfectly legal if everybody's consented, right? Hey, this chick got broke. She asked us for $30 million, or she's writing a book. We said, fuck no, we ain't giving you no $30 million for no book. She says, I bet I'm going to sue you. That lawsuit turned into public outrage. This and third, the feds jumped on it afterwards. They were overzealous. They got trumped up by the public narrative and everybody going against Diddy. Everybody else who came out as that they're suing, including the 20-something other lawsuits, they're only suing because I'm rich. I'm a billionaire, bitch. You know what I mean? You got to hit him with the, I'm rich, bitch. Like, yeah, that's why they're suing me. Everybody's financially motivated. Think about, and I'm pretty sure this is exactly how it's going to go. He's going to say, yo, look at me and these people's relationship. While If I was sex trafficking them, when they were when they could receive financial compensation from me, right? Because supposedly you were like forcing them. When I was helping them out financially, no complaints. I cut them off. Now they're mad. So that's gonna be Diddy's angle. We're gonna see if it works. Right? Obviously, there's a superseding indictment coming, as I said, and things probably gonna get a little bit more sticky for Diddy soon. However, currently, we don't have to worry about a superseding indictment until we see it. Right now, and by the way, it's almost guaranteed it's going to be a superseding indictment. Right now, he's charged or he's indicted with racketeering. We never see a racketeer. The point of a racketeering charge is to charge an organization of criminals operating under a criminal construct to further that organization or gang, right? One person is not a group, right? Exactly. So we do expect to see that. Anyway, for them to try to get him out of jail now, you don't want to keep the billionaire in jail. By the way, a couple of things you're going to see come up a couple times. So I know I'm speeding through a couple of things, but I want to get to new stuff, but I want to get you up to speed. Remember them dudes that got indicted? Like the guys from Abercrombie and Fitch. Them dudes were having freak-offs too. They were just trying to fuck the male models, the little young dudes. You know what I mean? Come shirtless and model her briefs, and then they try to fuck them in the ass. You know what I mean? So they got indicted too for sex trafficking, except one of them got I think one of the former CEO got a $10 million bond. Diddy's lawyers now looking like, we offered a $50 million. Well, why y'all let the white man out on 10 when I offered 50? Now, that's going to be a point of contention, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But that shows that even when you're charged with some of these things, there's a possibility you could get out, which the government has been using a lot in their, motions against Diddy to say this crime is so heinous that, usually when it comes to bond, the heinous aspect of the crime could actually prevent you from getting bond. It's just too heinous. It's just like, you got to keep this person locked up. This nigga got to say, this white boy who's fucking the males at Abercrombie and Fitch, he's got bail. Why ain't getting bail, right? So that's kind of part of it. But now let's get into this new stuff. So Diddy again is filing this bail application. Remember, the bail application is renewed. I know I'm going back again, but I just want to make sure you guys get it. Because they got discovery. And discovery for this case, again, we know a superseding is coming, but we don't see it yet. Only Liz Cassie as the victim. Well, they don't name her, but victim one. Kalina already put out a statement for Diddy. Victim one allegedly was getting paid by Diddy up until, not victim one, witness one, which we think may have been the bodyguard. The last payment from Diddy was September 2024. Victim two, which, with R. Kelly, there were several victims. It was up to almost 7, 8, or maybe 10. They just had a bunch of chicks. This girl, this girl, this girl, this girl, this girl, this girl. With Diddy right now, they only got one victim. The feds, in their discovery, if they didn't turn this over, it would be called Brady evidence, which means they're withholding stuff that could be exculpatory, which could prove his innocent. It shows that they were looking at somebody else to be victim two. But victim two is not mentioned at all in the indictment. Victim two is someone that might be involved in the superseding indictment. And their current investigation or current interviews or current whatever with the victim two show they ain't even talked to the chick yet. That's according to what Diddy's lawyers said they seen in the discovery. So they're saying, you're telling me that it's only Cassie? Let my nigga out of jail, right? And also one of the witnesses recanting. The other person was probably a bodyguard who's, come on, let this guy out of jail. So that's why there's this new bail hearing. So the prosecution or the AUSA came back with the main reason we don't want Diddy out of jail is that he's using his money to fuck up the case. He's paying people off. He's trying to coerce witnesses. He's trying to mess up the integrity of this entire situation. Okay, what's the first thing they did? And I'm not going to bring up the paperwork again because we went over it last stream. They said, Diddy is running the jail. He's making calls on other people's PAC numbers to kind of instruct people to go hit up this person, hit up that person. He's trying to pay people off type of shit, right? Oh, okay, he's using other inmates to whatever. He's having his family do birthday wishes around him on his page, take over his page to try to taint the jury pool. So that's what they're going with, right? Cool. Now, the judge was going to rule on that, right? The judge was going to rule on that. I believe it was supposed to be, was it yesterday? I think it was supposed to be yesterday. No, the government's submission was due yesterday. The judge wasn't supposed to rule yesterday. Anyway, so we got both sides. Diddy is saying new discovery says this case is weak as fuck. The government's saying, we're still investigating, and Diddy's over here fucking up the case. He's using his money like a motherfucker. He's running to jail. He's paying people off. Shit's crazy. But here's what happened, chat. The government files another piece of document to say, and judge, one more thing. The judge says, well, the judge didn't say that. They're just filing it at this point. Okay, what else? They said, we raided Diddy's cell, and we found a fucking notebook. And the notebook that we found, Diddy got all type of shit scribbled in there. All that scrabble, like he got bad shit scribbled in there. And it appears, after we looked at it, it's like almost notes to, yo, pay somebody off for me. Oh, this person been paid. This is whatever. And they're saying, that's more evidence that he's fucking with the case using his money. Now, this is where we get to today. Because the response filing, right, from Diddy's lawyers were, whoa, y'all raided his cell. Hold on now. What y'all, it's not like y'all found a cell phone in the cell and he's texting people or he's texting these people directly. Y'all found a notebook, which is a legal notebook, which is his notebook that he's taking notes on his own case and that he's using to jot stuff down to communicate with his lawyer. When, I got to bring this up and ask my lawyer about this. So when y'all actually searched his cell and took the book and read through the book, you actually broke his Fourth Amendment. Fourth Amendment, if you guys don't know, a Fourth Amendment of the Constitution is it bars illegal searches and seizures without a warrant that is based on probable cause, which means, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy towards many things, whether it's, things in your house, whether it's, things in your phone, right? And a cop or a DA can't just say, yo, give me your phone and open it up. You'd be like, no, you have a warrant, right? It's the reason why cops just don't kick your door down without a warrant. So this still applies to Diddy even though he's in jail. Whoa, how'd y'all just run up in there and just grab his shit? Now, what happened is that you're having a goddamn prosecutor say, oh, wait, well, I know the warrant thing, but really, he's under the custody of the Bureau of Prisons, BOP, and we do frequent searches of inmates' cell, like their prison cell, to make sure they don't have contraband or other things. So Diddy's lawyer classed back and said, okay, we get that search, but what part of that got y'all reading the notes? The Bureau of Prisons does that. Why the hell did the Bureau of Prisons submit the shit they found to y'all to add to y'all case? If y'all found contraband, that should be another charge. But y'all didn't charge me with that. So it appears that y'all are still investigating me and y'all breaking my rights to investigate me more. Then another plot twist happens. This is crazy, John. One of the people who were involved in the search is somebody who's also investigating Diddy. It's like one of the cops who is investigating Diddy. So basically, it's like, this is almost, I know this is going to sound weird, but Diddy's lawyer has framed this in front of a judge to say, this is the equivalent of the cops kicking down your door without a warrant, finding a gun. It don't matter if that gun was used to kill somebody or not. They had no reason to kick your door down in the first place without a warrant. That's what pretty much in a nutshell happened today. We're going to go through, we're going to go through a bunch of paperwork, and then we're going to get to some of the transcript. But I just want to give you an overall. Somebody said Ike, you're wrong. I'm wrong about what? What am I wrong about? To recap, well, I'll get to it. I don't want to just respond to one person. Somebody said you don't need a warrant to search a cell. Okay, I'm using that as a tantamount. Hold on. I'm using that as tantamount to that. Here's the thing. They're searching. You're right. You don't need a warrant to search a cell. But what you find in a cell is not automatically admissible in your trial. That's not how it works. It doesn't work like that. The reason to search cells and inmates give up their right is for contraband, not for investigation purposes into the actual case. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't just search their cell for evidence for your case of why you have them locked up. You're searching for contraband. That's a completely different thing. Do they have a phone? Does he have a boiled egg ready to put up his asshole or some shit? Okay, fine. Does he have a shank? But you can't be like, oh man, well, we already have him locked up. Let's see if we could go just search his cell and find anything to help make our case. That would be asinine, crazy. Okay? Now, there's one thing even further. Somebody say you're wrong. I'm not wrong with that. You're not hearing what I'm saying. And this is a problem with some of y'all like jumping the gun. The Bureau of Prisons isn't the DA office, isn't the U.S. Attorney office. Okay? Now, the Bureau of Prisons search of his cell, which, again, you're right, doesn't need a warrant, isn't to be in lieu with the U.S. Attorney's office, especially when the search is either conducted or overseen by someone from the U.S. Attorney's office. If there's no judge oversight, it kind of taints the process. And by the way, for the people who think I'm wrong, the headline says I'm right. The judge ordered them. I guess I'm spoiling the whole topic. The judge ordered the prosecutor to destroy it. And also, here's the thing too, which we'll get to as well. Diddy's lawyers did a good job not only of saying his Fourth Amendment right was violated, but they doubly claimed that the notes or the notebook was actually attorney-client privilege because that's how he communicates with his lawyer. And the prosecutors reading something that was attorney-client privilege, right? Or even having it fucks up the case. And it appears that the government actually, it feels like the judge kind of agrees with it. We're going to read all the transcripts, but let me just say that for now. Okay. All right. Okay. So, we're not going to start there. I do have, let me just make sure I have it right here. So, I do have it here. What is this? Okay, so the first thing I'm going to read is something that's important. I guess important. Okay, so this is a quick one. Apparently Diddy was being brought into court shackled. So he was like, cuffs on his hands and foot, or probably wrapped around his sternum, and his hands and feet are shackled. And the lawyer for him, Mark Agnafilio, basically said, we're requesting that he doesn't get brought into court with shackles. We want him to be unshackled prior to him coming in court. This was the letter. By the way, all this is going to be on theakademy.blog. Okay. We write on behalf of our client, Mr. Sean Combs, to respectfully request the court to direct the United States Marshal Service to unshackle Diddy prior to bringing him into the courtroom for tomorrow's hearing and for all future court appearances during the conference held on October 10th. Mr. Combs appeared in leg shackles throughout the entire proceeding without any justification. This was noticed by the press and the public. It is beyond dispute that a defendant may not be tried in shackles unless the trial judge finds on the record that it's necessary to use such restraint as a last resort to satisfy a compelling interest of such as preserving the safety of persons in the courtroom. Okay? It says, so essentially they're saying, In addition to concern, the shackles will prejudice the jury, the Supreme Court has blah, blah, blah. Obviously, there isn't a jury right now, but they're making a thing to say, hey, listen, there's no reason to shackle Diddy during these court proceedings. And because of such shackling prejudice, the potential jury pool undermines the presumption of his innocence, interferes with his ability to communicate with counsel, and offends the dignity and decorum of the proceedings. We respectfully request the court direct the U.S. Marshal Services to remove his shackles before bringing him to the courtroom. The judge actually agreed with that. The judge signed off on it right here. So he says so ordered. So he granted it. So Diddy showed up today, no shackles. Okay, cool. Now, let me see. Is it this or is it this? Okay. So this is the next filing. The next filing is this. It says, listen, we're writing in advance of today's hearing, and we're responding to the government's letter on November 18th. Now, remember that letter in November 18th, remember they said they found stuff in the cell, December 3rd. There was a bunch of stuff that was redacted, so we didn't know what it was, but apparently there was a notebook found. And in the notebook, he seemingly mentioned something that the government was taking as, yo, we paid this person off, right? So we're having Diddy's lawyer respond to it. So the government letter reinforces the fact that the government has committed an egregious, willful, and harmful breach of attorney-client privilege and has become privy to defendants and defense counsel's trial strategies, including areas of expert testimony, witness strategy, and also confidential matters, okay? This would be considered egregious. If, let's consider this combat. If I know the strategy of how you're going to come at me, I know how to kind of beat you, or I know how to prepare to beat you. So this is a big deal if you look at it in that sense. So let's keep reading. It says the defense counsel has been, so Diddy's lawyer has been provided with 19 pages of material seized from Diddy's locker at MDC. According to the government, these 19 pages were given to and are in the possession of the trial team, which has already started using these privileged materials to his advantage. So they're saying that, the prosecutors that are going to try to put Diddy in jail for life already is looking at his notebook. It's like, yo, anybody ever cheated? Anybody ever cheated in school? Anybody ever cheated in school? Like, and I'm talking about cheating. Like I used to know some niggas, they would get the final. Somehow they would get the final exam. They would have the shit before class. Like before the test, before the final exam. That's kind of exactly what they're trying to say. Yo, what the fuck? How we finna go have a fair test? They already got the test before the exam. Anyway, it says based on the materials provided as Exhibit A, which by the way, Exhibit A was redacted, it appears that the government investigator 1, took photographs of several different items. These include intact pages of 2 different legal pads, pages of an address book, and a ripped out, fold over page of a 3rd legal pad, a ripped out page of another legal pad, and a ripped out page of yet a different legal pad, as will be described below. For the first page, I don't want to keep reading, this is boring. All right, okay. So, this is the argument about the stuff that was seized from Diddy. They're saying the notes are privileged, okay? And by the way, it says, it appears that these clear written statements of the defendant were not provided to the defense as part of the discovery or Brady obligations. If it were not for the fact that the government used portions of these privileged materials in an effort to hold him in jail, we would still never known about them. So when was the raid? We got to figure out when the raid was. Okay, we're gonna find out later. So essentially, they bring up, and we keep hearing this, and we're not talking about Tom Brady. When we hear Brady in court, and I feel like I'm getting y'all up to, like, y'all gonna be legal scholars still. When we hear Brady in court, it's like, imagine if police said you killed your neighbor, right? And then they lock you up for killing your neighbor, right? And then they find a videotape of the other neighbor killing your neighbor, and then they don't give it to you. They don't tell you about it. They're like, shit, we don't want to look stupid. We're going to keep prosecuting. We're just going to put him in jail. That is a really egregious violation. The prosecutor is actually beholden and has to give anything to the defense that was in their investigation, whether it helps or hurts. Okay? And if they purposely withhold things that could help you, it's called a Brady violation. Okay? And we've seen that in the case with what's the guy named from the Rust killing. A judge will penalize the prosecutors so heavily they might just dismiss the case with prejudice, saying you can't file this shit again. Like you fucked up and violated this person's rights. So what Diddy's lawyer is saying here is that whenever, we don't know when the search was yet, we're gonna find out. They're saying the feds had this information, and the feds did not turn this over. You know, the feds claim that they already turned over most of the discovery. So they ain't turned over this yet to us, and they would have probably never told us about this if we didn't try to get Diddy out on bail for this fourth or fifth time, whatever you want to call it. So they're saying this is possibly them violating this Brady obligation, and that would be a violation, right? Okay. The notes are obviously privileged. It says of the 19 pages provided to the counsel, which, by the way, they did turn it over. So they turned it over supposedly the night before today. It says the notes reflect actual conversation with his attorneys concerning aspects of the trial preparation and his efforts to be released on bail. These notes refer to defense counsel by name, include discussions of the defense experts and witnesses, discuss cross-examination credibility of witnesses, and overall defense strategy. Mr. Combs' handwritten notes covering legal strategy are now in the hands of the trial prosecutors. That is crazy, right? Who hope to take advantage of the breach they committed to better prepare for the May 2025 trial and bring new charges and argue for Mr. Combs' attention. He keeps his legal materials in his locker. His notes are in the form of a legal pad, several of which the government has photographed, as well as loose leaf paper on which he makes notes. On top of his legal pads and notes, he has a folder marked legal. This is to put anyone on notice that everything in the folder marked legal is exactly what it says it is. Legal, attorney, client materials that he brings to his meetings with his lawyers to prepare his investigative and his trial strategy. When he finishes his meetings with his lawyers, he brings his legal materials back to the locker where they're kept with clear warning written on the folder that these are his legal materials. So when Investigator 1, who we'll get to in a minute, saw a manila folder marked legal, that was his cue that all legal pads and loose pages of legal pads that are accompanied were Mr. Combs' legal materials. It says if the warning legal wasn't enough, the notes are obviously legal materials. He discussed it with his lawyer. They repeatedly referred to his lawyer by name. On the 14th page, he writes about so-and-so. It's hard to imagine a more self-evident privileged conversation than a trial lawyer telling the defendant about blah, blah, blah. And so it's basically saying, yo, this is shit. He's jotting down notes while talking to his lawyers. I would imagine Diddy's meeting with his lawyers every day, or as much as he can. I would think pretty much every day, right? I don't know how his schedule works. If he's on 23-1 and he has an hour to fucking shower and fucking eat and wreck, or I don't know if he gets wrecked. Does he have to forego that to meet with his lawyers, or does he get special time? I don't know. As discussed, okay. So the third argument they're saying is the government did not inform the defense counsel that it had the notes as evidence, that the government is acting willfully. What? Yeah. So they didn't tell him they had it as part of their discovery obligations. They opened a paragraph, blah, 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 nor did they. Okay, cool. The government explanation of how it took these notes is riddled with self-contradiction and lacks common sense. The government referred to Investigator 1, whose role in these events is as mysterious as is contradictory. The government states that Investigator 1 was assigned by the Bureau of Prisons to participate in the sweep, and that he's not part of the government's investigation of the defendant. Yet, the government also states that Investigator 1 has consistently monitored defendant's communications. Now, remember, this is in the filings where the government is saying we're listening to all his jail calls, right? What Diddy's lawyers are saying, if you have somebody in the prison that's listening to all my jail calls to see if I'm threatening witnesses, this and third, that goes beyond the scope of them being just a jail official. that means they're investigating on your behalf. So they're an investigator. So that's why they're coming back to say, if you have somebody investigating, which, by the way, it's known that your calls are monitored and recorded, right? Before any inmate makes a call, it says it, right? So they're saying, how are you going to have the same person try to be perform in a role that's only for the BOP, right? Which is routine cell searches, right? So they're saying, you guys basically had an investigator search my cell, right? The government also states that it sent the grand jury subpoenas and documents to request the BOP for the defendant monitored communications. Okay, that's interesting. The letter is silent as to which BOP official the prosecutors work with in connection with the efforts, but it could appear that the prosecutors work with, among others, Investigator 1. Under circumstances, the hearing should encompass what connection exists between the prosecutor team and Investigator 1. Second, the government writes the BOP sweep was pre-planned, okay? So the government claimed they ran up in Diddy's cell as a nationwide sweep. They said, this was a crackdown on all federal prisons, and they ran to every inmate cell across America to see if they had a shank, see if they had a gun, which obviously they probably wouldn't have, right? You would hope. See if they have drugs, whatever. And they're saying that's why they went in Diddy's cell. It wasn't like they were like, oh no, let's go in a cell to find some shit. They said, nah, this was just routine. Okay, so it says it was pre-planned. It was not in response to any particular threat or intelligence, and they did not target Mr. Combs. That's what the government said. However, the government also writes that there was nothing improper about Investigator 1 taking photographs because Investigator 1, who had reviewed the defendant's calls and emails, was entirely justified in inspecting the defendant's assigned bunk to recover additional evidence. The government's okay. Anyway, I'm trying to get to the interesting part. So then the fifth part is this, right? The evidence shows that there was a law enforcement plot to photograph Mr. Combs' notes, have the taint team. So the government did have an explanation. We're going to hear about it when they're arguing about it in court. Apparently, they go into the cell, they see a bunch of shit, not necessarily all illegal, but before the prosecutors in Diddy's case get it, there's a taint team that looks through everything, and if it's not applicable or whatever, they don't hand it over. They only hand over things that they think are suggested that that inmate might be committing a crime. So the taint team did that, and they're saying law enforcement plot to photograph or whatever, have the taint team not advise counsel and use these plainly privileged materials to keep Combs in jail and gain an unfair trial advantage, okay? All right, bet. Okay, cool. Did they say when it happened? Okay. All right, he knew that there was a blah, blah, blah. Okay, so his cell was searched on October 28th, it seems, right? First Investigator 1, who had been monitoring, blah, 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 was absolutely targeting him, seized an opportunity to search his cell. He knew there was a completely unrelated multi-agency law enforcement measure planned for October 28th. So basically, they had the stuff damn near 22 days. Also, keep in mind, yeah, they've been giving Diddy's lawyers discovery, but I guess they didn't give them this. Okay. So they took a bunch of pages of photographs of Diddy's like notebooks and stuff, and Diddy's lawyers said, yo, this is bullshit. Okay? All right, man. Cool. So then the next thing was the prosecutors responded. This is what they said. Okay, so we arrested him September 16th. The defendant's communications. They're going to talk about the PAC stuff. And then now they're talking about a sweep, right? So on October 28th, BOP and several other federal and local agencies initiated a sweep of the MDC. The sweep was pre-planned and coordinated to ensure the safety and security of staff and inmates at the MDC. It was part of a larger safety security initiative and not in response to any particular threat or intelligence, which, by the way, that's what Diddy's lawyer was saying. During the sweep, multiple houses were searched. It just basically saying it's not just Diddy's cell. Investigator 1 was assigned by BOP to participate in the week-long sweep. Keep in mind, this is the same guy who's listening, or same person who's listened to all of Diddy's calls. On the defendant's bunk, they found the following items: a manila folder marked legal, which kind of helps Diddy's point. Okay, all right. The instant motion, all right, good. Cool. So now let's get to court. So they show up in court today. Remember, Diddy shows up, no shackles, no nothing. Let's see what the fuck ends up happening, right? And shout out to Inner City Press. He actually did a good job of, kind of giving a rundown on what the fuck really happened. Let me see if where is it? Okay. All right. Let's kind of read through these quickly. I don't want to spend all day or all night on it, but let's kind of get to what the judge said. So Diddy came in right from the holding cell. They were waiting for the judge. Cool, all rise. The judge gets in. At that point, Diddy's lawyer, Diddy's lawyer says, they were waiting for Alexandra Shapiro, which is another, that's someone who got added on to Diddy's case for the appellate portion. However, it looks like they're sitting on regular stuff too. Okay, so Diddy's lawyer, the lead lawyer, Mark Agnifilio, says, hey, listen, we just want to know how his notes with his lawyer came into possession. Oh, I can't see it. Came into the government's possession. Right. Came into the government's possession. Okay. Let me put this up a little bit. It says he has an expectation of privacy in his legal notes. The judge says, well, this occurred during a Bureau of Prisons sweep of the jail, but you're saying it was a pretext. And Diddy's lawyer says, yes, 19 pages of the notes was given from the taint team to them, which means to the prosecutors, right? To the ops, at least Diddy's ops. Diddy's lawyer then says, we know enough to make out a constitutional violation. That would be a Fourth Amendment violation, right? Which means an illegal search and seizure. He said, but we need to know more details about the failures. We haven't been able to test their explanation, and we need surveillance video of the search. By the way, again, I know y'all keep saying, well, if he's locked up, Fourth Amendment doesn't matter to him. It does. Not that they can't search the cell, but if they search the cell and take out things, or they're reading through his things that are attorney-client privilege, you are now searching, right? And you've seized things that you can't, right? That's actually protected, right? Now, if they look through his fan mail to see if bitches are sending him pussy pictures, nobody gives a fuck, right? Like, that's not protected, right? But his legal files with his attorney, he has a constitutional right to that being privileged and private. Okay? Okay. All right. Yeah, so it says, okay, cool. It says, we need the surveillance video of the search. It says, we need the communications of Investigator 1. We need to know about the role of the U.S. Attorney's Office on what should be photographs. The search was for drugs. That's what supposedly the search was for. Drugs, guns, and cell phones. But they're searching Mr. Combs' legal files. What the hell? The judge says, okay, keep it on logistics. Come on, what's up? Diddy's lawyer then says, we're not sure it was Investigator 1 that was doing the search. Who interviewed Mr. Combs? Who went to the area where his legal process papers were? Once we know that, we could have a Fifth Amendment transgression. So they're saying, we don't know necessarily if, this is a warrantless search. And what I mean by warrantless search of the papers, not the cell. They can search the cell, but they can't search everything within the cell if it's privileged, okay? And to use that other example I had, okay, imagine the government did have a warrant to go in your house, but they only had warrant to go in your house to look for guns. They go in your house, so they have a warrant for, so that's being in jail, right? Being in jail, they can run up in your cell at any time, right? But, so now I'm making the regular. So the government has a warrant to go in your house to look for guns. They take one of your cell phones and they go crack it and talk about, oh, we found a video of him having mad guns in here, or found a video of this dead body. Well, you didn't have a video, you didn't have a warrant to search the phone. Not everything in the house is like it says on the warrant. Yo, when you go in the house, go look for guns, bullets, spent shells, go look for vest. it's going to tell you what to look for. They don't go up in your house and be like, give me the phones and all the computers. Now it's different. If that was the intended thing, they would say, take all electronic devices, right? So again, this is kind of like semantics here, but you got to play semantics in court. And this is the difference between a shitty lawyer, what do you call it again? When they assign you a lawyer versus a nigga like Brian Steele. Brian Steele's gonna argue you down, right? Hey, what the fuck? What y'all looking through that for? You know what I mean? You gotta make an argument for everything, right? Cool. So it says we might have a Fifth Amendment transgression, and we want to see what's up with that. And he also says we may even ask for the dismissal of the whole indictment. Send that boy Diddy home free with his baby oil, okay? Give him back his baby oil. Or for the recusal of the prosecution team. What does that sound like? Sounds a lot like the YSL case. Now, again, I keep telling you, listen, man, I'll bet 100,000 on this. If the U.S. prosecutor gets embarrassed by Diddy, I ain't gonna lie to you. Heads are gonna roll. You see, Fulton County, they got a nigga process going on down there. Okay, let me explain Fulton County for a second here, all right? Fani Willis. Let me just show you this real quick. Fani Willis election. Remember when Fani Willis, she won the re-election, okay? And when she won the re-election, we're going to see the percentage. Here we go. Here we go. Fani Willis won the re-election over this woman. Remember the woman was like, yo, if I get DA, first thing I'm doing is dismissing the Young Thug case. Fani was still standing on and saying, man, we trying to send that nigga to jail for life. Fuck that. Atlanta is a Democratic place. Well, Atlanta's in Fulton County. Fulton County rocks Democrat. They ain't gonna they gonna put a black woman in there. They're not gonna put a white Republican in there. Like, only fans care about Thug. Who the fuck gives a fuck about voting for DA based on Young Thug? Respectfully. You get what I'm saying? So they don't give a damn. Fani Willis still won by a landslide. You get what I'm saying? So now why did I say that? This is why they're so slack. There is no other option. You got your DA walking around with a fat ass, fucking Nathan Wade, allegedly, giving out that good old wet, juicy, you know what I mean, box, you feel what I'm saying, to whoever she want, giving the nigga who's fucking her all type of special, yo, go get Trump, I'm gonna give you like $500,000, doing whatever she want, just charging rappers left, right, and center. YFL Lucci, bring your ass in here in jail. Thug, you too. She was trying to get baby. She was trying to get a couple niggas. Now, granted, they might have done crimes, so I ain't gonna trip. But even when they get embarrassed in court, and this is the point, when they get embarrassed in court, the people won't hold them accountable. There ain't no other option. This is nigga shit, nigga city. Fulton County, if you got a black face, a fat ass, and you run for DA, you gonna win. A Becky can't beat you out there. Never. This ain't Mississippi. The fuck? You think it's Alabama? This is Atlanta. Didn't they call it Wakanda? So here's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to still bring it home. Land the plane. In Fulton County, it don't matter how much they fuck up because the people got no other option. So they just do sloppy work. You got the court system. Look like the judge might have sucked off somebody. Allegedly, I don't know. The court reporters hung up with Woody. You have another bailiff fucking a defendant. Yeah, they got all type of shit going on there. They're playing robbers and they're playing cops and robbers for real. Except it's like one of them ghetto booty 39 like fucking storylines. They're all fucking. Ain't no justice coming in Fulton County, okay? So that's why that place is fucked. Okay. This is why I say for any criminals, I think we should start a purge. Send all the criminals to Fulton County. The first thing if you're a criminal, I'm going to give out a secret code. If you're a criminal, get to Fulton County and make sure you're fucking somebody in the court system. I don't care how ugly they look, how dried up like a prune, like a fucking dried up fucking, a dried up grape that pussy look like look like roast beef. I don't care. Fuck somebody in the court system and shoot as many niggas as you want, because when you get locked up, you'll be back home free. Trust. Atlanta is a bunch of bullshit going on. However, when we get to the federal system, even though some of these places, California, New York, they're usually leaning Democratic, there is a general oversight of these people. The AUSA is responding. The people who are prosecuting this, they're on the team of the U.S. attorney. And the U.S. attorney is Damian Williams. Now, granted, this is going to be interesting too. This is like deep politics. Deep politics, what I'm talking about. I hear that there might be some movement with that too. I hear Damian, what's his name again? Sorry. U.S. Attorney Damian. Yeah, Damian Williams, right? There's some movement here, chat. Apparently he's leaving. This helps Diddy a lot, by the way. So this guy's about to leave. Now, he the one that got mad white women that work for him. And they're the ones that's on the case. They're the one that's going to be in court. Remember all them white women that was standing next to him? U.S. Attorney Damian Williams press conference. The one that went against Diddy. Yeah, remember this one? Yeah. That's him. And then him with the snow bunnies. He got all snow bunnies with him. Make sure he told Diddy he cooked. Look, you see? The trail of snow bunnies coming in. Come on. Right? There they go. The snow bunny line of lawyers. These are all the prosecutors. The one named Emily, one of them, she pregnant. She even pregnant. The one named Emily is the top, is the queen. She's the one. But let me speak very, very nicely of them, because you never know. You start dissing prosecutors, they might be like, let me look up something on this bitch ass nigga too. Okay, but the one named Emily is the one really gonna be on Diddy's head. Look, keep it going. Ooh, blondies, look at them. Come on. Why is he leaving? Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Why is that? Let me make sure I be respectful in how I talk about these guys. Oh. I think U.S. attorneys get appointed by the presidents, right? Does U.S. attorneys get appointed by presidents? Yes. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so U.S. attorneys serve their term with the president. So Biden put homie in power, Biden, Kamala. Biden, Trump won, which, by the way, truth be told, if you ever wonder why, everybody, respectfully, why everybody, let me just bring it back to the base and bring it back up. Some of these motherfuckers was getting paid, right? There's a lot of people that were getting paid to twerk, paid to do this. But there are a lot of people who just showed up to endorse some of these candidates for the free ski. I'm going to tell you why. Especially some of these gangster rappers. You got some trouble, this and third. It does matter. It's like, yo, you do me a favor, I might do you a favor. Any of these niggas ever need a pardon? It's going to weigh a lot. Yo, remember when you were running for president and I spoke up for you in my city? Say OT7 quantity. Obviously, I don't want nobody to get no charges on it, but yo, that's going to matter. It's going to matter. It is going to matter, right? Also, with the changing of a president, we get a new regime. Now, here's the thing, too. So, interestingly enough, so the president of the United States appoints the U.S. attorneys, right? The Senate does give advice and consent, so I think they got to go through confirmation. But they also, and they do 4 years. And obviously the other president could keep them or let them go. Here's the thing, right? And by the way, I think the Attorney General of the United States usually kind of like, did Trump pick his Attorney General? Did he pick? Is it Gates? Is it this guy? Okay, yeah. So the Attorney General is like I don't want to get to politics or not politics, but like that. So this is how powerful the president is, but a lot of it is just like putting the people in place, and then those people make decisions, right? So the U.S. attorneys, and this is why, like, once an administration goes in, you start seeing the prosecution of certain stuff more or less prosecution of stuff more, right? Like if Trump is saying, I'm gonna deport all you motherfucking Mexicans, right? And I'm not saying that disrespectful, but if that's what he's saying, and he picks a bunch of attorney generals, he's gonna pick the ones who are gonna be working with ICE to deport motherfuckers. You get what I'm saying? Like, if there are federal cases like that, right? Even though that's a whole different section, and U.S. attorneys kind of anyway. That's how kind of shit works. The only thing that doesn't work like that is the judges. So the judges, the president elects the prosecutor or picks the prosecutor, but the prosecutor leaves with them or stays with them. The judge goes for life, right? So the judge goes till they die. So for the 9 Supreme Court judges, they last for life, and they kind of interpret the Constitution, right? So like things like Roe v. Wade, things like the Fourth Amendment, they interpret that, right? Which is big because a lot of shit trickle down from that. But then all U.S. district court judges, they appoint those people too. All district and circuit court judges. And the thing is, it's kind of like if y'all ever played like these video games, what's it called? It's RNG. Random number generator. It's random because once, say Biden put in 200 judges, which he didn't, but let's say he did, right? Trump can't say y'all fired. They last until they retire. So for each president, it's who retired while you're in, right? Like, let me see how many judges he confirmed or nominated. How many U.S. district judges has Biden appointed? So you'll make the appointment, then they get confirmed. Okay. U.S. Oh, okay. Yeah. See? So Biden did 218, right? He did 1 associate justice. He did 1 for the Supreme Court, 45 for Court of Appeals, which is the circuit courts, and 170 for district courts. So, okay. And then how much did Trump do last time? How many this has Trump appointed? Trump did 234. So they kind of did around the same. He did 3 for Supreme Court, though. That's why people tight. But he can't control that. Niggas is retiring. They old as fuck. 54 for Court of Appeals and 174. How much did Obama do? Obama. How many district? Obama. Oh, damn. Obama did a lot. Obama did 329. Ooh, okay. Who was before Obama? Oh, well, he had 2 terms. He had 8 years. Who was before Obama? So that was 2008. Who was 2000? That was Bush, right? Wasn't it Bush? Bush was before Obama? Bush was before Obama, right? Not Kennedy. Shut your ass up. It was Bush, yeah. George Bush. Okay, he did 327. Okay. So it looked like if you do 2 terms, you do about over 300. Trump is probably going to do over like 300, clearly. Yeah. So that's going to kind of be, but I don't think no one else appointed more people. How many Supreme Court justices appointed most by any president. They'll tell me. Which president selected the most Supreme Court justices? Let's see. Some of y'all might be like, what are you talking about right now? Who did it? Oh, George Washington did 8. Well, okay, damn. This must have been before they got like lifetime terms. Andrew Jackson, this is some old shit. Old shit. Abraham Lincoln, Reagan did 3, Nixon 3, Truman 3, 3. Yeah, these are old niggas. This is black and white shit, right? And then you're going to see Big DT. Oh, I thought Donald did 3. Anyway, I thought he did 3. Supreme Court justices. Like, for example, and also I'm going to tell you how Supreme Court matters too, right? So, like, even this Diddy stuff we talking about, that's a Supreme Court-like issue, right? Like, bail, they don't give a fuck about your bail. But the argument on Fourth Amendment of a inmate, that's something the Supreme Court would listen to. So this is going to be huge. Diddy got the best lawyers. They're going to lobby. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if Trump wants to kind of like be seen as kind of getting his back, but Trump could probably, Trump and his administration could kind of get that to the Supreme Court, but I don't think Trump and his people want to be tied in as you're supporting Diddy. They're already getting problems with like Gates and all these other people already. Let me see who anointed these guys. Bush did the first one. This is the black guy who they said this is an actual Uncle Tom, because this guy, he's super conservative, right? They hate this motherfucker, and he's like the second behind this guy, really. Who put him in there? Bush gave him 2. Okay, and then Bush gave this person 2. Goddamn. Barack gave her, Barack gonna put a woman in there, Sonia Sotomayor. Also, here's the thing with this too, which was, I'll get into some other stuff later. A little bit of politics, not too much. A lot of the shit they're talking about, Trump put some people in power. When Barack, and I don't know if it's racist, when Barack was president, they changed the rules of confirmations. Barack Obama, rule change confirmation. Yes. So in 2013, right? So Obama was still president, right? Because he was president from 2008 to 2016, right? So let me tell you what this meant. And it helped Trump out a lot, low key. So what happened was that when you appoint somebody, the Senate has to confirm them. They go through these hearings and third, then they make a vote. And, essentially, it's like a really weird process because you're telling the president no if you vote against what they're saying. Barack Obama was having a hard time putting judges in. Like, he would appoint a judge, and it gets to the Senate, and they would vote it down. So they then changed the rules, right? Because they said that they were, and it wasn't only for judges. The Republicans were blocking because, Barack, and that's one of the reasons he probably wasn't one of the best presidents, even though we love Barack, because he couldn't get a lot done. There was so much filibuster going on with him. When you're the president, you need the House and the Senate, and they were Republican and he's Democrat. So they're like, fuck this guy. Everybody love him. He got like a nice little, you think he James Harden, and nigga look like he fuck bitches. Fuck this nigga. So everything he was trying to do, they were like, fuck that. They were voting no. So they then changed the rules because it says for the first time in history, the Republicans, they were hating on this nigga crazy. They were using a filibuster to prevent Barack Obama from appointing executive team and appointing judges. So they changed the rules, right? So they used to need 60 votes. So it's 100 people in the Senate, two representatives, 2 senators from each state. They then changed the rules to say you don't need 60% of the votes to confirm somebody. You only need majority, which is 51, right? Now, that helped out Trump a lot because when Trump won, a lot of other motherfuckers won with him, right? When, like even now, when Trump wins, they got control of the House and Senate. So whatever Trump says, that shit's gonna go. Like whatever he says, he could say, or not whatever he says, but like if he appoints fucking Beavis and Butthead and fucking, if he says Kodak Black, like I just seen this thing. I think it's a fake thing though. Dr. Oz, I think it's fake though. They said Trump picks Dr. Oz. Yo, Trump is wildin'. He picks Dr. Oz to lead Medicare. Niggas is like, yo, who is he gonna pick next? Is he gonna pick Kodak Black to lead the fucking CDC? What the fuck is going on? Nigga pick Dr. Oz. The next thing he gonna do is pick Dr. Phil to lead the fucking to fucking lead the whole health shit. Anyway. But when he picks these motherfuckers, they only need 51 votes in the Senate. And I think, look, who has control of the Senate right now? Well, okay. After election. Yeah, Republicans won it. So they have 52. So essentially, they have 52 Senate seats, right? Which are Republicans. 48 that are Democrats. So if Trump appoints academics to run, I don't know, some international affairs, and they might be like, who the fuck is academics? We don't want that nigga to run shit. He ain't got no experience. They start grilling me and all these like congressional shit, and I'm like fucking just sound like an idiot. It gets to a vote, right? Usually, well, they might try to prevent it from getting to a vote, but when it gets to a vote, unless you want Trump to be mad at you, if you're one of the 52 Republicans, you better vote for what Trump wanted, nigga. So that's kind of how like politics is. It's such an interesting. I find it hilarious. I like kind of watching it. I don't know if anybody watched House of Cards, but shout out to y'all. Okay, I strayed off the path. I know that's one of the classic academics tandems or tangents. Actually, let's get back to Diddy. Right. Let me kind of touch back on what I was talking about the Diddy thing. What I was saying is that the Damian Williams guy, he's leaving. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how much the Trump administration is going to be gung-ho in trying to prosecute cases like this against these rich celebrities. By the way, as I said how politics work, I guarantee, look, Abercrombie CEO. If you're the CEO or former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, maybe you don't know Trump, but once you get to be making that type of money, I'm pretty sure you've greased a lot of pockets, lobbying money, donations. That's where that should try. You're hoping it comes back around, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe, you know, the administration's like, why the fuck are we wasting resources trying to prosecute niggas just fucking bitches? You know what I mean? Like, again, that's how kind of politics play into some of these like federal charges. So anyway, I say that with Diddy because the prosecutor, who is a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, super woke, let's stop these, you know, last tangent. Y'all notice, really, once Biden's operation or like his administration got popping, that red pill fuck these whole movements died, right? Because the woke motherfuckers, that was their administration, right? The woke motherfuckers, they like, it's like, oh, call me my pronoun, I'm a they. Like, it's you know who was rocking when Biden and them was popping, right? So all of the niggas who was like, you're misogynist, you hate women, one of those type shit, right? Cool. Check this out. Trump back in office. This shit about to flip once again, man. It's gonna be like, man, fuck y'all. Man, fuck y'all. You know what I'm talking about. Man, fuck y'all rights, nigga. The fuck? We back on some shit, man. Trump gonna be clowning these hoes. He might be calling chicks bitches. Like, Trump on some shit. You're gonna watch the whole shit just turn back around. Again, this is how much, again, the president kind of sets the palette for what's gonna go on. Now, whatever, I don't know what era you like better, the men fighting in women's sports or Andrew Tate going crazy. I don't know. Whatever you want to pick. But still, that's going to be also a byproduct of this. So anyway, I say all that to say, obviously, this U.S. prosecutor is still going to finish out their case, right? But you do know Trump and his background isn't the most woke. And you should think of these things as you go forward in some of the cases we're seeing brought now, right? Where people are saying, wait, is flying out girls sex trafficking? Well, nigga, you don't think Trump and them was having their own freak-offs? Like they're not going to be telling their Department of Justice to fucking, yo, go hunt down the freak-off billionaires. Like, what the fuck? He wanted to, allegedly. Again, let me just stop. Okay, cool. Let me just get back on the beaten path. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't know how this case is going to turn next year when Trump comes in office, because that prosecutor is on the way out. And because that prosecutor is on the way out, yes, this is important for what he's doing, but it gets a little iffy, right? It gets a little iffy because they're kind of working under the mandate in the direction of an administration that's leaving, right? Which works for Diddy. Now, I don't know if Diddy is cool with Trump, but that might help if, think about the person replacing. Think about if the person replacing, and by the way, it won't happen immediately, right? So they're going to go through hearings. It's not as soon as Trump gets elected. They're going to have to go through these confirmation process. So if this Jay Clayton guy takes over, if Trump is really cool with Diddy, you know, Trump could be like, yo, ease up, bro. Ease up off that nigga. You know what I mean? You never know. Case might turn a little different. Just giving you that type of information, because when we're thinking about federal cases, politics is politics, but there's a lot of things that happen, right? It's a lot of things, right? Okay. And I guess I was saying this is why people help out politicians, because a good politician never forget. They never forget. Just like a good judge never forgets. Brian Steele donated you a lot of money. You ain't gonna give his fucking client 45 years. Tell that nigga to walk out of jail and go this gunna. Okay. All right. So cool. All right. Damn. I feel like I did a lot. W tangent or L tangent, people? Probably L tangent, right? I know. I went through a lot to get to there. Apologize. I'm trying to give y'all some explanation but I'm trying to give you in layman's terms to make shit make sense. Because I was once like you and I just didn't understand what everything means. But I'm kind of just trying to give you the game, right? I hope you guys kind of got it. We're back on to reading the transcript, okay? Cool. All right. Blah, blah, blah. So the Fifth Amendment thing is going to be a big issue. Now, also, here's the thing, too. A great lawyer, as we've seen with Brian Steele, you want to raise all these small issues now that if he does get somehow convicted, when you go for an appeal, you would have a lot of different reasons to get a new trial or overturn the verdict, right? Imagine if they do keep the evidence, but at least you raise the point, right? You it's called you mark it to the record, right? You're preserving the record actually. When you object to it or you file a motion and say, hey, listen, this shouldn't count, right? Good. Good. So blah blah blah. So here we go. So the judge is now asking the prosecutor this. Yo, government, or USA, the feds. What happened here? Why are y'all taking pictures of Diddy's notebooks? And the AUSA, this is Mary, she's saying none of the prosecutors had any contact with them. But then the judge says, come on, you know what I mean. Investigator 1 was monitoring his communication in and out of jail. Okay? Not in and out of jail. In and out. And the judge then says, is this a Fourth Amendment violation? So the judge is even asking. The judge didn't make his ruling yet, but he's kind of just facetiously asking. And the AUSA, Slavic, which is Mary, she says, well, the BOP investigator works for the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons. He's focused on safety. And if the defendant is in compliance with the BOP rules, he was actually not. And it is true. The BOP gave us the info. None of the prosecution's team were aware that Investigator 1 was going to be a part of the sweep. So what just happened there? The feds just admitted the person we've assigned or the BOP gave us to listen to Diddy's call for the purpose of our investigation, we had no idea that their routine sweep, that person was going to be a part of too. Okay, so the judge says, well, when did you become aware that photos were taken of his notes? And then Mary says, well, after the sweep. The judge says, but wait, before the grand jury subpoena? The judge says, so there's nothing else. We don't know what the answer is to that. So the prosecutors had said they got a subpoena to get access. You could get you could have a subpoena to get. It's kind of like a warrant, damn near, right? You know what I mean? You could subpoena information, which is almost like now you have a reason to bring it into court. But they're saying, did you hear about it before you got the subpoena? Because the subpoena is usually to ask for it if it exists, not to know that it exists already. And now you're finding some weird way to bring it into court. So just said, so there's nothing else to say. And Mary then says, well, Diddy's lawyer says the defense team doesn't know what the taint team has, but we made a production to them last night of everything. We gave him not just 19 pages, but they were past everything. We passed them to their case team. And Mary then says these material was obtained as part of the government's covert ongoing grand jury investigation. So that's where the subpoena comes in. So by the way, a current grand jury is investigating and still watching to see if they're going to supersede the indictment. This could be part of witness tampering charges to come, or it could be part of more charges that are just replicating with victims or other charges to do with whatever they think he's doing, right? Then it says, we're not required to notify the defense of our ongoing investigation of criminal conduct. We receive these materials in an appropriate channel. Whenever we get new information, if there's a reason to believe there's privilege, it goes to the filter team. Okay? Now, this is going to be, again, I could see the Supreme Court actually looking into this. There's probably already case law on file that actually gives precedence to this. But if not, I could see Diddy's team running it up to the Supreme Court of the United States. So here's the two arguments that's going against each other. Diddy's saying, hey, I get it, I'm in jail. You could search my jail cell for drugs, guns, contraband. But when y'all start going through my legal notes, and then you take my legal notes and pass it to the prosecutors and enter it in as evidence of me not getting bail, well, you just did an illegal search and seizure, and it's illegal search and seizure because it's confidential. It should be only be between me and my lawyer. They're saying, the government or the AUSAs are saying, well, yeah, we have a guy that's listening to the phone calls, but we don't pick who do their sweeps. Their sweeps were independent. They did the sweep, and then they came up. They have a team that's called a taint team that looked at it and said, this stuff looked like it's violating or seems to be in line with some criminal conduct. They actually thought Diddy was saying, pay this person off, like he was sending messages type shit. So they're saying they then passed that to us after our grand jury subpoena, which we didn't do anything wrong. We're just investigating. And we don't have to alert him or his lawyers about our investigation. So a grand jury could, it's usually secret, and it is secret right now because we don't know what's been going on. But they could get your phone records. They're not going to tell you. Or they could get whatever. They don't have to tell you for the grand jury. Now, for the trial, and if it gets brought into trial, they then have to put it in some paperwork. But whatever. Anyway, cool. So that's the two opposing sides. Is this a Fifth Amendment violation or not? So, cool. It says, we're not required to notify the defense of our ongoing investigation of criminal conduct. We receive these materials in an appropriate channel. Whenever we get new information, if there's a reason to believe this is privilege, it goes to the filter team. It says, then the judge says, well, if there were verbatim notes of his meetings with his lawyers, how would you know without asking the defense? So I guess the judge is saying, so you're saying you weren't going to tell the defense nothing because you don't got to tell them because you're investigating them. But how would you know if it's his meeting notes if you don't ask them, hey, are these your meeting notes? And Mary says, I understand. There is a dialogue between the defense and the filter team. I'm not a part of that. So there's claiming, well, we have a filter team that then talks to their people. Okay, they're just doing the rigmarole, pretty much. The judge says, I don't understand that divided line between the covert investigation and the discovery in this case, given that the defendant has been charged. So, the judge looked like they're siding with Diddy a bit, right? So the AUSA then says, once our grand jury investigation is ongoing into the conduct that has not currently been charged, we have multiple ways of getting that information that are not obvious to the defendant. We're not obliged to inform them, okay? And we have no authority for that. The judge says, I want to be cautious since some of this is sealed. But is any of this privilege? And the AUSA says, the notebook labeled things to do, not attorney-client. They suggest they were meant to be in a folder marked legal, but self-labeling isn't enough. So I guess there's two different folders, or I guess maybe they're separated. One is the legal folder, and there's one that says things to do. Diddy's argument is everything that's there is supposed to be included in the legal folder. They're saying we didn't look at it like that. We just thought it was just things to do, not legal, right? Cool. All right, bet. So it says these include action items for non-lawyers. That's not privilege. Their information about family members' birthdays, also not privilege. We point to the Lumiere decision by Judge Rakoff. We're happy to engage with the defense. The judge says, how about agreeing that I should not consider these two excerpts in your opposition to the bail motion? And then the AUSA says, I think that's right. For the bail argument scheduled for Friday. The judge says, what about put them in a vault? There are inspirational messages. The AUSA says, these are related to our ongoing investigation. There's no reason to put the notes in a vault. As a matter of procedure, the defendant would have to make a motion. These notes are not attorney-client privilege. The AUSA says, then there's work product, which is broader, which it's meant to protect the attorney mental process. But these are not. It's about an administrative question. Following up with a paralegal is not protected. The judge says, what if an individual had counsel paid by another? Okay. The AUSA says the payment, not privilege. And if it's about having paying off a witness, that is what we're investigating. These notes refer to individual two, a non-lawyer, third party. It's on his to-do list. The judge says a defense lawyer can investigate potential witnesses. It will be malpractice not to. If these are about the defense team preparation for witnesses, isn't it a closer call if it falls into work product? AUSA says the person tasked is a non-lawyer. Okay, so they're arguing real semantics, right? Then the AUSA says, on October 18th, the defendant told a family member to work with a non-lawyer to find out everything about victim 2. And this non-lawyer, individual 2, is not identified as a part of the defense team. The judge then says, what about turning over the surveillance video of the raid or the search of his cell? He says, we are opposed. There is no authority for that. The judge says, I noticed that Mark says they want to work with you to resolve this. So Mark starts to laugh. And the judge says, you may not agree, but why not discuss? And Mark says, I don't want to give them insights. So Diddy's lawyer doesn't really want to try to work with them to kind of discuss, hey, listen, Diddy's lawyer doesn't want to explain what they found, right? And I get why. Like, the fuck are we going to explain to them what they found? They already got the codes. They got the nuclear codes. We're supposed to explain to them how to fucking use it? Hell out of here. So he says all the legal pads say legal. What the government is saying, was searched is not just accurate. So the judge says, wait, are you saying the photos were taken from the pads marked legal? Can you show me? Diddy's lawyer walks up and shows the judge I guess like a picture. Diddy's lawyer says, when we visit him in jail, we have lists. Everything in these pads are what we discuss. Trial strategy, who we should be speaking with to undermine a witness credibility. We discuss everything with Mr. Combs. This is a sweeping racketeering case. Okay? Then they say, yo, we're studying this man's life for our bail application, his charity work. There's not a single day that goes by that we don't spend every nook and cranny, that we don't spend time on every nook and cranny of this man's life. I have a case, very important case, okay? It's that Diddy comes out and reads us his to-do list. This is privilege. Them 19 pages include things we've said to him. The name of potential witnesses, a retired doctor. Now they have that. That's in the heartland of the attorney-client privilege. It said Combs comes out, reads us his list. Oh, okay, he said this twice. The judge says, looking at the case you cited, said, Mrs. Slavic, are you familiar with it? The Mary, Miss Slavic, she says, I'm not, Your Honor. Then Diddy's lawyer says, Miss Garagos has something to say. Then this is Mark Garagos' daughter, Tenny Garagos, who says, they say they have a covert grand jury investigation, but there's the current indictment. And the prosecutor then says, we're talking about the 11 pages of notes, not a stack. None of these notes are legal. The judge says the notes themselves are not legal, but the page was in a legal pad that was marked legal. The prosecutor then says it's not clear when the defendant wrote that on. Then the judge says, listen, we will have a bail hearing on Friday at which I will not consider the material. And he's talking about what was found in Diddy's cell. He says, in terms of running down the privilege issues, we can take weeks. Any issue with that time frame, Diddy's lawyer says no. And judge says, I'll issue a schedule. And Diddy's lawyer then says, if they're intending to seek a superseding indictment with these notes, and the judge says, prosecutors, and they says, just to be clear, the filter team can keep the notes. The judge says, if they're not involved in a grand jury investigation or this case, if they're not involved in the grand jury investigation or this case. Oh, okay. And then Diddy's lawyer says they should preserve the video. AUSA says, fine. Then the judge says, what about Jeffries, okay, the Abercrombie case in EDNY, Eastern District of New York, by the way. He says the government released that person on $10 million bail. Be prepared to address why this is different. And AUSA Slavic says, no, this is very different. Judge says, see you Friday, okay? Okay, big win for Diddy. Big win for Diddy, okay? So essentially, the judge seemingly has said, if you guys are looking for a superseding indictment, those notes cannot be used. And the only way you could keep him are if they're not involved in this current case or the grand jury investigation. Now, he had mentioned put in a vault. Let me just kind of sum it up on what his ruling is. He didn't fully rule that they can't use this stuff. He's saying, I'm going to rule on it, but it might take months because I'm going to really think about this. And the reason why he's going to think about this is the very core of what would be a Fifth Amendment violation. And because he doesn't want to think on it and just make a decision now, he wants to read case law. He wants to do a lot on this to make sure he's coming to the right decision that not even if, it will get most likely appealed no matter what he says, especially if he goes against Diddy. He hopes that the Court of Appeals, or let's say goes beyond that to the Supreme Court, they're going to say, no, he made the right decision. So he's saying it's going to take months, but for now, nobody use it in investigating him for a superseding indictment or in this case, and I'm not going to consider it in the bail application, happening on Friday. So what are they going to consider? They're going to consider what they've said before, that Diddy has tried to like contact witnesses, which Diddy had a response for that, saying, "Oh no, I didn't. I did have contact with certain people, but it was not to get them to say anything on my behalf. I've never tried to coerce a witness or threaten nobody." Now, the only thing that they're gonna have to argue is, did Diddy use the jail phone privileges of someone else to make calls to people? Because the judge has pretty much thrown out all the notes. So the notes the government can't use. So because the government was saying, yo, he had stuff written down that were meant to be either passed to his lawyer, or his lawyer was supposed to give to so-and-so to act out on whatever Diddy wanted to be done, which might be intimidate a witness, silence a witness, pay off a witness. And the judge is saying, y'all can't use that shit because it might be attorney-client privilege. Y'all might have violated his Fifth Amendment right. So, Fourth Amendment right. Sorry. So, y'all can't use that, and I'm going to make a schedule on how I'm going to make that ruling. And that might come in more arguments, might come in another hearing, but I'll give you the schedule on that, but it's probably going to take months, right? So that's a big win for Diddy. Now, do I think he's getting out Friday? The judge kind of seemed like they're leaning his way a bit. The judge brought up himself, yo, the Abercrombie and Fitch CEO got out on $10 million bail, right? Jeffries, Abercrombie, 10 million. Look, so he got out on 10 million in bail. Yeah, he was released on $10 million in bail, right? And shit. Ooh, what the fuck? Oh, let me watch this then. Give me 1 second. What the hell is this? Sorry, let me just let this play, and then I'll play it. Hold on, give me 1 second. This is just... I took my ad blockers off and shit, because these things were just fucking hating. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, I didn't mean to click on it. Okay, so going. How many men over 50 stay in the game? What the fuck? Okay, here we go.
It's the former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, Mike Jeffries, appearing in federal court in West Palm.
Yeah, he got free. That nigga free as a bird.
Beach. He is one of 3 men at the center of an FBI.
Let me Google these guys. Mike Jeffries. You always got to search up them politics, man. I'm telling you. You got to search up them with the president. Biden. You got to see if they got any type of allegiance to either side. Trump. Because trust me, they're definitely going to lean on all that type of shit to try to get out of this shit. Anyway.
Investigation accused of running a prostitution and international sex trafficking operation.
The defendants allegedly preyed on the hopes and dreams of their victims by exploiting, abusing, and silencing them to fulfill their own desires with insidious secret intentions.
Good evening. I'm Felicia Rodriguez. Investigative reporter Terry Parker was in court for today's hearing and has been digging through that indictment. She learned prosecutors believe these crimes were going on in New York.
All right. Anyways. Okay. So this dude got $10 million bail. If you ask me, big W for Diddy. I think Diddy has gotten a judge to look at the prosecutor with a side eye to say, are y'all taking advantage of this guy? And maybe I should let him out on bail, because if, this was a really strategic way that his lawyers argued it, because this bail hearing on Friday, you know what they're going to say? Yo, judge, you already see what type of time they're on. They're trying to keep my client locked up, rated cell, find more shit. They're trying to build a case, and the only case they got is trying to raid his cell. That's not fair, So again, if the judge is kind of feeling like maybe. Now, granted, I do think Mark still has to fully jump over the hurdle. He's gonna have to do it in court Friday. You have to convince the judge that Diddy will not be contacting witnesses, will not be using intermediaries to harass people, will not be trying to pay people off. And I think that's going to be tough. But Diddy's a little bit closer to getting bail. He's a little bit closer to getting bail. I thought his bail prospects were like 5%, right? After the Abercrombie person got bail, I thought it went to 15%. After now, with them doing this weird shit where they raided a cell and is using that as reason to keep him in jail, because they're now using that as potential investigative material in his current case, I give him 30%. Like right now, I say 35%. So if you ask me, 35% chance Diddy gets out Friday, which means the judge might just say, you know what? For you to properly prepare for trial and also to kind of, they're not going to rule on the note stuff, but we're going to let you out on the $50 million you proposed. So we're going to see, right? And apparently the judge said he told the prosecutors to get rid of them. So, yeah. So those are the notes. He's told them to get rid of them. The quote-unquote filter team could keep a copy of them until the judge rules on it, but the prosecutors cannot have them and cannot use them. Interesting. Diddy's not looking that bad right now, man. I think the prosecutors are trying to hurry up with that superseding indictment. Cases like this, you got to bury somebody to really be effective. And I would think they would try to bury Diddy. But it's not happened yet. Anyway, very interesting. We were having these weekly lawsuit filings against Diddy. There were civil suits that were coming from this guy, Tony Busby. Remember, he did the whole press conference, this and third. And every week he was filing about like 4 or 5 lawsuits. One time he filed 6 that listed people as John Doe's. He also put out a message saying that for all these other people that helped Diddy or concealed Diddy's actions or didn't step in, he warned those people, hey, remember this, you're going to be outed. Now, what's actually very interesting is that this lawyer is now being sued. That's interesting, right? He's being sued. Keep in mind, he is a lawyer that has brought the most civil cases against Diddy because he brought like 15, right? He posted this to his Instagram. This is very interesting, chat. I want you to go down a rabbit hole with me. Listen to this. So Tony Busby, by the way, he's based in Houston, says, I've been sued in Los Angeles in a last-ditch effort to attempt to stop me from revealing names in public lawsuits. It won't work. The irony. The suit against me was filed by a powerful John Doe. Here's my full statement. We won't allow the powerful and their high-dollar attorneys to intimidate and silence sexual assault survivors. It has been reported that a lawsuit that is filed against my firm claiming extortion. These lawyers that filed it also immediately called TMZ in an effort to silence those who allege sexual assault. Here's the deal. The case filed against my firm is not only without legal merit, it is laughable. Here's why. On behalf of 2 clients who allege... Wait, what? Here's why. On behalf of 2 clients who allege sexual assault, we sent a standard demand letter to a New York lawyer that we know represents an alleged perpetrator and potential defendant. These letters were sent seeking a confidential mediation in lieu of filing a lawsuit. No amount of money was included in the demand letters. No threats were made. The demand letters sent are no different than the ones routinely sent by lawyers across the country in all types of cases. It is obvious that the frivolous lawsuit filed against my firm is an aggressive attempt to intimidate or silence me and ultimately my clients. That effort is a gross miscalculation. I am a U.S. Marine. I won't be silenced or intimidated. Neither will my clients, since our professional efforts at resolution obviously have failed. We will instead disclose the demand letters we sent at the time of filing suit. At the time we filed suit, Abuse of the legal system, unfortunately, runs rampant. The lawsuit filed against my firm is a prime example of that. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I have confidence that with full public disclosure, all of this will sort itself out. He also posted this today, 4 hours ago. Whoa. Says the Busby law firm, along with co-counsel Ava Law Group and the New York local counsel Curious Law, is filing 5 more cases today. Alleged aggravated sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation against Sean Diddy Combs and those entities with whom he has been affiliated. Several other individuals are referenced in the case filings, but are not at this time formally named as defendants. The case are being brought for conduct that occurred as far as back as the year 2001. The egregious conduct set out in the lawsuits occurred in New York, Miami, and Florida. 3 of the alleged victims in these cases are male, 2 are females. We will let the allegations in the filed complaints speak for themselves and will work to see that justice is done. We expect to be filing cases weekly, naming Mr. Combs and others as defendants as we continue to gather evidence and prepare the filings. Lead counsel Tony Busby. You can stay up to date on future filings, social media Tony Busby, or on the web at www.texasattorneys.com. Interesting. $10 billion recovered in. Okay. So let me tell you why this is slightly interesting. This is slightly interesting because we do know that some high profile individual, they're having their attorneys punch back. They're suing this guy. They don't want to be connected to this mess. It appears they probably haven't been connected to it yet, because they're filing as a John Doe. They're actually accusing the lawyer of extortion, right? Now, TMZ, remember they said they went to TMZ? TMZ actually got, what the fuck? Oh, I guess these lawsuits just dropped. Oh my God. All right, man. Hold on. TMZ reported on this. And this was the report. And check this out, chat. This is check it out. A prominent figure suing the lawyer that rep more than 120 of Diddy's alleged victims. Says the attorney shamelessly attempting to extort exorbitant sums from him while threatening a lawsuit packed with wildly false, horrific allegations if he doesn't pay up. The plaintiff, only identified as John Doe, filed his own lawsuit in L.A. County Superior Court Monday morning, describing himself as a high-profile individual who knew Diddy and attended events along with the mogul. He's being repped by one of the premier law firms in the country. Now, chat, this is important, and this is why I read this. So, Quinn Emanuel, this is a really This is a really prestigious firm right here. Quinn Emanuel. Here we go. Now, we still won't be able to tell who it is, but let's see if we can figure out the attorneys that work here. Now, I'm going to have to Google most of them to see if they've ever represented people before. We did get one hint from Tony Busby. He said, we had sent our demand letter to one of the New York attorneys that represent this guy or person, might be a woman, frequently. And I don't know. Yeah, these are all lawyers that work for this company. Look like it's a lot. I don't know. What the fuck? Huh. Got a couple associates, couple partners. I don't know. I'm trying to see if it's a lawyer that we know. What the fuck? They got 23 pages? Oh, they got mad people that are lawyers out here. Jesus. Any name that sticks out? I'm looking, but there's a lot. 23 pages of lawyers. What the fuck? "23 pages of lawyers." Yeah, none of these names. I'm hoping, I think we know the celebrity lawyers. Their names jump off the page. So that's what I'm looking to see if I can find any of those people. I can't see nobody. Who are these people? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, chat. This is like throwing. This is finding a needle in a haystack. We don't know. It could be any of these guys. This is a firm, but like, there's so many lawyers that work for this damn firm. It's a very powerful firm, though. They got a lot of partners and all type of shit. This is. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me try it from the other side. Quinn Emanuel. What celebrities does Quinn Emanuel represent? Okay. Is Alex Spiro at Quinn Emanuel? Hold on. S. Oh. We know Alex Spiro. That's interesting. Anybody else? Entertainment and media litigations. Quinn Emanuel. Representation. Let's see who they've defended. They got some big companies in here. Okay. Copyright. I got a bunch of stuff there. I'm trying to see what rappers they're probably. I don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be a rapper, right? they do a lot of shit. God damn. They're probably pulling in easily billions a year, right? Oh, how many? Okay, so these are all the partners. Okay. And Spiro is one of the partners. Now, a lot of people look at Alex Spiro as Rock Nation's lawyer, right? Alex Spiro, people just associate him as Rock Nation's lawyer. But he's also kind of represented other people as well, right? Alex Spiro rap clients. Now, I want to be careful here because I don't want to just assume that some people believe this John Doe happens to be Jay-Z. That's what some people think. I don't know if it does. And we have to be very careful in trying to figure out if it is. Because number one, even Jay, no matter what you think of him, you got to be fair. And he deserves some fairness in being treated fairly, right? And also, just truthfully, Alex Spiro, I remember Alex Spiro represented Bobby Shmurda for a while. I'm not saying it's Bobby Shmurda either, right? It's past high-profile clients. Yeah, you represent Elon Musk, right? Like, come on now. Put some motherfucking respect on that nigga name. Elon Musk, Alec Baldwin, Meg Thee Stallion, Jay-Z. He also I think he represented 21 Savage as well. And Meek Mill. So it could be anybody, right? And we don't know if it's Alex Spiro who was sent this demand letter, right? We don't know. Interesting. So when I say here goes act scared again, no, it's not being scared. It's just that, I don't want to speak as if I know without actually being very fair. Like, Alex Spiro, that name, we mostly see it with Rock Nation interests, but it's not Jay-Z's exclusive lawyer. So it would be very foul and unfair to say, that means it's Jay. Now, you could probably use your brain to be like, well, who do we think people might be targeting if they're a super high-profile person? We would think people are targeting Jay as well. And honestly, notoriously, we haven't heard Jay's name being mentioned at all. But, and also to be fair, in most of these cases, they're hitting up these people saying, yo, listen, you don't want your name in it, you'll just pay us. But who has the deepest pockets in hip hop? Even deeper than, pause by the way, even deeper than Diddy. It's going to be Jay. So either Jay is really clean, or maybe he is getting these letters that are saying, hey, pay us $4 million and we won't put you in the lawsuit. Which, if you're now Tony Busby and you have 120 potential Diddy victims, and by the way, we learned a little bit more from the from this file. And again, we don't know if it's Jay yet. We don't know if it's Jay. But if it's Jay, that would be very revealing. That means that there's something brewing, man. There's a storm coming. There's a storm coming. Now, we obviously have to remember that Alex Spiro announced that they were going to file lawsuits against bloggers, which in terms of the Tory and Meg situation, which then resulted in a lawsuit against Milagros. So if his stance is to file lawsuits against bloggers who he feels are speaking ill or defaming maybe a client of his, why wouldn't his stance not be to file lawsuits against attorneys who he feels are trying to shake down his clients? So it could be Alex Spiro. So we also don't know if it's Alex Spiro. We know it's the firm, Quinn Emanuel. Alex Spiro works for that. The only lawyer we seemingly know that represents hip hop clients, or we just kind of know by face value, is Alex Spiro. We kind of call him damn near Rock Nation's lawyer. because he's always representing some interest or some artist sign there, right? So it could not be Jay-Z, could be other people if it is Alex Spiro. But it would make sense if it was Alex Spiro, because Alex Spiro promised that there was going to be a lawsuit against bloggers for talking crazy about his client, and there was. So then maybe if you're down to sue a blogger, why wouldn't you sue a law firm who seemingly would be targeting maybe your clients if they're thinking that y'all pockets is deep? Y'all got them deep pockets. They trying to see what's up. Potentially, right? Now, this would be interesting. This would be the Thriller in Manila, if you ask me. Alex Spiro, they claim, has never lost a case. Him going against Tony Busby, who, forget his litigation record, I think he has the people behind him in their belief that Diddy is a generational creep. So when he's representing 120 potential victims, even if you don't believe half of them, shit, maybe you believe 5 of them, he's going to have people rooting for him. If you look on his Instagram, with him announcing that he's about to get sued, people were like, yo, check this out. Keep going. Don't let them scare you. Look, my hero, go. Every name gets released. You're amazing. Keep it up. So this is why I say this might be the Thriller in Manila. Again, we don't know if it's Jay. But this is going to be the test of, let's see how powerful some people are, right? There's been 0 criminal cases, or not criminal, civil cases that's involved Sean Carter. If this is something to do with Sean Carter, let's see if his Michael Jordan-esque lawyer could have a court shut this down that his name never gets mentioned. Now, if those things are true, all the things I said preceding, this would tell me Diddy was never on the level of Jay. Respectfully, never. Because Jay is the real gangster. Or maybe Diddy fell out of that place where his power or the other or the entities he built up around him could protect him. Because, again, we don't know if it's Jay. Could be somebody else. We don't know if it's Alex Spiro. Could be somebody else. But whoever this high profile person is, it seems like they're taking it with kid gloves. It's basically saying, you don't want to mention this motherfucker's name. I wonder who that could be. And they even doubled down on it by filing as a John Doe. I wonder who that motherfucker could be. This guy knows it's about to be a thriller in the Manila. Gonna be a rumble in the jungle. You know why? In his post, he just starts saying random shit. The nigga says, I'm a Marine. Like, I was, what the fuck this got to do with you serving for the U.S. military? Look. Wait, no, sorry. He says, I'm a U.S. Marine. Brother. Who the fuck could have even this nigga had a press conference, but I'm going to be honest with you. This message kind of feel a little bit shook. Who the fuck is that powerful? Who y'all think, Chad? Let me see who y'all might have some names for me. Who y'all think? It's a little spooky, man. Oh, the mic is fucked up? Somebody said, nah, this sounds like Fonzra Bentley. Y'all are jokes. Somebody said Jamie Foxx. Ooh. Jamie Foxx. But why would Jamie Foxx be using a New York attorney? Jamie Foxx is an LA guy. Quinn Emanuel. I'm Googling to see if he's ever worked with Jamie Foxx. I've heard that. Huh. Okay. Somebody say Jimmy Iovine. Okay, that's an interesting one. Jimmy Iovine. Wow. Okay, that would be powerful. What the fuck? Nigga, I just Googled this shit. Not one result came up. Hold on, I gotta just refresh it. That's some spooky shit, right? What the fuck? Nigga, now wait. Huh? Yo, chat. Let me. Oh, okay, again. All right. Once I put his name right. Woo. Yeah, Jimmy Iovine was sued before. He was sued, but the plaintiff dropped their lawsuit. Supposedly there was a settlement. And yeah, and it was Douglas Wigner for the woman. Who was his lawyer? See, this is how you know they got paid. They say notice of discontinuance with, what the fuck? I gotta listen to an ad? What the hell? Bruv, I'm not listening. I'm not watching no ad, bruv. It says discontinuance with prejudice. Holy. That's crazy. It could be him. You think Obama? Why would Obama be at a Diddy party fucking men or women, bro? Interesting. It says the man says attorney Tony Busby and his firm threatened to unleash entirely fabricated malicious allegations of sexual assault, including multiple incidents of a R word of a minor, both male and female. Okay, so I'm guessing this person's gay, or maybe thought of as gay. Because if the allegations are saying that they did R word with a man and a woman, you're thinking this person gay, right? The suit goes on to say Busby's demand letter alleged the plaintiff R-worded the males and females while they were under the influence of drugs at parties hosted by Diddy. The plaintiff references, so this anonymous high-profile person, past lawsuits Busby has filed against other celebrities, including football star Deshaun Watson. The man claimed Busby tried to shake down Watson and others by making dubious claims that he knew wouldn't stand up in court. The lawsuit obtained by TMZ goes to claim Busby did the same thing against Green Bay Packers kicker Brandon McManus. Who's that guy? Wow. NFL would not discipline free agent after finding insufficient evidence free agent kicker will not face NFL discipline after the league found insufficient evidence that he violated the personal conduct policy. He was accused by 2 women of SA during a charter flight to London when he was playing for Jacksonville Jaguars. So even the NFL said, we looked into it. That shit bullshit. And apparently the lawsuit was resolved. So there was a settlement here. He lost his job, though. He got cut from the team. Wow. Now the case has been resolved. The plaintiffs most likely... Oh, okay. So the I guess the plaintiff... part of the settlement is don't talk to the NFL. I guess it's still civil suits. Was police involved here or no? Most of these situations, there's no cops. It's just... law enforcement. No. Yeah, no law enforcement in this thing at all. Interesting. So they're saying that he shook down Brandon McManus. The suit claims the NFL investigated and found insufficient evidence and closed the case. Well, also, they settled the case, though. So that person wasn't talking anyway, based on probably an NDA they had. Busby appeared on TMZ's Tubi documentary. What do you say?
At my lowest, I was barely eating and overexercising while still gaining weight. That's when I turned to herbs.
Oh, my God, man. Y'all think it's Odell Beckham? Really? Odell Beckham Jr., huh? Somebody said, I just feel bad for the goddamn boiled eggs. You and me both, Chad. Hold on, this ad is just taking way too long. Here we go.
He did these freak offs.
You saw celebrities there that you recognized.
It was a rapper that we all know.
Straight up porn directed by Diddy.
I'm just grateful to have made it out.
I'm curious what you think about that criticism that, you know, you put enough embarrassing things in a complaint or say you're going to, and it forces a settlement and it becomes almost, that's the game. What do you say about that? That's a criticism I hear on the other side.
No, it's a fair point. I mean, the system is the system. It's a gulag, if you will. It's a tough process, and we always make an attempt to resolve these cases without the filing of a lawsuit. That's just what we try to do. And if we fail in that, we're going to file the case and we're going to pursue it with aggression.
Okay.
Today's actually a really exciting day.
Interesting. What do they say about it here?
Today's actually a really exciting...
Oh, my God. Enough, bro. Enough of the ads, man. Do I got to put it back on? Hold on.
All the lawsuits against Diddy, suing him.
Most of them.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
More than 120 lawsuits.
Eventually
he'll have that
Tony
number.
Busby.
And it's for extortion. Extortion.
Yeah, this is potentially a game changer in the Diddy lawsuit arena because someone, a prominent, only referring to himself as a prominent figure.
Now, let me tell you why this is some interesting legal jostling right here, right? Remember Kevin Hart case. Okay, remember Kevin Hart case. When Kevin Hart cheated on his woman, there was somebody put up a camera to film him. And he basically came out and said, yo, they wanted $10 million from me. I'm going to just tell the truth. And we found out there was an arrest for an extortion. Now, the case was dropped later. But the guy who was charged was Kevin Hart's friend. His name is JT Jackson. He came back out and said, yo, this is what happened. When you're powerful, like Kevin Hart, you could get the government in that case, LA County, to file a criminal charge just because you complain to them and you make a case for them based on your investigations. And they said, essentially, he said, I was charged because Kevin Hart had the DA around his finger. Now, here's why I bring that up. If whoever this high-profile person is with this Diddy stuff is claiming they're getting extorted. Now, granted, this is very different here. A lawyer extorting you is going to not be like, send $10 million to this crypto wallet here. Like, that's how they were saying to Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart was like, what the fuck? So, like, that's like playbook extortion. A lawyer is going to be like, oh, it wasn't extortion. It was a demand letter. It was something in lieu of us filing litigation. Like, they know how to. It's basically this. Extortion is give me money or this is going to happen. This legal way of doing it is the same thing, except technically and legally, that's not extortion. Now, this is why I'm saying there's going to be some legal jostling here. If we think that this person, whoever it is, I know some people are saying Jay, some people are saying somebody maybe associated with Rock Nation. If this person is that powerful and they have the almighty powerful Quinn Emanuel law firm on their side, could they get this guy, Tony Busby, who's a lawyer himself, and by the way, a guy who has recovered over $10 billion for the victims of the cases he's represented, could they get maybe this extortion allegation investigated by the feds or by anybody? That would be crazy. But I guess that's the realm we get into when we're talking about power. We're not talking about regular people here no more, Chad. We're talking about super powerful people where, think about it, everybody's name is just getting thrown around. They throw Metro Boomin name in there, some shit. They throw this person's name. They throw every name in some shit. But one person name, they're filing lawsuits to even figure out if they could throw the name in there. That's got to be some power, right?
Who has some connection to
and
Diddy.
has connection to Diddy, admittedly says this is in their lawsuit, they say this is someone who associated with Diddy, attended his parties, and because of that association, they say that this person received.
Now, that actually, and maybe I don't know my history too well, I actually think that kind of makes it feel like it's not Jay. Was Jay a frequent person that went to a Diddy party? Like, I never heard people say, oh, yeah, I saw Jay at the party. Like, I never heard that. Like, was he ever a frequent? Like, it never felt like he was just an attendee at Diddy parties. So that's why I kind of feel like, oh, no, you're not talking about Jay. Truth be told. Like, that's where other names come in, like, we're not talking about, like, maybe like, let me see who, Chris Brown, but I don't know. Who else is, like, really powerful? I don't know. Somebody said, I think it's Jamie Foxx. Somebody said Jamie Foxx. It might be Meek. It could be Meek. It could be Meek. Could be Meek. You think it's Meek? Interesting. Meek was at a lot of them parties, allegedly, right? Okay.
A demand letter from Tony Busby. Now, we spoke to Tony Busby. We were telling you about these demand letters.
In fact, it's in our documentary.
It's in our documentary. He's very open about the fact, Tony Busby is, that he has sent these letters to celebrities who, even if they weren't necessarily engaging in any illegal activity, but if they were at a party and did nothing to stop illegal activity.
If they saw, for example, somebody who is having sex where they're not really competent to make a decision to say yes to it because they're on drugs or alcohol, he feels they are as guilty as the perpetrator who essentially raped that person.
Right.
And he has made that really clear. He made that clear in our documentary and said he's going after him. Well, now somebody...
Some people say Clive Davis, but I think Clive Davis were in freak offs. Like, come on, bro. How old is Clive Davis now? Like, nigga's old as shit. The dude is 92. Nigga might need like you might need 15 honey packs to even get like a reaction down there, nah?
Somebody got that letter. A celebrity got
and
that
decided
letter.
they weren't going to take it. They just weren't going to just let Tony Busby make this demand of them when they clearly feel they did nothing wrong. So now they are suing Tony Busby for extortion.
Now, we talked to him in this documentary. It's called The Downfall of Diddy, Inside the Freak-Offs. And I spoke with him about this very thing, about whether filing or sending a demand letter basically saying, I got a lot of embarrassing things to say about you, even if it's not necessarily legally wrong that you did, was that kind of the game here to exact money for fear on the other side that they're going to file a lawsuit?
I thought his response to you was stunning. Here's what Tony Busby said.
I'm curious what you think about that criticism that, you put enough embarrassing things in a complaint or say you're going to, and it forces.
The system is the system. It's a gulag, if you will. It's a tough process, and we always make an attempt to resolve these cases without the filing of a lawsuit. That's just what we try to do, and if we fail in that, we're going to file the case and we're going to pursue it with aggression.
Tony Busby, it may seem a little unseemly, but what he's saying is right. This is the way, Harvey, we've covered these cases forever, where aggressive plaintiffs' lawyers will reach out to somebody and say, unless you go ahead and pay my client money now, I'm going to file a lawsuit against you. And whether the allegations are true or not, it's going to be really embarrassing just to have the lawsuit filed, therefore pay up. And that's what Tony Busby is doing. Now, I'm not saying that he doesn't believe in what his clients are saying. He doesn't believe that he has a viable lawsuit. But the plaintiff in this case, the John Doe that's suing him, is saying Tony Busby knows they're false and is sending these letters anyways, and that's a violation of his legal ethics, and he says a violation of the laws around extortion.
So, Jason, in the legal community...
So, what we seen happen to... So, remember, Tony Busby's he's really up there. What's the guy's name again? Tyrone Blackburn. He was the first one that started firing off the lawsuits at Diddy, right? This guy. And he's the one who essentially represented Lil Rod, okay? Now, keep in mind, from what we know, Lil Rod is not listed as a victim in a federal lawsuit. But also, Tyrone Blackburn was actually, referred to a, sanctioning committee for some of the lawsuits he was filing. And actually, there was a statement from a judge who was actually criticized by a judge over a pattern of filing salacious case claims. Also, he was actually UMG pushed for him to be sanctioned. Right here, UMG pushed for him to be sanctioned, and he felt like they double crossed him because he was down to take their name out, claiming that maybe he there was an oversight, and they said no, you keep doing this bullshit, you're playing with us. We want you to get sanctioned, right? He's been kind of quiet. The person who's taken all of these cases over is Mr. Tony Busby. Now, Tony, I believe he's, very young lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn. He's not running a firm like Tony Busby. Tony Busby is somebody just hit me and said, yo, Tony Busby pulls in like $2 billion a year. Like, that's big boy, right? So he got the backing and he has the strength to kind of go toe-to-toe with some of these billion-dollar companies. And if the person is high profile, might be of billionaire status, it would be interesting to see the billionaire lawyer go against the billionaire person who probably has a billionaire legal team as well. So kind of interesting.
There are two words that critics of Tony Busby and other...
Oh, and I guess I was trying to say, if they could get Tony Busby to get sanctioned, like how, or even recommend for him to get sanctioned, just like how they have done with Blackburn, that would be a show of power too.
Lawyers, who are filing these suits, there are 2 words that they use to describe that whole process: send a demand letter or else I'm going to sue you. 2 words.
Legalized extortion.
Yep. I mean, that's what is commonly referred to in the legal community, legalized extortion. And what this person is saying is not legal.
Right.
They're taking the word legal out. Right.
With respect to the plaintiff, and I know they believe what they're saying, if you create a system where lawyers are afraid to send these demand letters, what you have are just lawsuits being filed without the demand letters being sent in the first place. And that's not the system we want either. Lawyers have to be able to say to prospective defendants, I mean, lots of times the plaintiff does have a good claim against the defendant, and they don't want to have to go to court with it, and they do want to be paid. So how do you do that if the lawyer's afraid they're going to get sued for extortion?
Hey, I'm Tiffany Pollard from Colorado Springs, and this situation is just all over the place.
Oh, actually, the person was telling me that Quinn brings in $2 billion a year, not Busby. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, and the person told me that it appears, the person's an attorney. The person told me, based on their reading of the whole situation, in their opinion, they believe that it's probably Alex Spiro, who's the partner on Quinn Emanuel, who probably filed this lawsuit. So, if it is Alex Spiro, come up with whoever you think might be his client. Okay, interesting. Hey, I just seen this shit right here. Did y'all see this? Chat, this is crazy. Now, I'm going to give a disclaimer before I even read this shit. This is very crazy. But this is coming from the Neighborhood Talk, and they posted this. It says, Wild Nights. It says, property manager recalls the aftermath of a birthday party Diddy threw for Meek Mill. Said he found blood-stained sheets, lubricant, cocaine, razors, underwear, and more. What the fuck? Hold on. This sounds too crazy. Property. I gotta find the original source. Oh my God, it's page 6. Do they talk on here? No, they don't.
Everybody
oh my God, with the ads, bruv. Okay.
QVC, this is...
Really? Really, nigga? QVC still on?
Birthday bash Sean Diddy Combs threw for his friend Meek Mill in April of 2014 has surfaced in the midst of the disgraced rapper's sex trafficking arrest. According to Daily Mail, the party was held at a Parisian palace in Las Vegas that Diddy rented for a whopping $25,000 for 24 hours, which, according to the property manager Jason Haidt, was left in a disgusting mess after the wild get-together. He told the publication, quote, there were broken bottles of alcohol, used condoms, blood on the beddings.
Woo! Thank God for condoms. This is the first time in a Diddy story I've ever heard about condoms, man. We've heard about baby oils, shit that supposedly they're spiking drinks with. We've heard about all type of things. We've never heard about a goddamn condom. This is the first time we've heard. Yo, clap it up. I don't know what happened. I'm just pausing it to say, clap it up for safe sex. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to it.
Powder, razor blades by the hundreds, lubricant on the dressers, and marble floors.
Lubricant or baby oil?
Jason claims he also, quote, found panties, bras, and even 2 iPhones in the bushes behind the bowling.
Okay. Woo! Panties and bras. I don't think niggas are wearing that. Woo! Okay. So there was some woman involved. Now, again, we don't know if it's consensual. We're expecting it to be consensual, right?
Jason claims he also, quote, found panties, bras, and even 2 iPhones in the bushes behind the bowling alley. Diddy's personal assistant relayed specific requests for the party, including bringing their own smoke detectors and that all interior bedroom door locks were to be ordered new and left unopened for their arrival. The property manager was given a rough estimate of 850 guests for the mansion party. However, 900 guests showed up. Jason claimed most of the guests participated in, quote, drug-fueled festivities and described Diddy as being wasted. He said the party ended around 3 a.m. and claimed there was rampant cocaine use all over the 7.5.
Holy shit. That said Daily Mail had it? What the bumba clot, dog? New party footage shows the shit? Nah. How they get this footage? Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished?
Remember when we took that trip?
I ain't gonna lie. That dude hit it a little bit different now, huh? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Chat, this is my personal opinion. Meek, you see what you done did, nigga? You and Diddy used to party. Now you out in the free world talking about you part of no Diddy gang. You know Diddy leaked this footage, right? Yeah, nigga. Diddy warned all y'all celebrities. You remember when Diddy put out that one video and he basically says, he put out the video, he didn't say nothing, but everyone said he put out that video to showcase that's what a Diddy party looked like, right? And it showcased all these popular faces that came to a Diddy party. And it was kind of like, yo, before y'all speak ill of me and my parties, remember y'all showed up to one of these joints, okay? Look, Diddy, I think it was his 50th birthday party. Look, everybody was there. Jay's there. Look. Look. Let's name the celebrities there. Jigga, Pharrell, Kanye. Who is this? Isn't this crap. She's a Naomi Campbell, right? Naomi Campbell, right? That's Naomi Campbell. Am I tweaking? I'm tweaking. Naomi Campbell, right? Kim, is this Kim right here? This is Kim. Yep, Kim, Kylie, Kim, Kylie, and Chloe. Jay looking like, when we get into the room. No, I'm playing. Jay, don't hurt me, Jay. Don't hurt me, Jay. Don't hurt me. Okay, yeah. Jay like, let's take a shot. Did y'all order the niggas? No, I'm playing. I'm playing. Don't hurt me, Jay. I love you, Jay. Is that Cardi B? I think I just seen Cardi B. That Cardi B right there. I'm trying to pause it right there. Cardi B, Offset. Damn, everybody was there. Cardi B, Offset, 2 Chainz, Jhené Aiko, Big Sean, his twins and Chance. Who just passed? Oh my God, Dr. Dre and his wife. Kanye and Kim. Yeah, Dr. Dre's wife. Okay. Andre Harrell, rest in peace. I think he passed, I believe. The Diddler. Yeah, this is like a Gotham City party for real, for real. You know that one scene in Batman, right when the Joker's gonna kick the door open and be like, this is always a scene. You have everybody in town there, right? Look, Travis Scott, Post Malone, The Weeknd, Jaden Smith, Black Mamba, okay? Come on, man. Snoop D.O. Double Jizzle, Mary J. Blige, okay. Let's get this what song is playing? Oh, I could tell it was that song based on the bop. Let's get this it's surf. Yeah, I could tell. All right, who's that person right there? Is that a chick that was in Wakanda? I don't want to be disrespectful. Oh, no. I thought that. Remember the girl that was in Wakanda? That she was on the army and she had bald head? I thought that was her. I don't know who this is. Sorry, respectfully. Queen Latifah, you guys have seen her. Wait, who is this over here? Okay. Oh, you just seen Justin and is it Justin? Who is that? Yeah. Quincy, Justin, and Christian. Okay, who else? Okay. Sons. Who's that right there? Is that Farnsworth? No, that ain't Farnsworth. Oh, Kevin Hart. Jermaine Dupri. Who is that right there? I don't know who that is. It's too quick. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He reposted that again. Okay? Now, Meek Mill done came out talking about he's no Diddy gang. You know Diddy leaked this damn video. You can't tell me you know Diddy gang after I paid $25,000 for a venue to have a party for you, nigga. Brought all the free Ciroc and I was trying to make you feel good, nigga. I brought you shopping, did all that good shit for you. You talking about you know Diddy gang. The fuck is you talking about? Oh, I know this guy. Isn't this, that's Trav, ain't it? And then that's Slow Bucks. What year was this? Meek 27th birthday. This was 2014. Damn, that's 10 years ago. Wait, Meek is about to turn 37? Really? How old is Meek Mill? Wait, Meek is 37? Oh, shit. All right. Can I turn off this? What the fuck? What's this right here? Huh? Adrian Broner there. Okay. I think AJ was we need AJ on the line. Chat, I ain't gonna lie to you. We need AJ on the line. AJ used to roll out with Meek Mill back in the day. Hold on. We need some answers. AJ, I know your ass is around here somewhere. Join the chat. Oh. AJ, where are you? Somebody tell AJ to join the chat. We seen Slow Bucks there. We seen Trav there. AJ's like a dream chaser. This is 2014. They found used condoms, blood-stained sheets. We need some answers. Okay. French was there.
Meek Mill birthday party, man. Vegas.
That's Dean?
For the fight, Meek Mill birthday party, we turning up. I got the Weezy out here. This holy dreams worth more than money on the way.
Let me Google this. Is there any more footage? We're gonna read what was going on at this spot, but damn. So Meek Mill 27th birthday party. What are they talking about? This shit. Okay.
Bunch of shooters, rap a lot, Philly, bunch of Philly. Man, we just in this bitch, man. Whatever, man. We ain't. What else, man? Stop hating.
Oh, ain't that Jay Prince? This is Mob Ties, nigga. Mob Ties. Mob Ties.
My young nigga, you snapping. Shout out to all the real niggas. When you here, rap your hood, box some bottles, fuck a bitch, all the real bitches.
Fuck a bitch. Okay. You know, at least they saying women. And it's meant to be consensual.
Shout out to all y'all too. Let's get it. Let's do this shit one more time. Don't be a sack on the stage.
Okay. No, this don't look. Is this at the club or the? Oh, this is a house party. This is at the.
Yeah. You ready?
I think that's a guy named Ape Garcia or something like that.
I used to break the times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to rhyme like that.
Oh, and then Dean is right here. Okay. Yeah, this is a squad. AJ probably somewhere in the cut. Oh, O'Malley right here. O'Malley in the back. O'Malley. Was Meek with Nicki Minaj back then or nah? Oh, happy birthday. Let's see what they were serving on the menu. King salmon, organic chicken, Ciroc, you know what I mean? We don't think it was spiked. So yeah, I do. Was this the one? I don't know if this is the one because we don't see Diddy. Oh, Diddy's here, people. Okay. Yeah. Little nigga, I'm on flyer. Aki on flyer. They thought it was leased. Haters rest. I'm looking for AJ in this video hard. Where's AJ at? Cause somebody tell AJ to join this damn call. AJ was just on Discord. I just seen it. If he got off Discord, that means AJ is ducking. Somebody tell AJ get up in here. Okay, the diddler appears. The parking spot. Isn't this like what's his name? Pimon? Talk a lot. And say a word. I thought I was finished. I'm looking around for some notorious sluts. Like, yo, there's certain chicks I'm like, you've been a host since 2014. That's a 10-year host streak. That's great. Okay. Oh, no. This is the house. Okay. So I don't know where they were before, but now they get to the house. Okay. What the fuck? Bumbleclot. Look at my neck. All right, we're just going to mute this part. Okay, cool. All right. Alrighty then. Yeah, what's Meek's DJ name? I forgot. Wasn't that a boxer? That was a boxer guy, that little light-skinned guy, right? Okay, so I guess this is a spot. So Diddy paid $25,000 for this. Okay. Okay, French in the spot. Yeah, these look like some seasoned hoes. Seasoned women, sorry. Ooh, the Bentley out there. Ain't this King Bach? Yo, King Bach, man. What's up with you, bro? Okay, all right. Diddy's in his ear. What's up, Playboy? Come on, man. Listen, we just gotta get through this part. We're gonna get back to the room, man. Listen, man, you brought the condoms. I brought, I got the baby. Oh, come on, man. Like we about to, take that. Okay. Okay. Now, chat. If again, we don't know if this is supposed to be true, but if Diddy was supposed to recruit a nigga from this group, who do you think he would recruit? What nigga you think he would recruit? Okay. All right, Meek and the crew. Okay. Yes, so this is Slow Bucks here. This is French. This is Meek. Okay. All right, this is kind of video we just watched. Oh, let's see if we can hear the speech. Oh, it was on Revolt. We can't hear it.
Vegas.
Okay. Let me see if there's any other videos, and then we'll read what that shit was about. Oh, that's why this came out. Yeah, I mean, if Diddy went to his birthday party, he gotta show love at Diddy's birthday party.
I was talking this bad bitch, you talking me good, and every other girl be crazy. I'm pulling up to her crib, I was in that 19.
Say it is. Okay, all right. Yo, Diddy is a fucked up nigga, man. Yo, why Diddy leak this video, bro? Diddy probably called from jail like, man, leak that fucking video, man. That nigga trying to talk no Diddy game. All right, let's read it, chat. Okay, Sean Diddy Combs spared no expense to throw his friend, rapper Meek Mill, a blowout 27th birthday party. And Daily Mail has the exclusive video on the celebration. And what was left behind was cocaine, half-empty bottle of liquor, used condoms, and blood-stained bedding. It was evidence of just how debauched the event was. The bedrooms the following day were disgusting, property manager Jason Haidt told Daily Mail. There were broken bottles of alcohol, used condoms, blood on the beddings, powder, razor blades by the hundreds. Razor blades? What the fuck, razor blades? Are they cutting each other? Fuck would it be razor blades? Lubricant on the dressers and on the marble floors. Oh my God, they were slipping. On Baby O. I found panties, bras, and even 2 iPhones in the bushes behind the bowling alley. Exotic dancers in masks, curvaceous women in tiny bras, and the main event, a naked woman served up as a sushi platter appeared in the video. The day-long party was held on May 3rd, and it cost Diddy, now 55, a whopping $25,000 to rent the Parisian Palace. Haidt, who's 54, shared a video of the party with Daily Mail. It shows party goers arriving in droves. Notable faces include Vine star turned comedian King Bach, who's 36, rappers French Montana, who's 40. Wait, French Montana's 40? How old is French Montana? Oh, yes. Oh, wow. French Montana, who's 40. Oh, Lil Durk was there. Durk, who's 32. And other artists claiming to be a part of Meek Mill's record label Dream Chaser Records. Oh, wow. Says the mansion was crowded with celebrities shuffling through the mass of people, accompanied by their entourages of bodyguards and trophy women. Lingerie-clad women perform provocatively on set-up stages, and curvaceous, scantily dressed women poised around the various rappers for photos. In one scene, a girl was laid out on the table naked with only a tiny piece of clear vinyl covering her front of her body for hygiene purposes, as rows of sushi were framed on and around her while workers offered bottles of sauce. The partygoers smiled into the camera, posing with their friends. At one point, Meek Mill, Montana, and Diddy stood in front of an elevated platform to give a speech, laughing with each other as one partygoer shouted to see if there was any liquor up there. Monster headphones were also on display, sharing rows of Meek Mill inspired 24 over the year. DJ headphones, which currently cost $199. Oh, Meek has his own Monster headphones? Okay. These are Meek. Yeah, I think I've seen Meek with these. Cool. In April 2014, Height, the mansion longtime caretaker, says it was contacted by Diddy's personal assistant saying he wanted to rent out the venue for Meek Mill. It was held 3 days after Meek Mill's birthday, but he specifically wanted to be on the night of the first fight between Floyd and Marcus Maidana. The disgraced rap mogul relayed through his assistant other specific requirements for the property manager. Okay? Is it it's a bedroom, blah, blah. Okay. Wow. All right, let's hear this. They requested that all the interior bedroom doors be locked. They requested all interior bedroom door locks be ordered new and left unopened for the arrival for security purposes, and that they would need to supervise the installation. And both keys were given to Mr. Combs directly and nobody else. Height claimed Diddy's team requested double-side locked on the bedrooms to be left unlocked for guest arrival, with 2 sets to be given to Diddy. He said, I was given a rough estimate of 850 guests for the mansion party, and we agreed to a fee of $25,000 for 4 hours, or for 24 hours, sorry. Some 900 guests showed up, and most partook in the evening's drug-fueled festivities, including Diddy, who Height described as being wasted. To oversee the evening's operation and to ensure Diddy and his team would have him on site should problem arrive, he agreed to remain on site throughout the rental. I told them I have a detached guest house in the rear of the property and that unless they summon me, I will stay there. I explained to them that the mansion is a period home, which means all bedrooms and the doors were solid wood with brass Mortise-type locks with crystal door handles and skeleton-type keys. According to the property manager, the mansion costs $7.5 million to build, with hand-painted ceilings by the artist Thomas Bassetti, which took 8 years to finish. But Diddy's team insisted that the cost wasn't a factor and said that the price of the double-sided locks said to include the price of the double-sided locks on the venue fee. He allegedly had insurance policy to cover the mansion, its contents, and any loss of life of the event. By the way, that's important because Diddy threw a party which 9 people died. Back in the day, Diddy threw a party where 9 people died. There was a stampede at a party in 1991, and there were 9 deaths, okay? There were 9 deaths. So you can see why, for his parties, he wanted to make sure he have insurance, because now he's a billionaire. He doesn't want to have liability for anything that could happen, right? He brought even his own smoke detectors. They stated this policy mandated the use of smoke detectors in all areas of the homes and guest house, which I replied, we have. They said they would prefer brand new ones and would have them shipped to me. They would install them upon arrival. They said the detectors would be temporarily attached and removed after the event. I agree. These are pictures from the event. The party ended around 3 a.m. and there were rampant cocaine used with broken bottles and condom wrappers left all over the property, Height claimed. The bedrooms were left in disarray, and Height estimated that he collected half an ounce of cocaine from around the palace. I thought it was powdered sugar everywhere. Although the relationship between Diddy and Meek Mill appeared close in the footage, the Philadelphia rapper has taken steps to separate himself from Diddy, telling one fan on the street he is no Diddy gang. The nature of the relationship began to be questioned when producer Rodney Jones filed a $30 million lawsuit against Diddy on February 26, accusing him of sexual assault. Jones stated that a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj had allegedly engaged in a sexual relationship with the rap mogul, leading to speculation that the redacted name was Meek Mill, since he dated Nicki Minaj from 2014 to 2016. They bring up this video. That led to video resurfacing of the men, one including film by Diddy with Meek Mill in the pool, where he refers to the young rapper as Daddy. What up, King Son? Diddy said to Meek Mill from behind the camera, man, you're doing it. You're doing it. Yo, you deserve it, Daddy. You're putting in that fucking work. I'm proud of you. I love you. Meek Mill responds to him by saying, I appreciate it. I love you too. In response to speculation, Meek took to X to dispute these rumors after screenshots of the lawsuit went viral. Okay, this is what he had said. Right? Remember when he got on Twitter and he said, "I'm from Philly. I don't do coke. Blah blah blah. Da, 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 da. People would get flipped. Woke up seeing this on every vlog. They know I'm coming. That's why I'm coming around this industry. Blah blah blah." And somebody sent me the actual lawsuit. Somebody says, "Here's the doc. Let's go on trial, play my name, da-da-da, every black blog, da-da-da-da, the two things they say, we snitching or we gay, da-da-da-da." Cool. Ooh, by the way, look at this. Oh, never mind. We played that already. Diddy's currently, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'd leak a video like that too. If Meek Mill was claiming that he was no academics gang after I paid for countless amount of matching outfits, parties. Nah, brother, you can't say that, dog. No, you can't say that. Okay. All right. We might be Diddy'd out at this point. Pause.
You could tell they were.
Okay. Okay. Let's.
Sean Diddy Combs.
Okay.
So rather than use his time,
show people the good things that his dad had done. I want to bring in Justin Paperny. He is a prison consultant. Justin.
What does that mean?
That he's making decisions that could send him to life in federal prison. Accept my apology. I was wrong. He makes decisions that only exacerbate his struggles. He blames, he excuses, and he fails to understand that the prosecutors don't view him as a mogul or father or husband, but as someone who creates victims. So rather than use his time in prison to try to demonstrate that he's different than the government thinks and really make himself a candidate for a bond or bail hearing, instead he continues to double down on jury tampering, potentially continuing to blame and excuse, saying things over the phone that he should not say. And it's just a continuation of really terrible, awful conduct. And either the lawyers cannot get through to him or they continue to enable this conduct. Either way, he's continuing to make.
Okay, I'm not going to bore you guys with that. All right, perfect. Let's go into Kentrell Gaulden sentence. By the way, the judge has some really nice words for Kentrell Gaulden, aka NBA YoungBoy, as he was sentenced to a little bit over 2 years in prison. Let's
so
get
this
to
is
these
just
proceedings, okay?
really a smaller cog in the bigger wheel of.
By the way, this is a really nice judge, and as much as sometimes we talk about whether it's a prosecutor, maybe sometimes we feel like the judge is A, B, or C, or D. Sometimes we'll accuse the judge of being prejudiced against maybe sometimes someone of notoriety or somebody maybe of color. This judge, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of spoiler, is a really nice judge. Listen to this proceeding that is wrapping up everything with NBA YoungBoy and him getting the sentence. Check this out.
Ultimately seeking justice against Mr. Gaulden.
A Louisiana rapper living under house arrest in Utah found himself in even bigger trouble when it was announced he was charged with being the leader of a prescription drug fraud ring. Now we're learning details of the resolution everyone agreed to in the state case as he prepares for sentencing in a federal case as well. This is the story of NBA YoungBoy. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. 25-year-old Kentrell Gaulden is better known to his fans as rapper NBA YoungBoy. Now, despite having almost no radio airplay, he is one of the most listened to artists in the entire world thanks to streaming. According to Spotify, YoungBoy has more than 16 million monthly listeners on its platform. That's outpaced by the likes of Drake, Taylor Swift. His YouTube page passed the 10 billion view mark over the summer. But the artist's online success it has been punctuated by arrests out in the real world. We remember back in 2016, U.S. Marshals, they arrested YoungBoy, accusing him of jumping out of a vehicle, shooting at a group of people on a South Baton Rouge street. He was facing 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder for that, but he ended up pleading guilty to a reduced charge of aggravated assault with a firearm. He was given a 10-year suspended prison sentence, 3 years probation. Fast forward, 2019, while he was still on probation, YoungBoy was apparently involved in a shooting out in Miami. Someone inside of an SUV shot at YoungBoy, injuring the rapper's girlfriend at the time, killing a bystander. YoungBoy...
We're going to get to the court footage. He's just giving you pretty much what I do in terms of, like, backstory.
Fired back. His charges for the actual shooting, though, were dismissed, but he violated a special condition of his probation. He wasn't supposed to be spending time with 2 specific men who were connected to that Baton Rouge shooting, but he was. So for that, he had to spend 90 days in jail and the rest of his probation on house arrest. Then, 2020. Prosecutors indicted YoungBoy and 15 other people on drug and weapons charges after they filmed a music video in a vacant lot in Baton Rouge. He was eventually taken into custody, locked away in Louisiana, but his lawyers had asked the judge if he could be released on house arrest and be moved to a property in the Salt Lake City, Utah area. He had spent time in Utah as a child through a youth outreach program, and he'd grown close with what he called his adoptive family there, so they thought this might be a good alternative. And according to courtroom testimony, his attorneys believed that this move would, quote, help keep him out of trouble. And you know what? The U.S. District Court judge allowed it. Hey, by the way, we have been trying to actively cover updates for you in this NBA YoungBoy case as it's developed, and I gotta call out our YoungBoy got caught up in a prescription drug fraud ring. Earlier this year, YoungBoy was booked into jail on 63 counts before eventually being charged in court with 46 of those counts. And you remember his federal gun case, that
Chat, temperature check. Are we good? We good? Like, you know, I'm seeing, is everybody good? All the respective chats. I'm monitoring King Academics chat and Twitch chat. Everybody good on the Academy chat? We good on the Rumble chat? Ooh, sorry. Queen Celeste, you want me to cover the follow-up to the E-Dog situation with J Main? Okay, we will. Everybody good? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure everybody good. Okay.
That was moving forward too. And he was actually hit with 2 more gun charges in connection with this drug fraud case. Now, in exchange for having his gun case transferred from Louisiana to Utah, YoungBoy agreed to enter a guilty plea and sign paperwork pledging to do so once his case was moved. Now, in the interest of saving time, money, and effort, all the parties came together, the defense, the state
Yo, NBA YoungBoy is so skinny.
Prosecutors, the federal prosecutors, to do what's called a global plea.
Hey, whenever, you know, I don't know if YoungBoy will do a documentary. Well, I actually do have some insight on that, but can't say. If y'all ever see an NBA YoungBoy documentary, and I'm cleared to give my input and give my, like, you know, like raw like opinion and like feedback on certain shit. If y'all ever heard what was going on up at Utah, it would blow your fucking mind. Like, whatever you're thinking about, it's 10x. I don't care what you're thinking about. Whatever you're thinking about is 10x. Like, you know, obviously, that was obviously a lot of that you can't share while he's going through certain stuff. But now that he's getting things resolved, hopefully at one point those stories could be told. I'm telling you, Gravedigger Mountain was a documentary. Remember, I told y'all that.
And that means that more than one case can be rolled into the same sentence. It's a way to resolve everything. So YoungBoy has agreed to plead guilty in the federal case.
Let me just stop. Nothing gay. You see, we've been talking about Diddy and all these people. Nothing gay. Nothing gay at all. At all.
And when he appeared in court on Monday in Cache County, Utah, his team alerted the court that a deal had been worked out and that YoungBoy had planned to enter a no contest plea to several of the charges.
Your Honor, it's anticipated that he will enter those pleas as charged. In other words, identity fraud as a third-degree felony with 2 counts, forgery as a third-degree felony, 2 counts, 6 counts of pharmacy fraud, which would be those count 4.
And that's a Class A misdemeanor.
And those are all Class A misdemeanors. There are 6 of those. And all of those the counts I just recited the ends are all the pharmacy fraud cases. We are asking the court to waive time for sentencing. I have some specific requests as it relates to sentencing about the language, but the agreement is.
By the way, remember I told you that Drew Finland, Drew Finland came in. This is a state case. This is a state case, I believe. Right, let me look at the judge's name. It should be the state case. Yeah, you can see the Utah. Yeah, it's a state. Well, I mean, it's still District of Utah, or the District in Utah. So I think this is to cover the prescription cases. Drew Finland is on this. That's the lawyer that's going to represent Durk. Drew Finland has, from my knowledge, has never shown up to court though, so he appears virtually. So the lawyer that's going to represent Durk, when he appeared in hearings, he appeared virtually for Durk, and he obviously spoke to the prosecutors outside of court to get these deals set up, but he's not actually in court. And you got to think, who the hell want to go to Utah just to do this one thing? He has a bunch of other shit going on. The judge did approve him appearing virtually, though. I don't think, is he back here? Is he back here or back here? Yeah, I don't see Finland. Yeah. So yeah, this is not the same lawyer for this guy right here is not the same lawyer for Durk, but he is on the overall case where there was a global plea. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying.
That my client will pay a $25,000 fine to the court. And Your Honor, I have a cashier's check in hand. I'm holding.
Gotta bring the cash, man. Show me the money. Hey, you know what they call YoungBoy, right? 100 mil from the garage. 2023. YoungBoy made 100 mil from that garage, man. Of course you could get that little $25,000. Let my boy go back free. You feel me? We got a cashier check right here, Judge. Remember that 25? Yeah, take that shit.
It now that I would like to publish to the court at the end of this. Upon payment of that, the state has agreed to a 402 reduction for each of those 4 felony counts. They would all be reduced to Class A misdemeanors, and the case would close at that point in time.
Okay, so NBA YoungBoy entered a no contest plea to 10 charges out of the dozens that he was originally charged with, and this is all connected to identity fraud, forgery, unlawful pharmacy conduct. And when you enter a no contest plea, a little bit different than a guilty plea. No contest is basically saying, look, I can tell you that if this goes to trial, probably going to be found guilty, but I am not admitting my guilt. I'm not admitting wrongdoing. Now, as part of the deal, the felony charges were pled down to Class A misdemeanors.
I'm going to give Mr. Williams a chance to put on the record just a little bit more detail about what's happening with the federal sentence and the amount of incarceration that Mr. Galden will be receiving as to why it might make some sense for the court to accept the plea bargain. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Your Honor, thank you. I'm happy to do that.
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Finland is going to appear. Remember what I was telling you? Mr. Finland, the big boss, Durk's lawyer. You will see him. Matter of fact, you want me to show you him? Hold on, chat. Oh, Lord. I'll show you Mr. Finland now. Give me one second. Here it is.
State of Utah versus Kendrick.
This is the raw footage here. And first of all, you see Jeremy, who is in his local counsel, or no, not one of his counsels, not local counsel actually. And Finland is going to appear. You're going to see him over here virtually. Here we go. Where's Finland? Right here. Big boss. Just look at this guy. Look at this. You know, he's saying, thank you for the millions, YB, and I'm about to go get some millions from Durk, and I'm going to keep running it up, man. Okay? That nigga probably like, nigga, I'm not going to no motherfucking Utah, nigga. Catch me on Zoom. Anyway.
For you to pay that.
Okay, so he was there, you know? And, okay, let's just keep going through this, though.
That, Your Honor, the agreement that my client has reached with the government, the federal government,
global plea deal. Here we go.
Government is he's already entered this plea. This is a matter of public record. He reached an agreement that has yet to be accepted by the district court. I should qualify that a sentence of incarceration of 27 months in the Bureau of Prisons would be a reasonable sentence, and we're awaiting sentencing on that currently. But the position here is that that is a significant sentence. Candidly, it could be that.
Hey, Sound Gal, thank you for the $10 donation. I just made you mod, by the way. We need a female mod in the academy. No, the King Academics YouTube. So I just made you mod as well. Thank you for the donation, though.
He were sent to the Utah State Prison on this. The board may release him far sooner than that. But he's going to do this 27 months within federal custody, which is why we're asking the court to follow this recommendation and this plea agreement that we've reached of just closing the case now. Then he can go.
If you notice, YB just staring down the whole time, you know, not giving much body language.
And remained in federal custody and go do that time when that sentence is handed down.
So 27 months in prison on that other case, and once he's out of federal prison, YoungBoy isn't off scot-free. He has to follow strict probationary rules for 60 months. That's 5 years, or else he goes back behind bars.
And as part of that federal probationary period, would Mr. Gaulden be required to, I assume he would be subject to probation searches that would involve ensuring that he is not possessing or using any dangerous weapons, such as firearms. Likewise, no illegal drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So remember, he has a state case and a federal case. He's going to be doing time federally. That's going to actually serve for both of them. This is a state court kind of just saying that, okay, whatever the Fed said, we're down to close it and just he'll do that Fed time. I wonder who's going to manage the probation. Is it going to be Utah or is it going to be the Feds? Now, I don't have that much knowledge about how probation is different if it's federal as opposed to the state, but we all do know that 6ix9ine just got locked up basically for, failing to adhere to his federal release. And by the way, also a real quick update on 6ix9ine. Me and him, we're in contact, okay? So the boy's good. All right.
Things of that nature.
That's correct, Your Honor. And federal probation is a sort of unique animal.
Okay, so federal probation, we get the answer. Not state of Utah governance probation. It's gonna be Feds, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, because shit, the Feds, they don't play around with nothing.
In the sense that it's akin to probationary terms in the state, which is to say that they could impose the entire sentence that was initially available to impose if there were to be a violation, but he would have federal probation officers for that period of time.
And Your Honor, I would just add to that too, built within the federal code is any violation of probation that includes possession of a controlled substance requires automatic revocation of the term of probation. So there is a lot riding on our client doing well after the Bureau of Prison time and then for 5 years on probation.
Now, the judge, like you do when anybody's entering a plea, questioned YoungBoy about his willingness to accept this deal, to plead no contest, and also check to see if anything could be unduly influencing his decision.
Mr. Gaulden, have you had enough time to speak to your attorneys about
his head is just down the whole time.
This decision to enter into this plea bargain?
Yes.
Wait, is he not looking at the judge at all? His head is just down.
Have they gone over with you the rights that you would be waiving by accepting this plea bargain and entering no contest pleas and being sentenced today and having this case closed?
Yes.
Mr. Golden, are you on?
Hey, is he not looking at the judge at all? Or am I tripping? Now, this is not a still image on the right. This is actually, both of these images are live. This judge is really nice, though. I know some judges would be like, look at me.
Under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Are you on any medications right now?
No.
Are you thinking clearly today and understanding everything that's happening in court?
Yes.
Has anybody forced you or coerced you to get you to accept this plea bargain?
No.
Are you pleading no contest today because you believe that the government does have sufficient evidence to be able to prove each of these 12,
2K brother says, will he be allowed to perform outside the U.S. if he gets out?
Yo.
The nature of his AJ, hold on one second. The nature of his full probation stipulation, that's going to be probation, right? And the judge is going to give some stipulations there. We don't know about his international travel. And by the way, that's a great question. I'm going to flag that, chat. Remind me to go dig up paperwork because we're going to find out. This is going to be federal probation, so it's whatever the federal judge says. It appears that the judge in the state case is saying as long as the federal judge and their probation department monitors certain things, I'm down to allow them to administer this time to you, and I'm okay with saying you have served your sentence with you administering your time, and I'll defer to them, but we're going to see what they say. I mean, it seems unreasonable if they're saying that he could never travel outside the country, but we will see. Okay, remind me, I'll check that out. AJ, just give me 1 second. Let me just finish this, and we got some questions to ask you. Very important. Stay on the line.
Each of the 10 charges that you would be entering a no contest plea to today, beyond a reasonable doubt?
No.
Are you acknowledging that even though you're maintaining your innocence, that the government would still be able to prove these charges in court potentially, and so you believe it's in your best interest to accept a plea bargain?
No.
In order.
No, he's supposed to say yes. He said no, though. He's supposed to say so. He's pleading no contest. So when you plead no contest, it's basically saying, "Hey, listen, I'm not contesting these charges, and because I'm not contesting these charges, it's this underlying admission that you're saying you believe that the government would have been able to prove these charges. That's why you're not contesting it, right? So you're not contesting it, and you're not saying you're guilty." So I think the judge is going to correct him and say, no, you have to say yes to this, and be like, maybe you need to talk to your attorney. That's what I think. I haven't heard this yet.
Bargain.
No.
Yeah, right here.
In order for me to accept your no.
Yeah. In order for him to accept the plea, you have to say yes. So he's going to say, you got to talk to your lawyer or something.
In order for me to accept your no contest plea, I just need to better understand and make sure that you are acknowledging that the global resolution of these cases is in your best interest, and that there is some basis for you to be accepting the plea bargain. There is some evidence that you believe would justify you accepting the plea bargain. Are you able to acknowledge that?
His lawyer's talking to him. You see finally his head raised. His lawyer's saying, bro, remember we told you to say yes to this question?
Yes.
Okay. And now we get the yes.
Obviously, this is necessary. It's important for the judge to make sure a defendant understands what they are agreeing to, what they are giving up, what their rights are, because the last thing that anybody wants is for them to enter into a deal and say they entered into it under duress or they didn't quite.
Playful Anxiety, thank you for the 20. She's one of my favorite supporters. I actually follow her on the gram. She don't post though.
I understand what was happening. I have to go back to the courts. This is clear. Now, the judge asked the prosecutor to
By the way,
provide.
if you ask why I follow her, she's the most subbed person. No, she's the most gifted subs, I think. She gave the most gifted subs on Twitch, and she's on YouTube now, like donating and gifting the most. So I had to follow her. Like, it's the least I could do.
A factual basis for the allegations being made so that it would be on the record with the court. This is very standard, and anytime somebody enters a plea, you kind of want to list out what exactly we're talking about here. And for us, that gives us more details on what exactly YoungBoy did.
Let's have a factual basis to support the 10 charges he's pleading to.
Your Honor, the defendant is ultimately criminally responsible, particularly under Utah Code 76-2.
Now this is the prosecutor that's sitting down. He's addressing the court. Now, this might be tough for YoungBoy. You could tell YoungBoy don't want to talk at all. When they said they need a factual basis, he's going to read off a series of questions. Hey, YoungBoy, did you call the pharmacy and act like a doctor? He's supposed to say yes, right? He's supposed to say yes, even though some nolo contendere, you don't have to. That's no contest, by the way. That you don't have to admit. Like, for example, with this is how great Brian Steele is. With Young Thug, he didn't have to admit for a factual basis of him running a gang, because that was important for him, because he was going to face millions of dollars in civil suits. So they took his nolo contendere plea without some of the factual criteria of him saying or admitting to certain shit. Like, for example, with Gunna's plea, which is an Alford plea, he had to say, yes, YSL's a gang. That's part of the plea. He had to say it. He had to admit it.
202 for a large-scale prescription drug fraud ring that has been known to have acquired various prescription medications, specifically promethazine with codeine, which is a cough suppressant that's a heavily abused Schedule 5 controlled substance in the state of Utah. And those were secured from multiple pharmacies in Cache County, as well as other pharmacies in northern Utah. Mr. Galden had acted with others in this criminal activity, particularly where there were 2 co-defendants, which were recently had their cases resolved before this court. And those co-defendants were intercepted as they were trying to pick up the fraudulent prescription at Larry's Pharmacy in Smithfield here in Cache County. Those 2 individuals were using Mr. Galden's vehicle.
Why do I think YoungBoy's head is down the whole time? Like, he's clearly sober. He's locked up. It's not like he's high. Do you think he's embarrassed? Or do you think he's just like, bro?
I mean, I don't think he's embarrassed, man. When you're in that position, you're not. What point does it have to have ego? You know?
No, it's not about ego. It's like, if I'm in. So part of, like, I would think what court is like submitting, right? Which means is, again, even the toughest gangster want to look like he is a little bit of, you want to humanize yourself. Obviously, this is a plea. This is not like, this is not a trial where the jury's there, or is not, even though this is technically sentencing, the plea's already negotiated. You kind of want to look at the judge, bro. He's just looking down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of want to be attentive, because the judge could definitely say, I'm not accepting this plea. Right? The judge could always say, I'm not accepting this. So you kind of want to,
So you think that the judge could take that in a way of disrespect, like you're not being attentive, like there's a risk there?
Yeah, I think an arrogant judge could. Honestly, I've seen. Did y'all see there was a situation in a case where the judge literally said, yo, when you come to my court, you have to be dressed a certain way or whatever. Like, some judges could do that. No, not some. Yeah. A judge could do that. It's up to that person. This guy's a really nice guy. You get what I'm saying? This guy's a really nice guy, but he could be like, sir, listen, look at me when I'm talking to you. I'm going to give you a chance here. Like, he could definitely do that. He could definitely.
Yeah, it's a definite possibility. Like, there are definitely some judges that get off on the power trip, but I think in this situation, he's kind of blessed that the judge that he has doesn't necessarily lean that way. So I don't necessarily think he'd take it that way. I don't think it's gonna hurt him.
No, I agree because of course the judge went along with what the prosecutor recommended. But hear what I'm saying. If you're YoungBoy's lawyers, you want to coach your client, right? You want to be like, hey, listen, when the judge addresses you, you say, yes, Your Honor, no, Your Honor. You want to, look at him as he's addressing you. You don't want to be looking menacing. And I think that might be a problem with YoungBoy too, which I don't know. Maybe that's why they might tell him to look down. Because YoungBoy kind of has like this menacing look when he looks at people. Like, YoungBoy has this... Everybody know that YoungBoy look.
You saying YoungBoy got resting bitch face, bro?
Is this resting like I'm gonna fuck you up face? So maybe his lawyer's like, bro, if you can't change that, just look down.
Look down, bro.
For real. No, I'm serious. Like, I'm serious. Like, cause imagine if he's just doing one of these like I'm gonna fuck you up type shit. The judge might be like, hold on, man, this guy really. No, I'm serious. Like, there has to be, like, again, for anybody, even if you've gotten a traffic ticket or a DUI, like, your lawyer is going to talk to you, be like, hey, listen, when we get in front of the judge, when they address you, try to speak up, project your voice. Hey, don't say this, and this. Or, hey, listen, everything's going to be read out for you. All you need to say is, yes, Your Honor. Don't say ma'am. Don't say miss. Don't say mister. Don't say yes, sir. Just, you need to say yes, sir. Like, they kind of coach you a little bit. So I'm wondering if him just looking down, it kind of seems odd. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm wondering if they're like, yo, bro, you have this demeanor that just won't play well. Just look down and look sad. If you look down, you look sad. If you look at him, looks like you're threatening him. I don't know.
To make the pickup, and they were detained by law enforcement, and shortly thereafter, someone contacted law enforcement, pretending to be an elderly woman to whom the fraudulent prescription belonged. The prescription was listed to be for a Gwendolyn Cox, but this elderly woman, who was clearly someone pretending to...
Gwendolyn Cox. Yo, you can tell they got a sense of humor. Gwendolyn Cox. Like, who do you think YoungBoy was around when he came up with that name?
To be an elderly woman, said her name was Gwendolyn White, and couldn't provide a birth year. This is important because fraudulent names such as Beatrice White, Bethel White, Carolyn White, Harriet White, Anna White, and Gwendolyn White were all being used through this scheme.
Yeah, so according to prosecutors, the doctor's name on fraudulent prescriptions was actually a real doctor in Provo, Utah. But when investigators contacted him, he didn't have any patience with the fake names or know anything about the fraud. Prosecutors also say YoungBoy called in prescriptions under his own name, but with other key information changed.
In addition, there was one prescription called in for Contrell Galden, but the date of birth for that prescription was in 1953, which was clearly a false date of birth and is consistent with some of those date of births used with the false elderly women names throughout this fraudulent scheme. That prescription was picked up by an individual who was intercepted by law enforcement. Shortly thereafter, promethazine with codeine, along with other prescriptions, had been called in to that same pharmacy for Mr. Galden, utilizing his accurate date of birth. Mr. Galden, however, while he was on a federal probation, was only afforded a single doctor to issue prescriptions with a single pharmacy, and the doctor who called that prescription in was inconsistent, and that pharmacy was inconsistent with those which had been allowed through probation. In the end, there was a search warrant executed on Mr. Galden's residence. Law enforcement found a prescription bottle in Mr. Galden's bathroom inside the master bedroom. The bottle was for a Caroline White, one of the known fraudulent names, with the corresponding prescribing doctor who had confirmed the fraud. The prescription was for doxycycline, and the prescription bottle was consistent with the time frame and patient information for the promethazine with codeine that had also been picked up, according to a subsequently gathered Doppel report. Also in the bathroom was a prescription for doxycycline to Contrell Galden, also prescribed by the same doctor and previously confirmed as fraud. This is consistent with the promethazine with codeine that had been prescribed with Contrell's fake date of birth, and a prescription bottle of promethazine with codeine was also found inside the defendant's bathroom with no prescription label on the bottle. And a further search of the defendant's residence yielded 3 more bottles of promethazine with codeine.
After the prosecutor read everything into the record NBA YoungBoy officially entered his plea to all 10 charges.
To the charge of pharmacy fraud, a Class A misdemeanor, 6 separate counts. How do you plead to each 6 of those charges?
No contest.
The court finds that you have knowingly and voluntarily entered your no contest pleas. I've signed this statement of defendant and will now enter that into the record.
And at the end of the hearing, the judge had a few more parting words, comments for YoungBoy before sending him on his way.
Mr. Golden, I've seen so many times that good men and women.
Okay, he looked up at the judge. Okay. W, YoungBoy. W, YoungBoy. Okay. W, YoungBoy.
Who have a lot of talent and potential, that they can be robbed of that potential when they start to really struggle with their addiction. So I don't want that for you. You seem like a very talented young man. I'm hoping in your future that once you're done with your federal prison time, that you can be really successful on federal probation and have a really bright future where you can reach your full potential in every aspect of your life. Best of luck to you, Mr. Golden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have, if I could be excused.
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you all.
So, $25,000 fine, 27 months in federal prison, possibly less with good behavior, and then 5 years of probation. Now, as we learn more about what's next for YoungBoy, we will make sure to keep you updated.
Yeah, this is the full thing. I think is that the full?
Is apparently 27 months, and after which 60 months of supervised probation, where you'll be monitored to make sure that you're doing well in your active recovery and that you are staying out of trouble and not having any dangerous weapons, including firearms, in your possession. Mr. Golden, I've seen so many times that good men and women who have a lot of talent and potential, that they can be robbed of that potential when they start to really struggle with their addiction. So I don't want that for you. You seem like a very talented time, that you can be really successful on federal probation and have where you can reach your.
That's all I have, if I could excuse.
Okay. All right. All right. 27 months, man. I think I did a timeline on it. I think YoungBoy will be out of jail. We're talking maybe in a year. I think next December 2025, or at the latest, I'm thinking March or April 2026. But I actually think it's going to be 2025. Remember, he's getting time served from May. All right, he's going to get time served from May. Yo, AJ, you here, brother? AJ not even here no more. God damn it, I was trying to figure out what's going on with
He cut out.
the
He
Meek
cut
Mill
out.
joint. Holy. All right, all good. Ain't tripping. Okay. All right, people. So that's what's going on with NBA YoungBoy, and we obviously do wish YoungBoy the best of luck. You know, I've spoken to his people. He's in good spirits, and even Quando Rondo himself says YoungBoy is looking out for people, even though he's the one incarcerated. Right? Did y'all see this? This is a Rap Caviar. They put out this like every year, and this is their version of what happens in the NBA, where the NBA does a first team, a second team, and a third team based on the performance of the players in the year. Now, in the NBA version, they used to have their goal of having that is to say the first team would be the most complete team of the best players, not overall, but the best players that had the best year. Then the second team will be the team of people, and it's 5 each, 5 people who had the next best year. Then the third team will be the 5 who had the next best year. So it's really 15 people. Rap Caviar has chosen to actually replicate that with rap. And it's kind of odd because they're doing it. Give me 1 second. I'll just go to what they said. They're doing it for 2024, a year that I really don't think that there's been a lot of people that dropped. Right? So they said, who do you think is the MVP and the breakout star of this rap year? The choice is yours. But let's go to their first team category. Their first team has Tyler the Creator, Future, Kendrick Lamar, Metro Boomin, and Playboy Cardi.
So don't need to be on that list, bro.
You said what?
You said I'm not gonna lie, Metro don't really need to be on that list. I mean, I get it. He's kind of like paired with Future, but like they not one and the same.
I feel like you have to put it. You either have to say him and the thing is, him and Metro didn't go by a group. You know how Kanye and Jay-Z go by the throne,
right?
If they had gone by a singular name, I think you have to put the singular name there in the same spot. Because honestly,
I'd agree with that.
Future's contribution is on this double album. Like I think he put out maybe one more project, but yeah, because he put out like that mixtape Pluto. Primarily though, this is the big album. So I get it. I know people are saying he's not a rapper. And it kind of feels odd when you see not a rapper there, because are you going to put in just other producers? But I do think he deserves some credit. So I'm not knocking it. But this is like a weird year. Like, for example, Tyler, the Creator, people love his album. Obviously, he's creative. He's definitely one of the top guys. He sold definitely one of the biggest first weeks. But he was kind of absent until he just dropped his album, like, was it 3 weeks ago? Right? Like, I didn't hear nothing about him ever since. And this is why I think this year with Rap Caviar is weird. Because let me tell you how I think when I hear first team, second team, third team. I'm always telling y'all when it comes to music, I'm not a fan of people popping up once or rarely playing. Like, you know, anybody watch real basketball in here, NBA? This is why the Sixers suck, okay? As soon as they announced that their best player, Joel Embiid, was going to play whenever he felt like it, it was like, yeah, of course I got to lose every fucking game. I don't care if y'all have Paul George. Y'all have to play. You have to be around consistent. So me, I like people who are consistent. Now, I know this might defeat my point because you might be like, well, Kendrick Lamar only dropped some diss records this year. But I do think those records had so much impact. I get why he's on the first team. Future, Metro, I think both of them, they should probably put them together, but I think it's disrespectful to not have Future by himself. Future's just that goated. Tyler, great album, but I obviously sold a lot, but I think Tyler was pretty much absent otherwise, if you ask me. And then Cardi, here's the thing with it too. I think Cardi previewed more songs than he really dropped. Still love to Cardi, and shit, Cardi fans are still hoping that I Am Music drops this year and it's 2024 Cardi. And shit, we're hoping that happens. But the reality of this first team is that if this was an NBA season, other than Future and Metro, nobody played over 30 games. So these guys were great, but they were great in phases. And that makes it kind of odd for this year. Because some of these guys, in my opinion, the majority of the people on this all Rap Caviar first team didn't play more than 30% of these games. Future and Metro had 2 albums that dominated the year, right? Future obviously dropped some other shit too. Cool. But Kendrick only did diss songs. Tyler gave 1 album. Cool. And obviously the album's really fresh, so we got to see what happens afterwards. And Playboy Cardi, with all due respect, even though I love some of these snippets and we have full songs that I know we're calling them snippets, like for example, what's the joint be like? Am I forgetting the Cardi songs that he dropped? Like he dropped a few of them, like Hood by Air, never got officially released. But those are, my whole point is that we're talking about people who haven't played more than half the games.
I mean, and to be honest,
analogy,
neither of them even lasted an entire quarter. Like they all were around for what Cardi was dropping maybe the first month of the year, maybe a little bit into February, and then he went radio silent. Tyler just popped up in November. I mean, and I don't know how valid that is to count him this late in the year.
Yeah.
Then again, like you said, you got Kendrick with the diss records. I mean, but you can't undercount the impact of the diss records, nor
Yeah.
can you undercut the impact of Future's joint.
No. So Future,
You know what I mean?
Future Metro, I'm not complaining about. Kendrick, I also can't complain about, because even if you're saying, you're saying Cardi and Tyler were quarterly joints, and again, we don't know what Tyler's shit's gonna be in the future, but Kendrick dropped in May, and it's 5 months later. And even if it's one song, we're still talking about it or still having some impact. So I get it. I completely get it. But still, he didn't drop that much music, right? And then here we get to the second team. And I think this is like interesting, right? So we get Kanye, who dropped Vultures 2. Did Vultures 1 come out this year, or am I tripping?
They both did.
Really?
Yeah, 1 came out, I think, at the very
did.
start of the year, and then
February.
2 was, I think, somewhere around like summer, some shit like that.
State of Utah versus.
Wow, okay. Yeah. Gunna.
They put Don Toliver on this shit?
Yeah, I completely get Gunna. You agree with? I agree with Gunna. I agree with Gunna being on there.
No, Gunna I get, but why is Don Toliver there?
Okay, we're gonna get to it. Glorilla, I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, I think Glorilla, maybe it's because some of y'all are gonna say Aki were hating on her for a bit. Well, not really hating on her. I mean, we're beefing. I think she's comeback player of the year. I think she got. Remember, she dropped that joint with Fabio. I thought she had cooled off for a bit. She came back with all bangers, if you ask me. I think she's a comeback, player of the year, so to speak. Okay, so I get Kanye, I get Gunna, I get Glorilla. 21 Savage. Has 21 released anything this year?
I don't get him on there either. I'm not gonna lie. He dropped the album in late 2023. And no offense to him at all, but I don't recall it having like longevity at all for him to be on this list. I don't remember him having any star feature placements. I'm not seeing why he's there.
Oh, well, no, American Dream came out 2024. It was the beginning of the year. Oh, wow.
I thought it came out at the very end of 2023, like December.
It's saying release date. Okay. It says in December 2023, billboards and banners started to appear. And then on January 8th, that's when he announced the biopic. And then, the 12th, that's when the album came. So, he was teasing it. Remember, again, it depends on how much further back we're going to 2023, right? Because if we go back to last year, like, I don't know, August, remember he's touring with Drake. They're on the It's a Blur tour. That's the christening tour, if you would like to say it like that, for Her Loss. And then he essentially drops his album afterwards. I could see it. I mean, also, here's the thing. If you're going to say he doesn't deserve second team, who deserves it? Because there hasn't been much music. Now, I think my only question is Don Toliver. But I might just not be that knowledgeable on why Don Toliver is on there.
I mean, his album was pretty solid. It's not like you would think if you're making these placements on these lists, you had to have a major moment. And again, no disrespect to Don Toliver. I like his artistry, but I don't think that his album was of that caliber to be on a list, even the second team. Like, but again, that's just me. Maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm missing it too, because I don't remember his album having that impact like the others on this list. Maybe I'm just thinking culturally that I think he should be there. But again, I'm going to use the same excuse I used for 21 Savage. It's like, this year wasn't that much. So let me look at the third team and see what's popping there. Third team is...
Be honest with you, Zach, I feel like Cash Cobain could be there instead of Don Toliver, man. I'm not gonna lie.
No.
I think so, bro. Honestly, bro.
So, okay, let me ask you a question about Cash. Where are you from?
I'm in Cali.
You're in...
I'm
wow.
in Cali.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective from Cali then. So the reason I'm located in New Jersey, very close to New York, but I'm always wondering if I have a New York bias. And it's interesting that you're from Cali saying this, because I was going to ask the question, is Cash Cobain a nationwide like star, as opposed to, hey, this is what's breaking and hot and new on the East Coast? Like, is his songs mattering in Cali? Is his songs mattering in Atlanta or Miami, Houston, Midwest, if we're talking about Cincinnati, St. Louis, Milwaukee, I don't know, Cleveland?
I don't think that he's not a national star in that sense, no. I guess I'm looking at it from a perspective of like, I'm not a New York nigga, but I like dipping and dabbling in the different types of music. And to me, if I'm looking at
his music's fire, that's
like if I'm looking at influence, you know what I mean? To me, it seems like a lot of people are dipping into his sound. Like, he may not be national, but a lot of his style, a lot of people got their hands in it. That's why I say that.
So, can we get like a poll on that? For the second team, we have Akita saying that he would have put Cash Cobain over Don Toliver. What do y'all think about that one? Tay HB says, yo, scrambling and scraping. What are you talking about, boy? So wait. I mean, have we gotten and again, I hope I'm not coming in disrespectful to Cash Cobain. Have we gotten a Cash Cobain like first LP yet, or no? I don't think so, right?
He dropped the album. And it was solid. It was a solid album.
Like
honestly.
A debut album or like a mixtape? Like,
no, it was an album. It was a debut album.
It was like the album that wasn't really the album type album. That's what it felt like. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, do you agree with that too? So put it like this. I hear Cash Cobain all the time, so I know he's fire. I know he's hot. But I often wonder, like, New York City right now is in this youth resurgence where a lot of this young music is getting played here, but I don't know everywhere else, right? And some things I feel like have broken out, but not traditionally. Like, for example, let's see. Who put me onto this song? 41 has this song. It's really popping on TikTok. What's the name of the song, Chad?
What you talking about, Beckham?
Oh, yes. That's facts. Perfect timing, brother. Yes. That song, right? Like, from what I hear, like, TikTok has made this shit go crazy, right? It's made this song go crazy. Now, by the way, I like this song too. Like, I like 41. Like, I think they're dope. However, is this being played in the, and maybe I got to stop using clubs as my barometer. Is everybody jacking this? Like, is every city playing that song? Or is it more of a TikTok super popping song? And of course, everybody in New York jacks the song because it's a New York kind of style at the moment. But are they playing Beckham in, I always use cities, right? Are they playing Beckham in Memphis, Miami, Houston, Atlanta? Are they? And it's a genuine question.
It's more so tri-state. It's more so tri-state.
Okay. And I'm wondering if it's like right now, like I remember like a year before now, everyone was telling me they're like, yo, Honcho's the biggest thing in Atlanta, right? And he wasn't national yet. And even though Atlanta might feel like he's the biggest thing, to everybody else, I think a lot of people were like, who's Honcho? Like some people thought they were talking about Quavo. And that's where I'm sometimes trying to figure out with New York music, because I know I'm in the East Coast and I'm going to hear this a lot. But you know, obviously this Beckham song is like it's huge on TikTok, but I guess I ask you about like the Cash Cobain music, right? Like when I listen to Phone Died the other day, I'm fucking around, put on Hot 97. They're burning a hole in Cash Cobain music. They're just going through it, right? But I don't know when I go elsewhere if I hear him as much. And I'm wondering, am I downplay how big or how lit he is, pause? Or maybe it's just really a tri-state thing for the most part. Not saying other people don't like it. It's extra hot here, but nobody in, I don't know, like
Cali.
I think another thing too with Cash too is that the production side of it, that he got songs that he's a part of that's bigger than him. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that I feel like you're not thinking about. Like the joint off of what is the joint he did off of For All the Dogs, man? That's like one of my favorite.
The third song on the album, also I think it's my favorite song on that album.
No. Okay, so that his production, of course, we gotta give him credit. I think he's amazing overall. What I'm saying is that him as an artist, because when you say he should be on this list, and we didn't even get to looking at the third tier yet, and I guess maybe we should look at it, because if you're saying you would put Cash Cobain to replace Don Toliver on the second team, let's see if he even made third team, and let's go to the third team. So the third team is Meg Thee Stallion, Big X the Plug, which by the way, I'm heavy on Big X the Plug. Y'all might say fat niggas unite, but yo, it is what it is. Rod Wave, who by the way, hey, with all due respect to Don Toliver, Rod Wave is second team easy. How is Rod Wave not second team? Are you kidding me? I'm taking off Don Toliver or Glorilla for Rod Wave. How's Rod Wave not?
Of course, hell yeah.
So Big X the Plug, I fuck with heavy too. I fuck with him heavy. This is interesting because they have Drake as third tier, and it's kind of one of those where it's like, you know when LeBron, like, you know when you think LeBron is like the greatest player of a generation, and then these days, like last year, what team was LeBron on? Was he on one of the first teams or whatever? All NBA team 2023. Let's see.
I think he was like third team, I believe.
Right, like
did they mean the teams in that way though?
Yeah, no, I think they do. I think that they're almost kind of like going by, like if you put all the teams together, I think it's damn near saying this is not like positions, so it's all about the top 15 people who are going crazy. Like, well, when I look at, okay, so 2023, they have LeBron James and Steph Curry on the third team. Like, okay, cool, you get it because you know it's about that year, but you know these guys are GOATs. Because when I see Drake, like respectfully, and tell me if I'm D-Rod, and tell me, if I see Drake on the third team with Sexy Red, like, come on, bro. Like, come on.
I mean, you're gauging it.
That's actually you dick riding because you can't even separate Drake and Sexy Red this year. So
bro,
you can be on the same team.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm glad you said that because now here's my retort. So if we're gonna go back to the first team, right? They have Tyler the Creator, who is given one album on there, right? Again, remember I said I have no problem with Future Metro there. Kendrick Lamar.
I do.
Okay, we can get to that after. So Kendrick Lamar is there primarily for some diss songs. The person he was dissing is Drake. I get it. Not Like Us is a smash. Nothing to take away from it. Family Matters is still one of the biggest songs of the year. Cool. All right, let's go past that. When was her loss is still? Let me see. Not her loss. I mean, For All the Dogs. For All the Dogs. Release date. For All the Dogs got released pretty much damn near almost within a year ago. You know what I mean? It's actually 13 months. What I'm saying is like, if we're giving Playboy Cardi, who hasn't dropped an album in a while, and he's given more snippets in songs, and I love Cardi, we all know this, right? And Tyler the Creator drops one album. We don't even know the full impact of it yet, right? Again, I'm also going for volume of what you're doing. Drake is involved in the beef with the guy you have on the first team. He dropped an album 13 months ago. He's been on a bunch of features, including with Sexy Red, as you just mentioned. Why do you think it's deriding to say it's kind of odd to see him on the third team?
No, it's the way you preface to that first was, I don't know why he's on the third team with Sexy Red.
Oh, no. It's not necessarily Sexy Red. It's just that I think
to be honest, I don't think there's
even
a rhyme
Meg
or
Thee
reason
Stallion.
to the fact that there's teams.
Go ahead.
Because none of this makes sense, because I wouldn't put Drake and Meg Thee Stallion on the same team if that's the case. So that's why I think you just kind of looking at, because
Well, Sexy Red did have a really successful year. I'm wondering, and I'm asking this question. I want everybody, all y'all could answer it. Are we in the belief that Drake's year was affected based on seemingly what is popular opinion that he didn't win the beef? Are we think that his year is kind of brought down because of that, or should it be? Or should it be?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, that definitely played a part in it.
And it is just biasness.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
definitely researching that.
So my thing with the third list, the third team, I'm keeping Sexy Red here. I'm putting Rod Wave to the second tier. I would bring Don Toliver down. It's interesting with Drake because I feel like Drake almost shouldn't be on the list, period. Just off of
he should not.
It's too hard to quantify, right? Like, I'm okay with them saying, should Drake be on the first? Drake shouldn't be on the first. If someone says, well, Drake shouldn't be on the first team, I'm like, all right, you could probably make arguments for that. Kanye dropped 2 albums this year. But even then, I'm also kind of stuck with that too, because here we go. All the blur tour. Drake was on tour for half of the year. I don't know if they're only counting projects release. He's on tour for half of the year. It's hard to quantify him. Like, what's the criteria here? Is it music released? Because I would say, well, Tyler just dropped recently. We don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. Cardi hasn't dropped. Future, and again, I have no problem with Future Metro. I'm gonna keep saying that. Kendrick hasn't dropped a project. Actually, hasn't dropped more than 5 songs in the last year, right? Drake dropped.
I think in general, this list is more than likely based off of impact throughout the year.
Okay.
That's what I think this is based off of.
And that's why I went to Rap Caviar. We could analyze it in that aspect too. Okay, so good. Let me see. What did they say it was? They didn't really tell us.
Seeing that this is a Rap Caviar list, I would say it might be artists that stayed in the Rap Caviar rotation the longest throughout the year.
Okay. Or
that's a good point,
only criteria that makes sense. Other than that, they just clip farming niggas like you to talk about Kendrick being on team 1 and Drake being on team 3. Ain't nothing in this makes sense. Also, I wouldn't put Metro Boomin on a team that's just taking up a slot. That nigga don't even rap.
Well, all right. So that's also a good question. Is how they treat Metro Boomin different than how they treat other rapper producer combo? Like, for example, when Hit Boy did the collabs with Nas and they, one of them at least, I think they won 2 Grammys, but definitely won at least 1. Hold on, he did win, right? I want to make sure.
This is all algorithmic response. That's the only reason Metro.
Yeah.
All right.
One of them did win Grammy.
Yeah,
One of them did win Best Rap Album.
Yeah. So he did. So here's what I'm saying. When Hit Boy had that run with Nas, like, people didn't treat them as 2 separate artists. They were either considered together or Nas was acknowledged. Metro has, and I think this is marketing and branding, honestly. Metro has carved himself out as like a standalone artist when all of his songs are with the artists we love. You get what I'm saying? And he's just doing the beat.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I would have liked them to consolidate a spot, but I think also that would have meant you were being a little bit disrespectful to Future, because Future dropped also. Didn't he drop Mixtape Pluto?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And Gunna.
Yeah. So
now, would have been cooler about this list is if they would have added producers as coaches.
Oh, that would be good. Who'd be the second coach other than Metro?
So yeah, if you're gonna put Metro as the coach for the
Cash Cobain.
first team, I ain't gonna lie, I might throw Turbo in there for the second team just because him and Gunn have been going crazy since he got out of the jail. And third team, let me think. This might be an off pick to most of the niggas in chat and shit, but I'll say Conductor.
The niggas ain't gonna rock with that in here, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get it, but niggas ain't gonna rock with that shit, bro.
I'm trying to think of another producer though that went crazy this year that we could really acknowledge.
Am I tripping or did I see a bunch of Alchemist like records this year? Am I tripping?
You did.
I was gonna say,
you
I was
seen
gonna say
them.
Alchemist, but I don't know
You
if
seen
like a lot of people
But
probably fuck with that.
If
yeah, if you
niggas
gonna
ain't
say
fucking with
Alchemist,
Conductor, bro, we can't really throw Alchemist in there either. Niggas just don't appreciate that type of shit nowadays, bro.
No, you're right. You're right.
Well.
I can't
Oh.
think of any other producer that went crazy by themselves.
Didn't Alchemist get like a
if you want
Grammy
to
nomination?
rearrange shit and open up a slot, I could move Tyler to Team 3 as a producer, artist, coach, right? Open up a slot here. I don't know. It's just weird because there's no criteria. I just think they just clip farm and trying to get niggas to talk about first team, third team, bullshit conversation.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is this might be a controversial take. I think they put Drake on the third team to start a conversation on if Drake is declining, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Of course.
I think that's why you do it. Because if you're going to put him on the third team, I think just by omission, it'll be better. Like, just to leave him off.
And so my question, okay, I was just about to ask you that. I'm like, then why not just not put him on it? But okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't want to make this just mostly about Drake. Because, am I tripping? Or did, I got to Google some of these damn albums. Because I'm like, so are you telling me that you put, whoever said clip farming, you might be right. You put Meg on there, and you leave off Nicki Minaj, who had the biggest female album, biggest first week, and she went on one of the biggest tours, period. Like, come on, bro. And you put Meg on there? Meg did like a lower bowl tour. Nicki sold out full arenas everywhere, dropped an album, went crazy. And you put Meg on there, leave Nicki off. Like, it kind of feel like this is clip baiting, like clip farming, as you said before.
Yeah, it's definitely clip farming because there's no other reason to put, like, these shits don't really make sense together. I don't like. Didn't niggas say? Didn't it, like, they take some of Meg's streams away, or you go put her on the rap Caviar list? Don't that kind of sound kind of weird?
I'm wondering if this list is even political. Did Travis Scott drop a project, or am I tripping? Or was that last year?
He did not. That was last year, bro.
Algorithmic names. Those names gonna tick off.
Oh, damn, that was last year. Yo, it's been over a year since Travis dropped. Fuck.
But his tour's been going crazy though. You can't deny it.
Yeah, the tour is going crazy. Yeah, Nicki not being on here, it's like hella disrespectful, if you ask me. You don't think so?
Other person, one person I would say need to be on here is Yeet. I ain't gonna lie, that boy Yeet fire.
That's actually a good question. Hey, chat, I know we've been talking about legal shit for a long time. I hope y'all enjoy us talking about some goddamn music, because we ain't talking about music in a while. Did y'all see this? This says Yeet album fell off the Billboard 200. They said it's the only #1 album to fall off the Billboard 200 after debut #1 after like 3 weeks. They claim it's not on at all.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not the first one. There's plenty of albums that do that. That's cap. Because I remember during COVID, there's a lot of albums that fell off the charts in 3 weeks. That's how shit go.
Yeah, I'm
gonna throw out 2 names that I've seen in the Discord that, honestly, I think should be talked about too for this year.
Ooh.
J. Cole.
Schoolboy Q and Eminem.
Okay.
Oh.
They both had pretty big moments too. I'm not gonna lie, especially Eminem. Like, his album was a really good return to form, and it did really well.
Oh.
Nasty work.
Okay, so why? Okay, so respectfully, and now it sounds like we hate now, right? Why do you think Don Toliver is there instead of a Nicki Minaj or Eminem? If we're
Again,
if this is like positionless,
it was just the what concert was that? What in presentation Travis did at Complex Con? Is even the colors of this shit look very Travis Scotty. The writing in the background, I think somebody probably from the creative department probably did this shit. I'm just looking at it. It just looked very Travis Scotty. You know what I'm saying? Like Don Toliver is like one of those people similar to, I would say, like what's my dude name from High Bridge? What's my brother name?
You say A Boogie?
A Boogie, where like he could put out an album and it's like a sleeper. It grows over time with niggas. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you a question. I feel like I have a good command on what I believe Cardi's doing and why, despite not dropping enough music, he's like, I said this before, some people like DM me, some people felt away, some people didn't. I said, I feel like Cardi's hotter than Uzi. And I don't know how everybody took that, but it's interesting because Cardi he's one of the only rappers that still have this mystique. I've chalked it up to him carefully managing this mystique and being able to keep the attention of people by dropping snippets, by putting out well-created and curated images or performances of himself. Why do you think that Playboy Cardi, in y'all opinion? So I think I understand, but I want to hear your opinion in case you disagree with me. Why do y'all think he's on the first team? And do you think he's deserving?
Because he more discreet. He don't really tell his life like that. So people is more into Cardi than Uzi. You know what I'm saying?
No. Forget Cardi and Uzi, but why do you think he belongs up there with Kendrick Lamar, Future, and Tyler, who really just dropped an album, who, you know, again, obviously we're going to wait to see completely what it does, but shit, it felt like it was really well received.
Tell you why. Cardi has mastered the art of hype. And Cardi is probably the titular artist that has a grip on youth culture. The combination of those two things, I think, are what keep him comfortably situated where he's at.
But isn't it odd, or I don't know if you think it's odd, but don't you think it's interesting that through releasing less music or not releasing at all, he's only gotten hotter? Like, perception-wise.
You got to think, too, it's accessibility, right? Like, if you put yourself out there so much, and I mean, it's kind of like a catch-22 because we obviously live in a social media age. The way that he carries himself, you're older, so you kind of remember the days before social media, like how niggas like Prince move or Michael Jackson or, you know what I mean? Like niggas stay out the limelight and it leaves your mind to wonder. And fill in gaps and shit like that. When you're always in people's faces, like the like you said, the mystique, it runs off and they become very just normal, normative. You know what I mean? Like it takes the shine away.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and no, I agree with y'all too. But I've watched him do something, and I seen Timbaland reposted me recently, and it was me talking about music, and essentially I was saying that I think music has to get back to a space where artists are selling a product. I think streams, what people used to complain about streams, have finally came true. The idea of a stream is devalued. And I might go over into a tangent here. Let me actually play, let me see, Instagram. And by the way, keep all y'all thoughts on Cardi because we're going to bring this back to Cardi. I just want to kind of interject with this little small segment right here. Timbaland posted me, and it was me giving my advice saying artists should go back to selling a product, right? Now, let me I want to further expound upon it. I don't know if you need to hear me say it again. So hope y'all learned something. And this is where I think the music industry is going to have to turn to. Start selling a product again, all of y'all. They got to sell a product. Sell something with the music. So I was advising rappers that they should sell a product. And this is why I've actually changed my tune in terms of sales. I think whether ticket sales, whether bundles, we got to sell something, because if we listen to these people, they're saying hip hop is becoming more and more unpopular. That's not true. What's happening, and by the way, today, because they're trying to pull, and this is for everybody in the industry, I hope everybody listens up. They're trying to pull a fast one on people who do hip hop and people in this business and even fans. Hip hop is not slowing down or dying. It's still the most popular culture and the culture of the youth, okay? You're not seeing increasingly kids listen to more rock and roll or country, and they're still doing dances mostly inspired by hip hop. But we are indoctrinated to look at consumption through one lens, which is first week sales, right? And first week sales are naturally derived from streaming. People don't buy anything anymore, so it's all about streaming. Let me tell you what the industry has actually done. I'm talking about UMG. I'm talking about SME, which is Sony Music Entertainment. I'm talking about WMG, which is Warner Music Group. What they've very cleverly done, they don't give a damn about first week sales. They give a damn about money, revenue, okay? We care about that because we're always trying to figure out what's hot. It's like, put it like this, like if you see everybody wearing, you know, these little denim teardrops, everybody go get them. Everybody wearing chrome hearts, everybody go get them. You want to, we look at trends on what's happening or what's least accessible. That's kind of how we operate. Let me tell you what's happening in music now. If you go to any of these, and again, these are publicly traded companies. When you go to listen to their earnings report, like I just listened to UMG, which by the way came out like a month late. Bad on them. When you listen to their earnings report, you know what they're saying? They're not saying, oh, we're slowing down. They say they're slowing down with DSPs. Only that. Here's the breaking news to all artists. The labels have deprioritized DSPs. When streaming first started, they only cared about getting you to the DSPs that you could get out of the mindset of stealing the music. Remember, they couldn't sell it to you anymore, so people, in their opinion, were stealing it. So their cope was, let's get you to the DSPs that you could subscribe, and sure, you get it, but now you're paying. Okay, that happened for a significant time. What ended up happening afterwards is that they said, well, by the way, that whole process was controlled by playlists. That's why Rap Caviar is the biggest playlist in the world. Spotify jumped on that. You hear about playlists. It was actually a report that said that most fans need a DJ. They removed the DJ. They created playlists. They said most fans like when someone else told them what to listen to next. So if you're listening to the radio, the DJ would do it there. If you're at a party, a DJ would do it there. It was, you're getting the music, but it's curated. They created playlists. The DSPs at this point, and they figured this out before we got to that point, because you got to realize Spotify and Apple Music, they're not music companies. Don't you think for a second they're music companies. They're tech companies. Spotify is an ad company. This is the reason why it's allowed Joe Rogan to get $300 million and be on every platform. They're not even interested in being a podcast company. They're a tech company. They'll have ad sales. They'll have certain people to deal with music rights. They're not a music company. And that's what people always got it fucked up. Apple and Spotify and Amazon Music, they might have music after their brand name, but it's not here to save music. Okay, so what ended up happening? The music companies realized that the growth was going to slow. They knew that, right? And what they realized is that rather than still focusing on this degenerative way of making income, which is these streams, and they're going to always still have deals with Spotify to send third. They realize other ways to monetize. Do you know how? It's the TikToks, it's the Metas. They came through with these very creative deals. And if you look at any of these earning reports from these companies now, they'll tell you the biggest gainer in how much money they're making is what they're making on Meta, which means Facebook/Instagram, and TikTok. The licensing deals, this is why they had that fight with TikTok. They're making a killing there. That doesn't show up on your favorite rapper's first week report. You see, sales used to be consumption when the only way to consume it was through the radio, and that was being accounted for because the Billboard Hot 100 deals with, even to this day, deals with radio play.
Mm-hmm.
And the other way, if it wasn't necessarily a song, was you buying the product. So you either paid for it or you listened to it on the radio. Then it became, well, they're still in, so let's have them get it via the streaming services. Music is consumed in so many different ways now. It's just not in reports that you see. So do we get a weekly report of how many people use Cash Cobain's new song as their swipe up or their story, whatever? No. All those are getting paid for. 100%. They're getting paid for. Now, granted, there's another theory here, and I know Kyrie's in the cut somewhere. There's another theory here that, first of all, the record companies, they're no longer only loyal to DSPs like Apple and Spotify. They're down with everybody as long as it comes back to them. So they're linking up with the Metas, the TikToks. Well, doesn't that help when now you have your top guys dropping music directly on Meta or other things? So that goes into a really facetious angle of, or maybe a cynical angle of, maybe it's not Drake and them rebelling against the industry by dropping on Instagram. Maybe it is by design and they see something we don't see, that the music business, they're not moving away from DSPs, but they're definitely building up these strongholds on these other platforms that they really do care about. Because they're realizing that the youth, the kids, are consuming music differently. Someone asked this question when they donated to me before, I think it was last stream or maybe the stream before. They said, yo, so I play Fortnite every day. Okay, I'm nice. I niggas don't see me. I really get to give you out of business. First, you could listen to a whole Snoop Dogg song on there. You could listen to a whole Ice Spice song on there. You could listen to like half of an NBA YoungBoy song on there. These video games that everyone's consuming have the music in there, but we don't hear about the licensing deal. I'm listening to a whole Ice Spice song, and I'm like, yo, is Ice Spice getting paid from this? Now, you should know about the music business. You ain't never playing their music without them getting paid. But we don't hear too much about those contracts. How is this being calculated? How is this being tracked?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Cause,
how is this being tabulated? So well, let me just say this last point, and I want you to jump in. So this is what I was saying about first week sales. We're thinking hip-hop going down. But these labels are keep saying they keep making more money. They're just not making money from what we're tracking. And the things that they're making money from now isn't being tracked. And you know what usually happens is like when streaming first came out. Who gets fucked? The artists. Because in all their contracts, is it said that when their song gets played 15 billion times on Fortnite, they get paid this rate? Or does it say when it get played 15 billion times on a DSP, they get paid that? Or what if maybe it's only 13 seconds of their song get played on TikTok or Instagram story or a feed post? How is that paid for? It's kind of like when ringtones came in. Have you thought about that? So again, the labels have They're monetizing this. They're saying that the revenue is going up. We don't know what the artist is getting because we're still indoctrinated to think first week sales. And the first week sales currently does not account for those things. You can jump in, Kyrie.
All right, so what I look at it as very interesting because it's like a very full circle thing. Because I remember when ringtones came out, and then even with recently the DMCA strikes, where like you playing music in the background. Oh, we can register the music is being played, but instead of allowing it to get played because we can't make money on it, we're gonna block you from using it. I find it very interesting. Like even with like on Twitch, niggas can't play certain games with the music in the background. But it feels like to me in the background is that some AI program is allowing them to track, and then these companies are also allowing them to monetize things at a higher rate and efficiency and accuracy, right? Now, as artists, I'll be concerned is if the labels are already doing that, and I'm not sure if I'm getting my cut from that, I'll be looking at Nielsen or, any sound registry organization to be on top of making sure that their ability is up to date with what the labels are doing as far as being able to register songs, as far as being to count things as plays through social media. You know what I'm saying? Because at a certain point, the reason why it's lucrative and it makes sense to do a deal with social media is because you're doing two things at once. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
you're casually browsing through things, but you're also counting as a play. You see what I'm saying? Or a song or a piece. So even on Instagram, a lot of people don't notice, a lot of artists don't notice, but music is, if you put music in a post, right, a sound in a post, it will spread more than anything else that you post. You know what I'm saying?
100%. By the way, I want everybody, listen, y'all should follow the CEO of Instagram. He basically tells you in a really indirect way what the algorithm is actually promoting. And he actually said, if you want more reach, put music in the back of your post. If you're a smart person that thinks beyond the surface, the first thing you're going to say, oh, wait, you guys must have an incentive-laden deal to want to promote music, because why the fuck are you going to give more reach to posts with music? You control the leverage. You do what you want. So you can see that Meta is probably looking like, I think all these companies, right? Remember I said Spotify, just like Meta, their tech. Meta isn't a social media company; it's just a tech company. You gotta look at all these as just tech companies, right? How they interact and connect people, that's their secret sauce, right? So whether it's, we're Spotify, we got music, or whether it's, you could connect with your friends and family, it doesn't matter. And the overall war is always going to be, as everything becomes digitalized, how long do you keep somebody on your site? How long do you keep somebody on Meta? Well, it might be like, all right, well, people are on Meta until they got to go watch a music video. You know what they're starting to do? Put a music video on there. YouTube used to have that same thing too, where YouTube where, they'll try to include other things that you would leave YouTube for into YouTube. Usually
they even got games on YouTube now.
Of course. You usually watch your favorite creator, then go buy merch? Oh no, the merch thing's just underneath. What are you talking about? By the way, if anybody's watching, merch underneath. Real talk. Yeah, see what happened? So they're figuring out ways, and really it's like they're realizing like, hey, Apple Music and Spotify are they're direct competitors, but you don't think Spotify is looking over at Meta's traffic? You don't think Meta's looking at, okay, more people are going towards Spotify. By the way, here's this new thing too. Look, Spotify at their last
they got comments now, right?
Yeah, so they got comments now on videos. But with Spotify at their last quarterly meeting, Spotify creator video. Look at this. Spotify unveils uninterrupted video podcast. So now they've been fine-tuning this for a year. I remember I was in the beta program. I had to deal with Spotify at the time. Joe Rogan's the one who came up and said, I want comments. And they love that nigga so much. They were like, all right, we're going to work on this product. And then they hit me and they said, because you're signed to us, do you want us to put the comments on your thing? This is in beta. So I said, okay, cool. Yeah, of course. I would love comments. Now they're rolling out comments to everybody, right? Now, just watch. This is 6 days ago. Said they just unveiled an uninterrupted video podcast. Where do people watch video podcasts primarily these days? I watch Flagrant 2. I watch Brilliant Idiots. I watch
YouTube.
Who do you think Spotify is still trying to get at Apple with these moves? Or do you think they're realizing that some of what you're doing is getting into not YouTube music, but YouTube overall traffic, right? So they're trying to bring some people over to them for YouTube. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's another thing that Spotify does. Spotify has their own, you know how Google has AdSense? Spotify has its own monetization thing that works exactly like AdSense. Now, it's still in beta. I know I'm in it, but it's still in beta. But they're going to roll it out for everybody. What's that going to eventually do? Remember, you could put your podcast up to Spotify if you want to. Google monopolized UGC, which is user-generated content. Now, Spotify doesn't want your video about your dog. They want to monopolize, or not maybe monopolize, but become a big player in user-generated podcast content. Where, hey, we're not giving y'all no deals. You come over here, we'll monetize it for you, and we'll give you some reach. And there's a bunch of other podcasts. We might put you in an algorithm or playlist or whatever. But this is a place just like how YouTube works. So again, you realize that these companies, there's a mad shift of what's happening. And all these companies are just kind of all competing in different spaces because they're all tech companies. They're not music companies. They're not video companies. They're not social media companies. So that's what I was saying about the music industry. You go look at UMG Q3 earnings. This is how you find the chat, right? So this is their Q3 earnings. I want to accept all. It's actually. So you guys probably have no idea. Hold on. Is it this? Give me 1 second. Why is it asking me to do that? So there's a transcript, yeah. So they talk for like 2 hours. That's the thing. But they basically tell you where the money's coming in the music industry. And they're telling you like more and more is coming from other places. It's just coming from, like, there's still more money. Like, the music industry will have people believe that they're going broke. No, they're just getting money from everywhere else. Like, music always is going to be listened to. Okay, let me see. Just trying to show y'all like some of the growth for them. Here we go. The biggest growth, and so the biggest growth is license and other revenues, right? So look at all their growth. Revenue, 5%, 7%. Recorded music revenue, 6%. Subscription, 8%. The biggest growth you're going to see is 22%. License and other revenue. That revenue is coming from, so Meta licenses all of their catalog. Meta is paying a huge tab. Now, if you go to Meta's Q3 call and earnings call, you'll hear them explain why they do it. They're like, hey, listen, a lot of time people leave our site to listen to music. So we want to keep them on our site. More retention, we run more ads. We run more ads, we get more money. So we'll invest in keeping them on the site that we could make more money. How do we keep them on the site? Well, rather than them having to go to Spotify or having to close Meta to open up YouTube, we're going to just have the music right here. So they're licensing, and right now the licensing deal is still small, but it shows you how much is mattering. Like, they don't have the licensing that Meta has with UMG is not what Spotify has. Spotify has catalog, the entire catalog, whole songs. That's why when you go on Meta, they'll be like, you could put 15 seconds of the song. You could put this amount. They have it within certain margins where you don't get the full listening experience, right? That would be a big-ass bill that Meta's rich as fuck, but they don't want to spend what Spotify's spending. That's Spotify's whole business. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you guys get what I'm saying. Music's just changing all over. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. My bad. Tangent. Cool. Why do y'all think Cardi is that popular compared to these guys?
The craziest Trump leave, nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I do go on the craziest like tangents. I ain't gonna lie to you. But
Now, this was a good tangent though.
yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we talked like some real music shit, right? But explain the Cardi phenomenon to somebody who's watching and say, what the fuck are you talking about?
I think it's just one thing it is he does leave and come back. As far as like when he does, like he has an ability to like be mystique, but when he comes back, he does seem to change his whole thing he's doing. You know what I'm saying? He's done it about 3-4 times. We got 3-4 different versions of Cardi. And I think that's what separates him from like Uzi, because Uzi just comes back and thinks he can get away with doing the same shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he has an uncanny ability to kind of read the culture, lead the culture, but also create so much intrigue around everything he does. Like, I believe people are really intrigued if this guy is normal.
Yeah, it's the mysterious persona.
So I was having a conversation with a couple people, some people that move behind the scene and some people that not. And we were talking about for Kai Cenat's stream. So let me give you a little update about Kai. That's my guy. He's doing a subathon right now. By the way, he already broke the record for most subs ever. Congratulations to him. Currently, he's streaming right now on Twitch, right? Let me give you this, right? So before he did the subathon, me and a few people were brainstorming. We're like, who could he bring on the stream that are gonna bring crazy views? Now I think Uzi came on first date. Right now he has 134,000 people watching him. When Uzi came on, I believe it was like 250 or 2. It was in the 2 range, right? I could be wrong about this. I don't think he's cracked over 300,000 people watching him, right? He's had a bunch of guests, Jabberwockies, he's had Quavo, he's had Soulja Boy, he's had a bunch of people. And we were coming up with a list of who do you bring to hit 400K on a Kai Cenat stream. And the name for me was Cardi. Cardi, Travis Scott, of course, Kanye. But one of the names that was always in the mix as we were coming up with these lists were Cardi. And mostly it was because that people are just fascinated with who this guy is, even outside of music. Like, he's created that much of a mystique. And I think that goes even into music, where people are fascinated with what he would present or even give in terms of an album or a project. Am I chat? I mean, you guys could join in. Like, who do you think Kai could bring on to hit 400K?
Musically?
No, you know who he did it with, right?
And I see some people say in chat, yo, he brought Drewski and Kevin Hart. I get that. Of course, like that was amazing. That was dope. But I'm talking about hip hop persona.
Jay-Z? I mean,
Oh, you mean like viewers at one time?
Yes, concurrent.
Shit, Kendrick, Drake.
Okay, Kendrick would. Yeah, Kendrick. Kendrick kind of has that too, right? So Kendrick has that mystique too, right? Where like somehow this guy is one of the most popular people on earth, and we never ever fuck. Yo, let me get off this guy's page, man. This shit's on too much food ass, man. Get me hungry. Yo, we never see motherfucking Kendrick Lamar, right? Yo, isn't it kind of like interesting where like Drake, we kind of see a pretty much like decent amount, and we get it, even if he's not trying to be seen, like he's uber popular. How does Kendrick flow under the radar where nobody sees him ever, unless it seems like he wants to be seen? How do you think he does that? I think that's a really dope skill.
Being short does help.
Nah, come on, don't play with that, man.
Nah, just being honest, like being short does help.
By not oversharing, he's professionalized, not oversharing.
That's an interesting point you bring. You say not oversharing. So, what would be the art to kind of curate that? Because I've heard, artists have even asked me. Artists have even tried to pay me to give them like that strategy. Because trust me, when you get to where like Cardi's at, it's like priceless. Like, the promotion is not promoting. The promotion is being elusive. The noise is being quiet. It's like, it's opposite day, right? And so many artists want that because most artists, when they're dropping something, they spend their time trying to be as loud as they can to get as much attention as they can. But they watch somebody like Cardi be as elusive as he can to get as much eyeballs on him as possible.
I think Cardi is more strategic than he is elusive.
Expand.
Because we see Cardi pop up and do shit that he don't need to do. But you gotta respect the finesse. I like how he go out and finesse. That's like when he go outside doing random shit, it's usually because he's stealing money from them. They have respect it. But Kendrick, like, he ain't never really be around. He don't talk much. That's the whole thing. Like everybody else, like if we don't see them a lot, we hear them talking a lot. They posting a lot. They do some other thing a lot. You know what I'm saying?
They respect their boundaries. Like they know what aspects of their life that they want to keep private. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't overshare like information. And like even when they talk, right? They don't go and just talk about everything. They talk about the relevant things that like in an interview or I never even seen a Cardi interview. But when they speak, when Kendrick speak, he speak about things that's relevant to the topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like Kendrick has done a good job ever since Not Like Us on controlling the narrative, but not oversharing. And I think Fact said oversharing. I think that's like such a fine line. How do you on a range of, I don't know, let's say somebody like J. Cole, who you forget even have social media, to like Meek Mill, who reminds you every tweet that he has social media.
So leaving things, all right. So leaving things that's like leaving some parts of your life that's not. You don't got to speak about everything that's in your life. You know what I mean? I'll say even when you stressed, when you excited, you know what I'm saying? Things like that, when you're trying to seek validation, those old things that you do when you gonna overshare. A lot of people go to Instagram and the internet when they're excited, stressed out, whatever the case may be, probably seeking validation and stresses, things like that, you know, but you just gotta regulate your emotions and you know.
Hey,
you know the thing about that too though is you have to earn that.
You right, Kyrie, but when you first come into it, like when you first get in the industry or in the game, it's given to you automatically. You just gotta control it.
No, that's very true, but you can only keep doing that if you win.
And by the way, one of the important thing that I've noticed about Cardi is Cardi does a good job of letting things fly. Like for example, yo, do you know how hard it would have been for me to imagine people saying, well, I don't know if he really did mean to wear or whatever, but like, yo, he wore a thong. He never cleared it up. Like never even reacted to it. He's never reacted to us saying he wore a thong. Ever. He's never like even came off like he's bothered by even whatever people are saying. He never came off like he was co-signing it. He just let people talk. And him letting people talk.
You bothered to reach that status of like not having to talk. And again, that's what I mean. Like like most artists come into the game, you know what I'm saying? You have the right to not talk, but your music better be fire. As soon as the shit ain't fire, then you better go up there and do some interviews, nigga.
So you think that that's only created by the music being good?
That's anticipation meeting expectation. That doesn't always mean the music has to be good.
Okay. Damn.
So like for instance, like you can have highly anticipated music, and if it's interesting enough, it can get you over as meeting expectation. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, Cardi is a prime example of that. With the one album, the shit you was on. At first, not everybody was
Whole lot of red, yeah.
But again, you know, like you said, like allowing it to breathe, not speaking or not turning around and be like, oh, like Uzi be doing. Oh, y'all don't like it. Damn, I'm fucked up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop something new. Nah, he make you live with that shit. And also though, but again, like I said with Cardi too, every time Cardi come back, he does have a new sound to match the look. Where a lot of times niggas just think they can come back with a new look with the same bullshit music. Like, I don't like everything Cardi do, but I would say Cardi makes very interesting music choices that are aligned with the whole image and shit. Like, it's a whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Remember, young Cardi used to be a young little hood nigga, you know what I'm saying? Type of nigga that probably say used to perks or some shit.
And by the way, his like Finsta, I guess, you know how Drake has like plot twists, Kendrick has JoJo, whatever it was, and Cardi has this account called Opium. And yo, I think the account has like 1 million. Yo, he'll post something on there and get like 1 million likes. Like this shit's kind of crazy. Where it's supposed to be his low key burner account, and it's like wildly popular. Like, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think what Cardi does is like amazing marketing. Amazing marketing.
I think he load up a new look every time he get a new couple of songs. He'd be like, these couple of songs feel like, you know what I'm saying? Niggas might catch me in a fishnet. You know what I'm saying? These couple of songs, you might catch me with a bunch of niggas dressed in all black with over baggy clothes. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, for instance, the most recent new sound that he unlocked, and then he unlocked the new look, was recently with the New York all black, very reminiscent of you know what I'm saying, 90s hip hop like silhouettes, but the music sound like more like Future now.
Do you think they're the ones who is he the one who kind of like put people onto that?
Nah, he definitely. I'm not gonna say that. That would probably if you're talking about the silhouette of like 90s New York type look.
Yeah,
I would say that'd be you gotta give some of that to Lil Yachty as far as bringing that back. It's always been around though. I ain't gonna say it hasn't been around. No, bringing it back, okay, because that's the thing with y'all, with New York niggas, y'all think just because y'all in New York, it's a big city that everybody do that shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, as far as seeing like niggas down south start looking like New York niggas wearing Timbs and shit, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna, like, you feel me? But
yeah, nah, I get it. I was going to ask you on his Finsta, on Cardi Finsta, like, do he share personal things?
Nah. I mean, well, it depends on what you consider personal. Like, it'll be like some rare pictures of himself, I guess. But like,
yeah.
Yo, what the fuck do you got on the screen right now?
Yo, Donald Trump nominated WWE co-founder Linda McMahon for education secretary. This is fire.
Oh my god,
that nigga's a goat, nigga.
No, this nigga's fire.
Y'all little niggas go back to PE. I swear to God, they got y'all. That PE
Yo,
about to be
I
crazy.
kid you not. Yo, like extra pause on this, but I'm about to text his son and be like, "Hey, big head, I might get a roll up in this bitch. Like, I could get like,
yo, Ag, you fucking dumb.
Yo, I could probably get a spot up in the cabinet. You don't think so?
Yo, niggas gonna be in PE, dude, jumping off the top.
Yo,
rope.
if Donald
That's
Trump
crazy.
creates like, like, I don't know, something that I'm like an overseer of culture. You know, they created that role for Jay-Z at NFL. if Trump created some role like that for me for the entire hip hop, that should be fire.
Nah, watch Act be the leader of the NCAA.
Yo, what's up?
This nigga, Act.
You don't think so? Yo, I'm about to text his son like, yo, what's up, big head? Like, what's up? Like, what's up? Don't forget me now. Don't forget me now. I can't forget. Yo, they were rewarding everybody that helped the votes. I was up in that bit. I was helping the votes. Yo, this is crazy. Linda McMahon for education secretary. Yo, bro, only thing I remember Linda McMahon for is, did y'all see her in the documentary for WWE? Linda McMahon. Yo, Linda McMahon caught what's the name cheating on her. Look, Linda McMahon catches Vince cheating. Like, this shit is crazy. Yo. Right. Yo, basically they had Linda McMahon acting like she was crippled and she was watching. Look at this shit right here.
How about booking yourself in a match against your own daughter? Are you crazy? Father vs. daughter I Quit match. The two managed to have a compelling match that had plenty of heat and featured lots of weapon shots. Here she comes! And also interference from Sable and Linda McMahon. The finish came when Vince began to choke Stephanie with a lead pipe.
Around his daughter. The nigga choked out his own daughter with a lead pipe. Yo, Vince McMahon's a sick nigga, bro. That's a sick nigga, bro. Oh, this how you know Linda McMahon is, yo, she on one. Yo, she acted like she was crippled while her husband, Vince McMahon, kissed like the baddest bitch that worked there. Which is, look at this. Look. Look at this.
Time my wife was in a WWF arena.
Oh, shit.
Well, it was right here on this program about 3 months ago.
I can't play the whole thing. It's going to fly.
Further ado, allow me to...
Look, he had his side chick. So he had a girl playing his side chick wheel out his wife because she was in a real chick.
Man, everything.
This is good acting. Oh, man.
I didn't remember this. That's crazy.
Oh, shit. And then he gonna kiss the side chick in front of his wife, and she ain't gonna have no reaction. This is when you realize, yo, look, watch this. Secretary of Education. Yo, she gotta do some wrestling shit. After the 9th grade, you get to face Stone Cold. I don't know what she's gonna. What the fuck you? Yo, this is great.
Nah, PE's gonna get back lit, bro.
Yo, let me tell you this. Trump, he gonna act up because unless y'all allow him to run for a 3rd term. I think Trump should be allowed to run for a 3rd term. It's just me. Anyway, I think he gonna act up because he know this is the last hurrah, man. He making friends for life right now.
World is he gonna
Look
do
at this
fresh?
Got no type of like reaction to that. All for the fucking money, man. Shout out to Linda McMahon. Is this some real shit? Nominates WWE co-founder Linda McMahon for education secretary.
What is their job?
Yeah, I don't even know what. Let me Google what education secretary even does. Education secretary.
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this. This is crazy.
Is it Secretary of Education? Okay. Here you can read. Hold on.
It makes sense that they're trying to make like kids not fat no more.
Wait, so you think Linda McMahon's like a good? Okay.
No, I think she just might have motherfuckers like fighting at school again. They used to teach boxing in school back in the day, bro.
Let me go on YouTube. What does the Secretary of Education do? What does Secretary of Education do? We got to figure this shit out, okay? Let's see. Did my boy say he's trying to get rid of the Department of Education, man? I got to see what they do. What the fuck does this? I never even heard of a Secretary of Education.
It is official, according to President Trump, President-elect Trump, rather, that he has chosen Linda McMahon as his next Secretary of Education here. So I have the statement in front of me by the transition. Trump saying, "It is my great honor to announce that Linda McMahon, former administrator of the Small Business Administration, will be the United States Secretary of Education." He said,
"This is a fucking joke. I love it. I love it." Yo, chat, let's come up with let's help Trump out. Let's come up with some nominations for some, let me see. How many secretaries How many secretaries
Well, I got
does
one.
the
I got one off the rip.
president elect? We got to see. Okay. Okay.
Wildlife Secretary, Wildlife Conservation Secretary, give it to that nigga on that's in jail for the tigers.
Oh, okay.
Right
Okay. What's his name again?
Tony the Tiger. What's that boy name?
Oh no, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. So we got Secretary of Commerce. We got to give that to Bandman Kevo. Commerce, Bandman Kevo. Real talk.
Tiger.
Secretary of Defense, you got to get that to Lil Durk. That's what I'm thinking. Got to give that to like Lil Durk or something like that.
Nigga said Amber Rose in the chat. Yo,
really? Secretary of Education should have went to Fabio Foreign. Fabio Foreign ain't spelled one tweet right in his whole history. I'm serious. Homeland Security. Who should get Secretary of Homeland Security? That's fire.
Niggas, they said Joe Exotic.
Oh, India.
Oh, Homeland
Durk,
Security.
Durk.
Oh, it should be India.
Homeland Security, she held it down.
That's a fact.
Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. We got to give this one either to somebody in O Block or we're gonna give this one to D Thing. D Thing got that one.
You gotta give it to Tank. He bought a whole community and burned it down.
We should give it to Rollo. We should give it to Rollo. Rollo. Come on now. Yo,
Nah, that's a
Rollo,
fact.
right,
Gotta
Rollo,
give it to Rollo.
Yo, Rollo got some
gotta
shit
give it
called,
to
I think he
Rollo.
called it something Afghanistan. I don't know what he's talking about. Yo, we got to give it to Rollo. Okay? The Secretary of Transportation. I don't know why I thought about trains. We got to get that to Tiana Trump. Tiana Trump, Ruby Rose,
Rick
Selena
Ross.
Powell.
Rick Ross.
No. I'm talking about some horse. Just give it to the ones who love trains. Give it to them three. Let's let them figure it out. Okay? Department of Treasury. Who do y'all think would be good at managing all the money in the United States?
Money Man.
Money Man, that'd be good. That's actually too good. That might be a good nomination. And Department of Veteran Affairs. Holy shit.
So Veteran Affairs is people who snitch on people, right?
Nah. Veteran Affairs is for people who served in the military, bro.
But don't they do like investigations though?
Niggas, they fight for the country.
No, but like affairs, it sounds like that means that if a veteran was doing some illegal shit, right?
Oh man. Yo.
Charleston White. Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh, Charleston White would be good at some shit. Secretary of Prisons, Charleston White. He would make sure niggas is in there with the fucking them old school joint where like your ankle is chained to a brick and you have forced labor. He would bring back real slavery up in jails. You know what I mean? These niggas wouldn't have no time to have no personal cell phone in their cell. None of that. They'd be getting whipped, working on the side of the roads, they already make license plates, but shit. They'll be making a lot of shit. Spaceships, Tesla cars, Tesla robots, all type of shit like that. I ain't gonna lie. Trump is definitely burnt out, bro. So we have Dr. Oz and Linda McMahon.
Make sure you buy some Tesla stock though. I'll tell you that.
Shit, I've been had it.
Me too, nigga.
Dr. Oz and motherfucker. Yo, I feel like he been wanting to tell Dr. Fauci to kick fucking rocks. Does he fuck with Fauci or no?
Wait. He's picking Dr. Oz?
Yeah, Dr. Oz is gonna run all the medical shit.
Oh, this nigga doing his TV picks at this point.
Of course. Yo, this nigga picking a cabinet for The Apprentice, bro. Fuck.
Nah, facts.
I think. Hold on. Let me go pick a spot up in that joint. Let me see. I could, where can I get in there and all?
In a funny way, a part of me is not mad. Like it's because like I feel like because we know who he picking in a TV capacity, and they got like a vested interest. It's like I feel like they have to do like held more accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like,
now I think this time he's on some shit. Like I gotta pick people that's just like me, bro. I'm gonna pick a bunch of people that been on TV. I'm gonna pick a bunch of people that got skeletons who got sued. that basically they can't act like I'm the only one that's not like them. I brought in a whole crew of misfits. Fuck it. I mean, sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas, right?
This shit like the 18, bro.
Just in that the spokesperson that be talking at the like in the thing.
You talking about
at the White House, the conference shit, like at the White House.
Trump is goated, man.
Who that black lady? What's that black lady position at the White House for Biden?
Press secretary?
Yeah, that's what you should be at.
Oh, that would be fire. Oh, I'll body that. Oh, I gotta hit him up. What? Yo, if I text that nigga at 1 o'clock, that's kind of thirsty, huh?
What's Al Sharpton role? You could play that role. You could like the new version of that.
Nigga, Al Sharpton don't got no god. What Al Sharpton even been up to?
They use so many times that they calm niggas down.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what's crazy? We don't see Al Sharpton until it's some shit that we need him in. I ain't gonna lie, man. Ever since Al Sharpton got that gastric bypass surgery, man, that man been looking like a fossil, man. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. God damn. All right, people. Chat. I ain't gonna lie. Trump gonna do what Trump gonna do, man. We gonna see what else is going on. All right, let me hit a few quick topics. Let's see what else is popping out here. Who's having a baby? All right, we don't care about that. Denzel talking about he wanted to kiss a nigga. Like, come on, why y'all playing with Denzel like that, man? Oh, chat. Let me kind of get into this real quick. A little bit more on music business, actually. Young Thug and AG. It appears that they're suing Young Thug after Young Thug supposedly sold his catalog.
Reverend Act Sharpton.
Hey, shit, come on now. So Young Thug sold his catalog in 2021, right? Now, we don't know if it's his whole catalog. This is the thing that people don't understand about catalog, right? Remember Future got like 70 million for his catalog or whatever? There's a whole thing about catalog. Let me put y'all on game. Selling catalogs, like first of all, somebody like Young Thug who came in the game and he was signed to 4 different contracts, it's very unlikely that Young Thug owns the majority of his catalog. You could only sell what you own. You can't sell what you don't own, okay? So how it works is like a catalog is like a pie, and that pie could be chopped up a million different pieces, right? Now, sometimes it's usually done in a way where the label, in traditional record contracts, the label owns a piece of your catalog and you own a piece of your catalog. Now, owning your catalog, a lot of times people talk about masters, and we know there's 2 different sides of it. We have masters and we have publishing, right? Usually what happens, unless you're in a Diddy deal from way back, Diddy used to take your publishing. Most labels now, they won't touch your publishing, right? Or, well, depending on how much money they're giving you, they might take very small portions of it. They might take 12.5%. They might take 25%. But because of the outcry from many artists about, oh, this is my intellectual property, it's supposed to feed my kids, the label's not going to take all your publishing. They're going to give you the lion's share of that, okay? These days, okay? Unless they're just a shitty fucking person. Back in the day, they were taking your whole publishing. Or they would just say, hey, do you want this thing that you don't even understand? And you'd be like, yo, what's publishing? They'd be like, don't worry about it. I'll give you $300,000 extra now. And yeah, that's about what it would make. And you'd be like, oh, $300,000 extra, I'll take it. You sign off on it, and then when you're irrelevant and your song's still moving, they're making millions, right? So that's kind of how that used to happen. So, but these days, labels will take very small portions of it. There's a couple popular artists I know that the label own, like some labels own like 12.5%, right? Now, masters, in a lot of situations, when a new artist is signed, and this is what people don't understand, the masters is usually fully owned by the label in your first contract, right? It's fully owned by the label. Like, I'm pretty sure Drake's first deal and his first album, he didn't own his masters at all. So I don't know if we're talking about So Far Gone, it was probably Thank Me Later. You don't own it, right? Now, usually what happens over time, when you're a valuable commodity, they'll give you an option to work off or to own piece of those old catalog with you giving them more projects, right? So it's really all a negotiation. Okay, what am I saying? The point of what I'm saying is that people think that when you hear about an artist selling their catalog, that they own the whole thing. No, they don't. Young Thug, if you guys remember Young Thug's career, Young Thug came in the industry in a really fucked up deal. Young Thug was signed to allegedly 3 or 4 people at once. Young Thug signed to 4 people. So when he first came in the game, he was signed to like literally 4 people. It was like 3 people or 4 people when he first. How Young Thug got trapped in a $15,000. Yeah, I hope this tells the real story. Okay, so. And by the way, that happened to Future too. But Future dropped so many projects, he worked himself out of it. Future was signed to Rocco, then he was signed to this, I think he had some stuff with Dungeon Family, and then he has a bunch of contracts that he eventually worked out of. But I know Thug had some shit with Gucci. He had some shit with Lior. He had some shit with, I forgot somebody else. Let's see if we can figure it out here. Okay. Let's see who he was signed to. Thug was a secret, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. According to multiple sources, who was he signed to? So there was he was in a secret contract? Yeah, his situation was fucked up at first. Okay. All right. Anyway, I don't want to go through exactly what it was, but I remember. Okay, yes. Oh, yeah. So he was with APG. He was with Gucci Man. Gucci had went to jail. He was with like a few. I think it wasn't 4. It was 3. Anyway, here's the point of what I'm trying to say. If I'm telling you that the masters of these people's works are usually not owned by them at first. Definitely not wholly, in terms of the whole thing. If you're signed to like 3 different people and it was really 3 different situations, it looks like those companies are going to fight over who owns the masters to what projects, and you probably don't own shit. So when you hear that Young Thug allegedly signed or sold his catalog for $60 million, now I'm going to read later to see if it's publishing or masters. Some people might be like, why is it not more? Well, Young Thug never really owned all of his shit, right? Now let's go to publishing. I'm pretty sure he probably signed some fucked up. Well, this is actually part of a publishing deal that we're going to talk about. But I'm pretty sure all those entities had pieces and little pieces of his publishing too. So again, the money that you're seeing these people's catalog get sold for from the artist isn't necessarily what the catalog is worth, is how much they own of it. Okay. Like, for example, Dame Dash only owned a third of Rockefeller. Like, yeah. Rockefeller didn't get sold for $1 million. His 1/3 did. Anyway, so let's go. So Young Thug is in more legal drama. Let's break this down. Global Sporting and Live Music Entertainment Company, AEG, suing Young Thug after the rapper sold his publishing to Cobalt Music in 2021. Okay, so in 2021 he signed a publishing deal, right? Now, they're saying it breached their 2017 contract with him. And according to All Hip Hop, Young Thug violated a prior agreement when he sold his copyrights of 400 composition that year. AG claims that those assets were supposed to be collateral for unpaid $5.25 million loan they gave Thug and his YSL label in 2017 for exchange of exclusive global rights to promote his live shows. Okay. So this is almost kind of like a publishing deal, but not necessarily a publishing deal. He basically signed a deal with AEG, and they gave him $5.2 million. His publishing for the rights for those songs were supposed to be in limbo. And essentially he was on a contract. Now, we don't know how long, or I guess he had to pay that money back, or they had to recoup to a certain amount, right? The amount, including interest, was to be repaid in addition to sharing revenue from concerts that feature third-party promoters. By 2019, AG alleges that Young Thug and YSL defaulted on the loan and left $5 million outstanding balance, which means he basically paid back $250,000. The company claims that Young Thug and his label misrepresented their financial capacity to pay the funds. When 2021 hit, the Thug brought in $60 million from selling the stake of his 400 of his compositions. AG seeks the original loan balance and any earnings attached to the transferred copyrights of the Atlanta's native catalog. Thug getting rid of a chunk of his catalog prior to 22 arrests likely helped him afford the massive legal bill that came his way. While being in jail nearly 3 years and being on trial for much of that time, later that month he pled guilty to blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is kind of interesting, chat. So this kind of happens a lot, and we heard this happen with, like, supposedly Suge Knight multiple times. They said Suge Knight, when he needed money, he resold the same thing that was sold to someone else, which was his life rights. But this happens a lot sometimes in these. This wasn't a straight up publishing deal. He put up his publishing for collateral on what they're called a loan. And right when he was about to get locked up, he essentially then went into a publishing deal with, or we're saying selling the catalog, but most of it's like a publishing deal. A lot of these things return back to the artist, right? You know, everybody keeps saying these publishing things are supposed to feature for the rest of your life. So people will sign these deals. And let me tell you, let me explain how publishing works, right? Say the publishing on someone's catalog. Like, so you have these companies that they analyze your catalog. They realize the publishing might be bringing in, I don't know, let's say $1 million a year, right? So it would take you 10 years for your publishing to bring in $10 million. Because I know some of y'all like, yo, why people sell it? It would take you 10 years for it to bring in $10 million. They might do and I'm exaggerating here, a 15 times multiple, where they say, hey, listen, we're gonna give you $15 million right now. Okay? And we get to administer the pub, and we get to do these other deals, and your pub goes back to you in 10 years. Right? Now, let's do the math on that. The pub was supposed to make $10 million in 10 years, right? They paid this guy 15. The person getting paid 15, you don't want to wait 10 years. You want the 15 million now. Now, you might be like, well, if the pub is going to make, okay, I get the idea for loan, but now you're down $5 million because the thing is only going to make $10 million in 10 years. Most publishing companies have deals with these movie and TV production houses where they license, we're going to do this licensing deal where Young Thug's song, I don't know, Lifestyle is going to be in this cut scene or whatever. You get what I'm saying? And they're going to then work your catalog like that they know it's going to make 10. They just got to work it to make another 10. And now they have profited $5 million at least. You get what I'm saying? And for them, these companies that are usually cash rich, they don't give a fuck how long the money takes to come in, as long as they're pulling in a profit. That's their whole game, right? It's like a bank. You know what I mean? The bank lends you $1 million. You're supposed to buy a house. You're supposed to pay them back in 30 years. Well, you can't wait 30 years, and the person selling the house can't wait 30 years. But the bank could wait their 30 years because they know they're going to make $1.7 million from you making monthly payments over 30 years. Works for them, right? So that's kind of how all of this works, and that's how like publishing deals work. But they usually have very strict. They have strict
policies.
No, they have strict rules. Like one of the rules definitely is going to be, you can't motherfucking retire. One time Kanye tried to retire, and this publishing company sued him. Kanye Publishing Company.
Did they win?
Sues him. Well, he never retired. But he announced he retired. So EMI says, in EMI's contract with Kanye says, it prohibits him from retiring. Right? Now, again, this is also in the streaming era 2019 where him dropping music will make the old music go up. So when they gave him whatever money they gave him, they were banking on him dropping more music that would make them go back to maybe one of the classic music that, you know, he dropped. I don't know if let's see. West got an advance of a few $100,000 plus royalties, blah, blah. After college dropout, okay, how much money was it? Must have been some millions.
Before you go I'm not trying to get you off a topic, but I want to know, like you said that Thug sold his publishing, right, for a good amount of money. I was asking, like, if they came to you and asked you about your podcast and the show you do, like, would you be opposed to, like, would you even consider doing something like that?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was just going on a tangent about Kanye. So I'm just trying to help people understand publishing. Sometimes it's hard to understand. They're doing it now. They offered Vlad 8 figures for his catalog, right? So essentially what they're doing. By the way, I think CJ So Cool did one of these deals. They came to me and start. I didn't listen to it though. They'll look at what your channel is making now. They'll look at the back catalog, and then they'll be like, hey, listen, your channel is expected to make, I don't know, let's say they're going to say $10 million in the next 3 years, right? We'll give you $12 million right now, right? We'll give you $12 million right now, and you get your channel back in 3 years. However, here's the rules. You don't get paid from nothing that comes in on your channel. All of it goes to them because they gave you an upfront check. Then they'll say you got to make this amount of videos per week or per day, or you got to go live. They're going to have these rules to make sure that they're in a position that they could work the catalog and insert ads and go sell shit on behalf of whatever they need to do. So, yeah. By the way, they do it. They do it with YouTubers too. They do it with YouTubers. For me, I wouldn't do it because this is one of the reasons I'm independent now. Let me tell you this. After my last deal with Spotify, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think I've told the story. The first offer they gave, when I seen, it's different because I've made a lot of money and I've made good money just all my career. But when you hear like them mention the lump sum of money over multiple years that is just in this, we're going to give you X millions of dollars. You're like, what? You're like, I used to do this shit for free, right? So you immediately want to just say yes. And I remember I was almost saying yes, and my lawyer told him no. And I almost fired the motherfucker because I was like, nigga, what the fuck? Nigga, you ain't going to fuck up this money for me. And he was like, no, this is how it goes. Trust. And I'm like, oh my. I'm like, if they said, oh, you want what? Oh, we're good. I was going to be like, nigga, you're fired. You done fucked this up. And also I wanted to be on Spotify for whatever reason. Because I wanted to be there. Anyway, that was negotiation. We're going back and forth. And then I always say, thank God to one other company that came in. Well, I've said it before. Apple came in. Shout out to my man, Larry Jackson. And Apple got the bag. Me and Spotify have been negotiating back and forth for a while now, right? Everybody at Spotify who's black, and cultural, they're all telling Spotify people, be like, yo, y'all lost Joe. If y'all can't get Joe, remember Charlamagne just re-signed with iHeart. It said, academics is the only thing smoking on his block. You need him, make this shit work. So these big wigs, they're trying to make it work, but then Apple comes in. And Apple comes in, they're not playing around. Apple, first thing they say to us, yo, we want this, right? And they say, well, how much? I said, well, we're already talking to Spotify. I said, okay, cool. What's the current offer? And when we tell them that, they come back and they said, we're giving you $1 million more. And I said, what? So we go back to Spotify, and I probably shouldn't say this part, but I will. That's
negotiation,
that's how we kind of ended up with Spotify, because Spotify, I remember they weren't budging on some of the stuff, because you remember, mean, I always wanted to own my shit, but it was like the some of the ownership shit. You remember people like, yo, if you sign these contracts, they were gonna own whatever. We were like really big on. We wanted to maintain shit. This is why, even though I'm not on Spotify, it's still called Off the Record. I still own it, and I could put up even the podcast that I put on Spotify. You get what I'm saying? And
Because you own,
yeah, and what happened was when Apple came in with that, they hit us back and they said, "Yo, everything I asked for," they said, "We're gonna go up this amount." They didn't meet Apple. I'm gonna be honest. They didn't meet Apple on the money. They said, "We'll give you all this other stuff, ownership, blah blah blah, and we'll go up this a little bit amount of money, but you gotta close." Because you know what if they saw, they realized Apple was about to take them to town. They were gonna say a number, and Apple was gonna say a number, and then they were gonna try to match it, and Apple was gonna beat it. So they were like, "Yo, let's get out of this." And by the grace of God, thank you to Apple. They did an amazing job. Or thank you to
So that $17 million from Spotify was worth it.
Is that what?
That $17 million from Spotify was worth it.
17 million for who?
Spotify.
So here's the thing, right? Okay. No. Now here, I was saying that to say when you hear the money, it's whatever. But I promise you, and I will tell anybody this: no company will ever give you money that they don't think you can make on your own. And I think it is a rite of passage where until you're really, really, really financially at home, you seem stupid turning down that really big check. But if you have the work ethic, and they're not paying for nothing you can't make, bro. Like, you know what I mean? They're not doing magic, right? They're not just, like, sometimes they might give some extra money to sweeten it, but if they give you a deal, anybody, right? If they give you a deal, right? And this is exactly why I'm independent, right?
Like labels, companies, and
yes, even a label. If a label gives you a deal for $30 million, they think you can make $30 million by yourself. Now you might not have the team to make $30 million. You might not know how to make $30 million. You might be too lazy to make $30 million.
But they know you have the potential.
But they know you have the potential, right? And that's why they're giving that to you. And then they put a whole ecosystem around you to make sure they get their $30 million out, even if they have to wait, right? That's another reason why, like, for me, I haven't gone back to another major company. I'm like, now granted, there is stupid money. What I call stupid money is the money just doesn't even compute. So it's just like, they want you that bad, they're going to just put so much on the top of it that you're dumb to say no, right? But for them, it's more of an investment play than actually, we're going to recoup pay, right? Like, some companies sign people because they're like, yo, we need a face of this company, right? Like, I'm pretty sure a little bit of, let's say Joe Rogan, and I'm speaking on other people's business, which I try not to do because I don't want people to hear this to get mad.
Yeah.
Let's say Joe Rogan, let's say the deal is like $300 million. Joe Rogan probably he could definitely make $200 million by himself.
That was the Spotify deal when Joe Butter was saying that Joe Rogan came over to Spotify and he was watching the fact how he wanted a little bit more on his contract because he felt like he was another show that was bringing the numbers for them as well.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan shit is different, bro. I swear it's different. His numbers is just disgusting. So it's like Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat's numbers like fucking disgusting, right? Like, yo, I'm telling you, I pocket watch everybody, right? I'm kind of open and honest too, but like, them Kai Cenat streams that he's doing, he's making $250,000 a day. That's a fact.
God damn it!
You talking about for this subathon?
Yeah, he's pulling $250,000 a day. You get what I'm saying? Like, that boy not playing around. You get what I'm saying? And by the way, that's my guesstimation based on sub revenue and whatever. And by the way, there's probably other deals in the background, so he could be making up to $500,000 a day. You get what I'm saying? Like, again, he has a great manager, great team around him. They're doing anyway. the thing with Joe Rogan, I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan is getting paid, like maybe on paper, his deal might be like 220. That makes sense financially for them, right?
220 what mil?
Yeah, right. They're gonna throw on that 80 million extra because you need Joe Rogan to be the face. That's the tax. That's the put something on top of it fee. And that's probably also what gets him to sign, right? Because if it's just 220, he could probably do the math and say, well, I literally could make 200 by myself. But but that extra 100 is like, all right, now you just gave me stupid money. Thank you. That extra 100 million, right?
So that's the extra 100. That's the add-on. That's the
add-on, and they're probably paying that tax as an investment to say, we need Joe Rogan as the face. We need, when it says Joe Rogan, it says Spotify's Joe Rogan, right? It says Spotify's Joe Rogan. Yeah, you got to pay. That's a tax. You pay that. You get what I'm saying? But in general, in every deal which you get, like even the Drake deal, right? Like, do you think that UMG just gave Drake like $600 million or not 600, 400 million, and they have no idea that he could make that much money? What? They've been studying the data on Drake for over a fucking decade. If they gave Drake $400 million, they know he's gonna gross $1 billion. That's a fact.
I don't want to cut you off, Act, real quick, because when you say UMG, you know that's Cash Money, that's Birdman. So I want to know, when Birdman went in and got his deal, just like how Master P got his deal, where they gave the what was the 730 split?
No, I think he has a 95-5 or 90-10, I think. Oh, by the way, Drake doesn't drop via Cash Money no more. It drops via Republic.
Dang.
It's still with the he might get the imprint look, but that's all. It's all Republic. Remember, they paid Birdman's debt. They took all them artists.
What?
That was the deal. Yo, they didn't pay Wayne $50 million. Remember, he wanted 51. That's what he sued Birdman for. Wayne sued Birdman $51 million. Yeah, he wanted 51. They didn't pay the 51. They came to a deal. Birdman wasn't getting up off no money, or he claimed he was going to get off. He just said that Wayne's lawyers were mind tricking him to think he was owed way more than he wanted. From what I heard, he was down to pay Wayne not that high in the five.
Since we're on the same topic, is that all through publishing? Like, is that what they know they could get off of publishing? Where they want to give you the back end?
No. Unpaid royalties. Unpaid royalties. You got to realize, I keep telling y'all that the majority of rappers, they usually don't see royalty checks, right? Dang. They just do shows all the time, and they usually don't care that much because they look at the advance as the money, right? So once you get the advance,
they don't care about what they can get overall through their whole life.
Because most artists are not profitable. Like, think about it like this. A record label loves having artists in debt. Go back to Drake, God's Plan, right?
Nigga gave out $1 million.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. They want Drake to spend $1 million. They don't want Drake to create a video for $20,000. You know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they want Drake to spend millions of dollars. Why? It's better if they have Drake in debt. Now, Drake will be in debt as an artist. His artist accountant will be in debt. They'll be in the green, like, you know what I mean, or in the black, whatever you want to call it. They're going to be good. But their relationship with an artist is always better. Every label's artist relationship with an artist is better when the artist is in debt. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
Just like how business go hand in hand. They care about the relationship more than they care about the problems. Basically.
No. It's about leverage. Right?
Yeah.
It's about leverage. When an artist is in debt, you have the leverage as a label. When an artist is clearly in the black and has recouped, first of all, they're going to want to rip up the contract. Yo,
and
new contract.
New one, or try to...
Yeah, new contract time. Oh, okay, you gave me $20 million, and now I'm mad profitable. I want $35 million. Like, rather than me doing the next 2 albums, I want to do $35 million. Now, if you tell the artist,
Appreciation,
hey,
or
bro,
did it in the fear of that you'll leave the label and go independent?
no, you can't leave the label during the contract. What I'm saying is that if I signed an album, a record deal for 5 albums, and for whatever reason, I'm already profitable for my first 2 albums,
God damn it.
I'm going to say to the label, I want more money. Let's rip that shit up, or I'm not dropping, right? So the label has limited leverage. They're going to have to give me a new contract because they want me to drop.
When you say I'm not dropping, right? That's like, so you're shelving yourself because they like to shelf people. So I would shelf myself?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not dropping.
Is Bad Bunny low-key signed to Drake? What's Bad Bunny label?
And by the way, for the person who said that, there's people who keep the lights on. Like, we're not talking about like respect for like YB in the mirror. Like if for Alamo, right? For Alamo, if Durk said, I'm not dropping.
Yes, because they got and they have another artist over there. I feel like can you tell me one question?
Wait, hold on.
You ever heard of Diddy Osama?
Wait, hold on. Let me just finish on this train of thought.
Okay.
These labels project for what's going to happen for the year and quarters. If and we see this a lot. This also happened through an intermediary. Like, for example, this will happen through production deals. So Uzi's not signed to Atlantic directly. He's signed to Generation Now. Generation Now gets a huge paycheck. They bust it down the middle. They get half. Uzi gets half. Now, if Uzi feels like he's outperforming it, the contract says Uzi has to drop every certain amount of time.
That's DJ Drama. Yeah.
You know what he'll say to Generation Now? I'm not dropping. So Atlantic putting pressure on Generation Now. Generation Now can't force Uzi to drop, but they already signed a contract on behalf of Uzi for this joint venture that Uzi's going to drop on a specific time schedule. So that's how the artist gets to, you're not shelving yourself. You're forcing their hand. You have obligations to these people, and I'm not dropping. Fix my fucking deal. Give me more money. Hey, let's say his deal was, say Atlantic cut a $40 million check. He got 20, they got 20. Okay, no. Hey, I need 5 more million. I might need 10. Give me 10 more for me to do this. So y'all figure out a way to rework it. Give me my 10, and then we'll get the projects, and then Atlantic will keep paying out, and life goes on. That's just how it goes, So a lot of different ways. So anyway, I was saying that a record label has the most leverage over you when you're in debt. Because, number one, they're not going to pay you these residuals and royalties. And also, it's once you're not profitable, a lot of things, and they usually write it as such, that it's up to them if they want to continue with you or drop you. It's not up to you. They could eternally, as long as you owe them money, they could just kind of put you on the shelf until you recoup in certain cases. Okay. What up, though? Who was saying something?
No. So when it comes to you were speaking about Durk and keeping the lights on, it's Alamo has Durk, Rod Wave, Diddy Osama. When I was getting out, when I said Diddy Osama, it's like and Rod Wave, like. So basically, these 3 artists, they're the top 3 artists. They're paying the bills for everybody.
Diddy Osama's not paying no damn bills over at Alamo.
I was just about to say that.
Hey, there's 3 artists. There's 3 artists that's keeping the lights over there at Alamo. Their names are Rod Wave, Lil Durk, and Boss Man D-Lo. That's it.
God damn it.
It's true. Like those are the priorities.
Yo, he helped Diddy Osama get signed.
Who?
Me.
This nigga Kirkland that you talking to.
Oh, cool. That's dope. Yeah, listen, being a priority is very different. He might be shit. I'm not saying he's not a valuable artist to them. He's just when when Rod Wave says something, Alamo is gonna jump, kick, and scream. Right? When Rod Wave drops, they're now recouping for several artists they may have signed that never turned into nothing. Several guys they gave 40,000 here, 50,000 here that never did nothing. That's where the label starts recouping because Rod is bringing in a lot of profit.
Do you feel like what do you feel like Diddy Osama could do to help the label turn the lights on, like transition from drill?
Sell records. That's it. Only way to keep the lights on is to sell records, you know. So I mean, I'm not saying Joe can't sell records because that's what Durk does, right? So it's like you just got to sell music. When I say keep the lights on, Rod Wave when he does 130, and then he's dominant, like he's gonna be a consistent high streamer.
When he drops the album, is shaking is shaking this. But hold on, like when it comes to the whole selling your publishing thing, because that's the topic.
Also, put like this, and you have to realize Rod's success is like it's kind of really uncharted. Rod told me the first time he did arenas, his label told him don't do it. You're gonna flop. That his label showed up to every fucking date and said, "Yo, we need another album immediately." See, they didn't think he could pull out that many people, and they were going by their analytics. Rod told me we were going by ours. We knew people were gonna show up. We didn't think it was rolling the dice. After they seen that shit, they said, "Yo, how can we get another album out of you, Rod? Let's go. We gotta go. You're the guy, right?"
Mm-hmm.
They want to monetize off of that, right? Go ahead though.
Well, they monetizing off of the fact that the music that he actually makes. That's kind of like I don't want to say I don't want to say that word, but you know the type of music he makes. Like, are they monetizing off of that, or they actually believe in?
It's just a business. Hey, listen, if you're bringing out 12,000 people everywhere, we know that there's demand for your music. If they're down to pay for your tickets, now we want to sell music. Not only them streaming it, but we could do much more interesting stuff. If you have 12,000 people in every major city down to buy a ticket to your show, we could monetize that in terms of your music. That's the label's job. So once they see that, they're like, "Oh shit, let's get more music, let's get more product, let's get it in front of people. Hey, we're making money over here." Like a label is just like any other business, you know. I think sometimes people think about, oh no, do they believe in the music? Like, shit, of course they believe in anything that works. Like, you know what I mean? Like, shit, the CEO of any company is going to be loving you no matter what you singing about. You could be singing about killing your mama.
You know who dropped an album that niggas will love, but they ain't paying attention to?
Who?
Dage Loaf.
Ooh, that's actually true. Shout out to Dage Loaf, yo.
She just dropped some fire act. I ain't gonna lie.
I gotta give it a listen to. Maybe I can find a track to play in one of the intros. She's dope. For whatever reason, I feel like she's one of the post speaker box pioneers.
Yeah.
No, not speaker box, speaker knockers. I'm sorry. Post speaker knocker pioneers.
You feel like she could get a comeback? You feel like you feel like she could come back?
Of course. Of course. Of course. Just take the right record, man. And a lot of times we got to think about label situation. I think the reason why, you know who I think would be having like a Glorilla type career?
Who?
Granted, you know, Young M.A.
I can't lie.
Oh
That was
yeah.
just a question as if can she come back? But how do you feel like it takes the right record? Like, I mean, I wouldn't say she fell off, but she's been like, for a couple years now. It's been kind of, the music hasn't been hitting like that in the sense. So what do you like when you say it takes the right record to come back? It just takes one.
It takes the right record to kind of get back on that spotlight. Then I would instantly say, is she signed?
I think she independent.
Yeah, it's gonna take that support and for consistency. Like labels still matter, you know what I mean? Like the label is in the background trying to make sure, if you give them a little bit of a buzz, they're gonna turn into a whole forest fire, and then they're gonna keep that fire burning as long as it can. So, the little spark that you need is one hot song or one song that everybody's bumping on TikTok. You got to have a hot one to start with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, you absolutely can.
Nah, that'd be fire, dog. Like, see, if it'd be people like that, like, if not to say if I was Dage, but if I was like a rapper or something, bro, I'm going to people that I'll go to a nigga like you, to a nigga like, you know what I'm saying? Like Adam, that's in a culture to get advice and shit, Like, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. Even if I give you advice, you still gotta go get one. That's the hardest part of it all. You see, when a rapper got a hit song, they don't give a fuck about advice because nothing matters then, right? When you have a hot song, everything doesn't matter. It's only when you're trying to make it look like you have a hit song, everything matters. When you have a real, true hit song, nothing matters. You could have one eye, 3 toes. You could have AIDS. You could be ugly in the face. You could be fat as fuck. It doesn't matter, right? Now, granted, after that song wears off, and you don't have another, you want to have the right pieces around you that you could keep that up or keep that consistency or, keep that visibility for fans.
Mm-hmm. All right. So a couple collabs. Remember what Wayne did? Remember what Wayne did when he went on that collab run?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like if Dage get on a couple collabs with these young niggas, like, that's hot right now, then she could probably, you know what I'm saying? She could probably go crazy.
Well, here's the thing, though. A lot of people in music, the thing with music is that heat attract heats, and people stay away from who they think are cold, right? That's if you ever think rappers are friends, wait till one fall off.
Yeah.
Let's see if the one that's still hot hangs out with the one that's cold as ice all the time.
You always say that about Drake. he always say when you fall off, Drake ain't hollering at you no more.
Ain't nobody gonna holler at you. Let me tell you this. There's certain rappers you think, oh man, they're so cool, they're so best friends. They're best friends because right now they're both popping. Wait till one massively falls off. You will not see them together, and you'll be like, damn, whatever happened to them? No, one nigga fell off.
Yeah, that's the fake industry shit, dog. I don't like that shit, bro.
Yeah. All right, you want to say, I got to do this topic real quick. Hold on. Chat, give me 1 second. I want to pull this topic up. So, I seen one of King Von's baby mama speak on this. Apparently, they said that, what was it? She did an interview saying that she had to take her son out of, like, something with school. Let's see. King Von. Okay. Twitter always has it. Here we go.
I made the decision to pull my son off the football team. I understand that football is a very rigorous sport. My son is only 5 years old, so of course he's not there yet. Like, he's not super tough. I guess the coach was giving them water, and the coach made a mistake and squirted water in his eye. I'm not really sure. I just know water was squirted in Davon's eye. And of course, just like a 5-year-old, he began to cry. As he's walking him off the field, he goes, "Stop all that crying if I put you over there with the cheerleaders." And me, I'm instantly in defense mode. And I asked him, I said, "Do you think that was appropriate for you to say to a 5-year-old child?" And he was like, it ain't no crying in football. I made the decision to.
Interesting. Man, father, stay in your son's life, man. Man, I'm with the coach. Ain't no fucking crying in football. What the fuck? Yeah, listen, man. You see, a mom is gonna look at me like, that's my little baby. Don't talk to my baby like that. Man, this football, man. Toughen up. You know what I mean? You young King Von, man. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, yo, toughen up. I'm sorry. Like, yo, what we finna tell you? Now, granted, you know, it would be one thing if it's like it's abuse. Like, yo, the coach, like, hit the kid. I'd be like, yo, bro, you tweaking right now. Like, you hitting the kid, but trying to tell him, like, yo, man, stop all the crying. Yo, I'm sorry. Like, it's kind of, yo, chill. You think that's a W mom? Nah, I ain't do W mom with that. Tough love, man. You got to do tough love, bro. Now, again, if it was anything physical, and it appears that she was saying it was a mistake. So it's not like the coach was like, let me squirt something in your eyes. Pause. Like, no, it seems like he was trying to squirt, like, water. You know, like, they be having a helmet, and I guess it got into his eyes, and he's crying. It's like, no, it's a football. Come on, toughen up, man. Come on. You got to have some tough love for your son, right? And this is why, you know, again, it's not her fault. Anything she's saying is not wrong. Like, that's why you need a combination of mommy and daddy, right? Daddy's supposed to say what the coach said. Yo, come on, son. Yo, come on, toughen up. Like, yo, don't let me see you crying. Stop playing. Let me see you crying, man. That's what daddy's supposed to say. And then mommy's supposed to be like, oh, baby, are you good? Like, it's supposed to be a combination. It's yin and yang. That's how stuff's supposed to happen. Mom's supposed to be the very nurturing, caring side. That's my baby. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You know what I mean? Dad's supposed to be like, yo, come on, shake that off. Come on, that's what it is. So, again, this is the reason why I kind of look at it. I'm like, yo, man, fathers, stay in y'all sons' lives, right? You know, mothers are tasked with a really hard job of growing up the men of tomorrow, growing up the kids who need somebody to look up to in both aspects. You need to have mommy, you need to have dad. And I don't give a fuck what these people, or, you know, it feels like half of the women on the Shade Room, they be on some shit like, nah, fuck that nigga, fuck my baby daddy, just put him on child support. And I do think half of the niggas, whether it's on my page or the other, they're looking at it like, man, fuck my baby mama too. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we need both parents, man. Women do an amazing job at raising kids, but men serve a very integral role in growing up, especially, I personally believe, men of color. And yeah, you know, I'm also saying that to say, I'm not sure if maybe King Von would have reacted the same way if he was here. But, you know, I feel like that coach would sometimes, you know, if you grew up with a single mom, that coach kind of end up being like a father figure to you, right? And I would be reacting much differently if that coach was abusing them, but I think that coach is trying to show them some tough love. That's it. That's it, man. And yeah, he's 5, you know. Obviously, as he grows up, he'll get into himself. But again, hopefully, if God allows it to be, and finds someone for this young woman here, hopefully he allows a strong male role model to be in the child's life, whether it's someone that's dating her or otherwise, because trust me, that kid's gonna need a strong role male model, okay? And this is why that's why sometimes you can't even get mad at when you see Future or Baby Future and Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? Shit. Like, when you see them, actually, Baby Future is, like, big as fuck now. You ever seen him? Like, they have this, like, blended family. I think it's dope, you know? Obviously, I remember Future kind of, like, complaining about it before. But shit, yo, Future, you got too many kids, man. You ain't there. You clearly ain't there enough compared to this guy, so... And dude's actually a pretty good role model. He's a pretty good role model for Lil Future. You can't knock it. Right? Is this Future here? Yeah, seems so, right? And I think they have a new kid. Yeah. Listen, I like to promote men being in their children life, and not only I think specifically boys, but also your daughters as well. You know what I mean? You're trying to keep these chicks from ending up like Sexy Red, getting passed around like a blunt, like Ruby Rose, from getting piped out by like every shade, different creed, height, weight, city like Selena Powell. You want to be in your daughter's life too, man. So fathers, y'all gotta be there. You know what I mean? I don't got no kids yet, but I'll be damned if I have, my son running around just shooting niggas, killing niggas, doing random shit, robbing niggas, just being a stain on society as a whole. When it's my job to teach him how to be a good human being, and hopefully he takes it in. And I'll be damned if I have my daughter over here just sucking up the whole block, you know what I mean? Just over here, just like a walking gonorrhea treatment. Like, hell nah. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want no daughters, no thought. Nor do I want no delinquent, fucked up, weird-ass son either. You know what I mean? So, anyway. Yeah, look. Look at Little Future. Imagine if Future was around. This nigga would be sagging his pants, doing all type of shit, man. Drinking his lean. This what a good father does, right? You see how he look right here? Man, that nigga would have been look like Tarantino and motherfucking King. He'd have been, no, that's what he would be looking like. He'd be looking like King with T.I. if this kid grew up a Future. Real talk. Anyway. Love to everybody who's in their family's lives. All right, I'm trying to hit a couple other topics real quick before I do get off of here. What's this? Nope. The fuck? Soulja Boy went off on Busby. Let me see if I can find that. Thought I had found it. Where is it at? Watch this. Here we go.
Talking about some, man, Plies on you. Plies, if you don't sit your bro down, what the fuck wrong with your cheap? Pretty Boy Swag is not your beat. So you want to wait 10 years to try to sue a nigga for a beat. That is not your beat, crazy man. What the fuck is wrong with you, Plies?
So apparently Plies is suing Soulja Boy and a couple other people. Let me get into the lawsuit. Plies suing. He's suing. Let me see. Okay. By the way, he sued a couple other artists. He sued Glorilla and a couple other artists for copyright infringement. So rapper Plies filed a lawsuit against a group of artists, including Memphis rapper Glorilla, over the copyright infringement. Plies alleged that Soulja Boy used elements from Me and My Goons in his 2010 song Pretty Boy Swag. Lawsuit states that Soulja Boy then authorized Meg the Stallion and Glorilla to sample the copyright work, leading to their song Wanna Be. Plies claimed that Glorilla and Meg the Stallion used substantial elements of the melody. So essentially, Meg the Stallion and Glorilla sampled Soulja Boy, but Plies is now coming in 10 years later, or however many years later, to say, I guess it was a June 2010 song. No, never mind. When did Me and My Goons come out? We got to figure out that. So it's a 2010 song, Pretty Boy Swag, but in the April 2024 song, it was used in Meg the Stallion and Glorilla's song. So they sampled it from Soulja Boy, but Plies is saying, no, the original sample is from me, which means Soulja Boy should have paid me and y'all should have paid me, okay? So let Soulja Boy keep going.
Need to change your name to Lies, because you a motherfucking lie. You know that ain't your motherfucking beat, bro. What the fuck wrong with you? You should have just said, hey, bro, I'm broke. Let me hold something. You Plies, you don't sit your bald-headed down some. Your motherfucking hairline in the middle of your head. Fuck out of here. That beat is all original music. You only can sue somebody if they sample your song and don't get it cleared. That is not a sample, bro. Sit your bro down. Some the fuck wrong with you? They talking about some, man, you know Plies on you.
Okay. Let's hear the songs.
All the pretty.
I keep a couple killers around me.
Yo, nigga gonna say, yo, Plies saved this goddamn beat, saved this lawsuit for hard times, man. It's like when Charleston White said he keep a few bodies in memory that if he ever get in some real trouble, he gonna make sure he snitch at the appropriate time that he could get out of some real trouble. So he be knowing about some murders, unsolved murders. And they're saying that Plies saved this damn lawsuit for when he was broke. But I don't think Plies broke. It's impossible Plies broke, right? Why the hell would Plies be broke? I don't know. It kind of do sound a little bit similar. But here's the thing, though. It's probably interpolation because didn't Soulja Boy make all of his beats on he made all of his beats on Fruity Loops back then. Let me see if I can find him making a beat. Soulja Boy, Fruity Loops, Pretty Boy Swag. Let's see. Oh no, I want to see him talking about it. Did he ever do one of these like production things before? Soulja Boy on how he made Pretty Boy Swag. Did he ever speak on it before? Okay, here we go.
You know what I'm saying? Pretty Boy Swag video, man. We about to pop it off real big. Pretty Boy Swag. Pretty Boy. Benefits.
Oh, this is just the video, though.
And at the top of the music video, and it's basically just girls all on me. You know what I'm saying? Girls taking off my jacket, girls all.
Soulja and some
Did Plies ever speak on it? Let me go see Plies. What Plies got to say? He said we should call you Lies. This nigga talking about Starbucks. Oh, so he never really addressed it. Yeah, he been kind of chilling ever since Trump won, man. He was tight. I don't know. He might have a case here. Might have a case. Might have a case. Let's listen to the full Soulja Boy rant.
Mansion in. Where your cars at? Where your a Pretty Boy Swag? You trying to come and claim my shit? Them shit don't sound nothing alike, nigga. The f wrong with you? That is not a sample, nigga. That's all of your shit go do 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 do. My shit go do 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 do. Pretty Boy. That don't sound nothing alike, man. Sit your crazy ass down somewhere, broke ass. Don't you?
Oh,
well, you.
Let me
If you broke, nigga, that ain't your. That's yellow gold and shit, man. I used to grow up to listening to his kids is suing me now. That's how I know I officially made it. Plies, you broke as hell, nigga. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Pretty Boy Swag is your beat. Boy, you don't get the fuck out of here. You reaching like a motherfucker, nigga. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, nigga. Go make another hit, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. Nigga, I ain't never seen you with no diamonds in your mouth. All that cheesy ass yellow gold and shit. Man, all that cheesy ass yellow gold you be having in your teeth, nigga. I ain't never seen you with no diamonds in your teeth, nigga. If you don't sit your cheap ass down somewhere, nigga. Trying to take my credit for my hit, nigga, that I put hard on work in, nigga. You know how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into Pretty Boy swag, nigga? You trying to come and claim my shit, nigga? Them shit don't sound nothing alike, nigga. The fuck wrong with you? That is not a sample, nigga. That's all of your shit go do 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 do. My shit go do 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 do. Pretty boy, that don't sound nothing alike, man. Sit your crazy ass down somewhere, broke ass nigga.
Broke ass nigga.
Fuck wrong with you? Boy, you reaching like a motherfucker, boy.
Word.
Broke ass nigga, just say you broke. Everybody tag Plies and say, nigga, you broke, nigga. Get the fuck off Soulja Boy dick, nigga. You reaching, nigga. That ain't your song, nigga. Broke ass nigga. Where your mansion at, nigga? Where your cars at, nigga? Where your clothes at? Where your acres at, nigga? Where your mansion at, nigga? Where your whips at? Nigga, you broke, nigga. You think you finna come up off Soulja, nigga? You got me fucked up, nigga. Broke ass nigga. Everybody tag Plies and say, nigga, you broke, nigga. That ain't your beat, bitch ass nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. You broke as fuck, nigga. Go get some real diamonds in your mouth, nigga. All that cheesy ass yellow gold and shit you be wearing, nigga. Fuck Plies, nigga. Get off my dick, nigga. Lame ass, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Bald headed ass, nigga. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, nigga. Leave me, Megan Thee Stallion, and Glorilla alone, nigga. That is not your beat, bitch ass nigga. That is all original music, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? That is not a sample, nigga. I'm the first rapper to do this shit, nigga. Sit your cheesy teeth, cheesy mouth ass down somewhere, nigga. Cheap ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga? Sit your broke ass down somewhere, cheesy ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga? You went broke, nigga. It ain't my fault, nigga. I don't owe you shit. Go get a job, nigga. Go to McDonald's, broke ass nigga. Cheesy mouth ass nigga. Cheesy grill wearing ass nigga. Cheap tooth wearing ass. Cheap teeth wearing ass nigga. Fuck you think this is, boy? Cheap mouth wearing ass nigga. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, a bald headed ass nigga. What the fuck song even Plies even ever had, nigga? Have you ever even had a hit, nigga? I don't know none of your songs, broke ass nigga. You try to claim my shit. Nigga, I made all my shit organic by myself, nigga. What songs you done made? What songs Plies done made? I ain't never even heard this song. How the fuck we stole it from you? How the fuck we stole a song from you? I ain't never even heard that motherfucker. That is not a sample, nigga. That's all original music. You're broke, nigga. Cause if you had it, you wouldn't be trying to sue, nigga. Cheap ass nigga. You ain't got more hits than me, nigga. Fuck you talking about. That's all I know. You ain't got more hits than me, nigga. So sit your cheap ass down somewhere, broke ass nigga. Go get a job, nigga. Go to McDonald's, nigga. Fuck you talking about. Go do some promo, nigga. Lame ass, nigga. Stop playing, nigga mad cause I'm up. Nigga see me perform at the BET Awards, that was the last straw. Nigga, I woke up the next day to a lawsuit. Cheap ass nigga, stop reaching, nigga. Go live right now and show me a mansion. Show me a mansion, show me some foreign whips. Show me, nigga, show me $1 million cash. And I'm gonna get off your ass. Until then, nigga, you broke, nigga. That is not your beat, bitch ass nigga. Cheesy teeth ass nigga. Yellow gold wearing ass nigga. Go get some flawless diamonds in your mouth, cheap ass nigga. Fuck around with you, boy. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, nigga. This shit over with. You cooked, nigga. You had your chance. You blew it. I'm the new nigga in town. I'm what's hot now, nigga. Sit your cheap ass down somewhere, nigga. Fuck around with you, police ass nigga. That's some police shit. You try to sue a nigga? I thought you was a gangster. I thought you was a goon. Ain't you the nigga that used to wear the goon chain with a ski mask on it? I thought you was a real gangster, real goon, nigga. You could have came and got that shit back in blood, nigga. You gonna go snitch to the white man. He stole my beat. Police ass nigga, you a snitch. You a snitch, nigga. You wanna take that shit to court, nigga? You a snitch, nigga.
Okay. Hey, did y'all see so YSL Woody and Wack 100, they going at it, bro. Did y'all watch this?
Now, if you haven't,
watch this.
Her lips, okay? You know, to me, it's okay. We have a gentleman right here with no mustache or no hair on his face, okay? He has bare lips, okay? So the people I know in the community, right, they're very fond of bare lips and bare face, right?
Is that a thing?
Listen, I mean, this is just what they say, right? I don't know, right?
Google,
you know, and then
why is Wack 100 beefing with YSL Woody?
I'm listening to like the dialect, you know, it's like, I'm going to talk black right now. Okay. And you know, let's talk about Wack 100 and he's and man's and he, you know, to me, it's just like, that's not like a manly brother.
You don't think he comes up?
Okay. Supposedly Woody responded. Where did Woody respond? I thought I saw this shit. Oh.
Wet 100. Wet 100. Well, I look like Kanye nigga. Wet. Hey, Wet 100. Come here. You and Adam keep getting on these platforms talking. Come down here with Adam 22, and both of y'all interview me, and me and you can talk like grown man and little boy because you're little boy, and I guess I gotta be the grown man. Every interview you got is about me. Stop speaking on me, dude. I don't know you, know nothing about you, don't even care nothing about you. You brought my name up, and you steady bringing my name up. Listen, if that's what it takes for y'all to get y'all views, get your money, bro. But stop trying to be like Charles White. I know you want to say that in my face, Wack 100. I just asked that you shut up, stop mentioning me. Mention them dudes in LA who you running from. You laying across the bed butt naked, you can't never, ever in life be OG. Adam, stay out of black folk business, man. This ain't got nothing to do with you, Adam. Cause I know you still be having dreams about leaning in that black man. Cause you know you was shaking like a leaf on a tree when you came down here. What? He ain't gonna do nothing but get on here and yell at his phone. Yo, what is scary? You ain't never seen me in real life, boy. Why you on here yelling at y'all phone? I ain't never seen so many gangsters or street dudes get on the phone and be like, bro, the phone ain't did nothing to you. The phone ain't finna do nothing. You can't be like, hey, bro, and then something happens. You don't get on the phone and be like, bang, and then the person on the other end of it just drop. So I'm gonna get on the front of the phone, I'm gonna laugh at you. These niggas don't live three of my lifetimes, and they still acting like this. Man, real OG, man, you know what he's supposed to be doing. He supposed to be in the neighborhoods out here with these kids, and not on no white man platform, exposing the black community, speaking on open cases. But what? From a younger dude, you're an older dude, like all jokes aside, like, I know you right now mad, probably swearing, playing with Adam 22, whatever you might be doing. Be a better role model, bro. If you this OG and you got a voice, get out in the community and help these kids. Cause don't get on the internet talking about me. You don't know nothing about me.
Is it part 2?
Wet 100 more. Get on here and yell at the phone. He sit on that platform and let Adam tell him, yo, did you have fun at the Adam 22 party? Wet sounded like he in a whole bunch of pain. Now, Adam, you know I had fun. What they'll do for their money, they would get on the Adam 22 and let Adam sit right there and sexual assault them. I be seeing some of the craziest stuff. I ain't gonna lie, I like that y'all go watch No Jumper. Shout out to No Jumper, Adam 22. Oh, that song the set. That's on the what? You can't come to Atlanta. Cause if y'all really love me, y'all go in there and come up on the Wack page and be like, Wack, leave Woody alone. He from Atlanta. He not from LA. I don't get in LA business. I'm not a gang member. I don't get in gang politics, no none of that. Why is you so focused on me, bro? I don't lay on the bed naked with my feet in the air. I don't do that. I don't get on platform and play them games with no white boy. Adam, get your pets, Adam. Get your pets. Why nigga ain't never in they hood? How you discuss me? I'm in my hood every day. I ain't gotta be in my hood every day. But I ain't gonna just turn my back on my neighborhood. I'm gonna get out there and help people in my environment. You don't never see them doing that. You don't never see them in their hood. Like, you always see them inside of a house, inside of a studio. You don't never see them in the middle of where they came from. If y'all gonna talk street politics, get in the street.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why these two are into it. I will say though, for whatever reason it is, I do think that Woody comes across really well to the internet. Like I think, yeah, he cooperated, whatever you want to call it. But every time we hear him talking, kind of seems like he's always saying, you know what, changing my life for the better. I've got a second chance. I'm grateful for this. And the internet's always going to side with the person who comes across less arrogant and comes across very humble. So I don't know what their issue could be, but I don't think that Wack should have a problem with Woody if he told. Like, Wack, you know what I mean? Wack's a dude from the streets, but I don't think Wack generally hates snitches. So why do they have a problem? I don't get it. Yeah, I think Woody's a cool dude. I think he's cool. Now, he's charging everybody for interviews. Me and him ain't gonna do no content because I'm not paying nobody for no interview. I'm good off that. Rather sit here and talk about y'all niggas doing an interview. But he's about to do an interview with Vlad, from what I heard. Yeah, him and Vlad about to do an interview. Yeah, he got the bag from No Jumper. The 20v1 still busting. I think Thug coming home. I think people are really overblowing Thug coming home and what he's going to do to change up the perception of others. I think Thug only, he has a lot of buzz, but it's about his stuff, his music, what he does. I don't think that people are going to just start hating other people for him, including Gunna and even Woody. So, I really got a problem with Woody. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really got a problem with him. I think he plays his lane. He's not trying to run around like I'm a killer, I'm a bully. I think he just does his thing. And he's kind of riding this off into the sunset pause. And however long this entertainment or this hype for him lasts, he's just kind of enjoying it. So I can't knock him. The people have said that they like watching, whether they think he's entertainment or they're rooting for him. The people have picked him. So fuck it. All right. Chat, I think I'm gonna call it wraps. All right. I haven't hung out with my dogs in like a little bit. I think one of them are still up, so I'm about to go hang out with my dogs until I go sleep. I do appreciate you guys for tuning in today. Appreciate to all the new members. We have a whole lot of new members on the Academy page. I don't know if they were all gifted or you guys actually joined and became members yourself, but I want to say thank you guys to everyone who watched. If you watch an hour, 25 minutes, or you watch the entire 6 hours and 25 minutes of this whole stream, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we have 12 new members on the Academy page. I appreciate all you guys. And we had 5 new members on the Academy page. And we are 30 subs away on Twitch before baby oil heaven. And we are going to see. So thank you for everybody who's watched on Twitch, or if you watched on Meta or even on YouTube. Let me see if I can read some of these donations. Somebody says, is Nicki still signing Young Money? Her album still say so. So a lot of those things are imprints. Like it's coming. Yes, they hold the imprint. Like so Nicki's album is still going to say Cash Money, and it still should say Young Money. Right? However, it's Republic. It's really just UMG Republic. Okay? So it's just kind of for brand value, but it's universal public. Buds and Vines, thank you for the 5, by the way. Says Soulja Boy, the first rapper to get sued 10 years later. Brewski says, what about Mustard? Okay, you want me to cover Mustard as last topic? I could do that. Ruger Red, thank you for all the gifted subs. Ghost TV, thank you for the new membership. And Tony Talks, you're the one who gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate you, okay? Milky Family says, Ack, where's Farnsworth Bentley? Noticeably absent, right? I feel like he has a story to tell. I feel like he has definitely a story to tell. Sus pastor found brutal. What? Ack, I don't know gay stuff, but would you have sex with a man? That's gay. Okay. Let me go read the donations over on this page. And I guess I should do the mustard at Camp Flog now, right? Say no more, I will. Let me just read some of these donations. Chris Lancaster says, artists only leverage concerts. If I can listen to Drake, I'll listen to. If I can't listen to Drake, I'll listen to someone else. I probably just won't go to their concert though. Chris Lancaster says, K. Drake, Metro, Future, J. Cole, most impact of 2024. That's the first team. Saul says, I'm interested to know what you think about what Playboi Carti contract looks like. Does he have one of the biggest contracts in the game? I don't think so. Honestly. Listen, you're not gonna like the truth about this, but when you get these big contracts, you're working like a slave. Like Drake admittedly said, "Oh, they got me working." Yes, yeah. Like they're not giving you $40-50 million for you not to release music, right? Bozo said, "Do you think it's based on streams? Their songs in 2024 are based on Rap Caviar playlist. Meg is trash." But Mamushi, what song is that? Has 200 million streams, more than any Drake song released in 2024. Oh, interesting. 00 says, Act Drake lost. Get over it. What? How did that come across? Like I was trying to say something else. Vincent says, help me make the first team next year. Stream his song Dead Doves Don't Sing. Queen Celeste, how you doing, girl? Says Gunna's been the top of Rap Caviar all year. Playful Anxiety, thank you for the 5 gifted. Love you. And also thank you for the 20 donation. Vincent says, we don't want to hear AJ. Damn, y'all like AJ that much? 2K Brothers says, will he be allowed to perform outside the U.S. if he gets out? I'll figure that out for you guys. H-Town, what's up with you? H-Town Gal, I gave you mod, by the way. I appreciate you for your consistency. Queen Celeste says, E-Dog on DJU TV discussing J-Main coming to O-Block. I'll do that tomorrow. Boosted by V says, don't call Wack, please. Audio engineer, please. Rip headphone users. Meek is gay. Never forget Meek is riding Diddy like a dirt bike. Pause. Bozo says, Alex Spiro is a weird guy. He was hired by Mr. Beast to do the investigation and said he found nothing wrong when we saw the Chris Tyson messages to kids. Was he? Mr. Beast hired Alex Spiro? Wow. Let me Google that. Mr. Beast hired Alex Spiro? Oh, he did. Wow. The greatest ever. Thank you for the 10. Says God rest his soul, but Craig Mack passed away, and it was said to be known that he was in a sex cult / freak off AAU camp. Please stop. You can't be cracking jokes like that. You can say he had learned the behavior. He was just on the same type of time as who he was signed to. If you don't know, Diddy. Meme the braid goat. She sent in $10, and she says M3 Bundle Boutique. Think she wants to promote her business at M3 Bundle Boutique. Okay. Young RJ, thank you for the one. Moose 2676 says, could you speak on a no face video flopping? I mean, how could I speak towards that? The video is not on YouTube. The video is just a Instagram post. Seriously, like I feel like everything I say, I think I'm just copping pleas to Drake, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even think it was a real video. I thought this was like part of a promo campaign. I thought it was part of a promo campaign for the OVO clothing. Like he dropped it with October's very own. You see all the October very own merch. It looks like they just did the shoot. So I didn't think it was an official thing. Now I do hear that supposedly it was supposed to be a music video. Not too sure why he's releasing stuff like he's releasing it, but this isn't a YouTube release, and such is the case, it's hard for me to understand or quantify it as a flop. Also, it's not the full music video actually being shot. It's a portion of it. I couldn't tell if it was a commercial, honestly. But yeah. Queen Celeste, she says, those braids looking good. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate you so much. What was the last thing? Oh, y'all want me DJ Mustard. Let me react to DJ Mustard real quick. Now, just to be very clear, it's kind of interesting that people, like, of course y'all want me to react to this, because in some people's minds, people are triggered by, either Kendrick or whatever the case is. Honestly, when I let me just play this part first, and then I'll play. I don't know if I can play the whole "Not Like Us." So, DJ Mustard, while DJing at Camp Flognaw, Mustard, Crew Love. He played Crew Love and cut it off, and then played like that. Yeah.
Sight. You ready? Here we go. Yeah. Sight.
Crowd goes bananas. Hey, listen, I used to DJ, brother. When him and Metro, I expect them to do gimmicks like this. Also, I'm used to DJs like Funk Master Flex. Like, they know how to get a reaction out of a crowd, right? Yeah, I thought that was absolutely fine. Yeah, he's DJing at Camp Flognaw. He's a DJ. It's not like he's singing these songs. Yeah, you're going to do some nice little mixes to get the biggest reaction. Oh, no, let me just act like I'm cool with Drake. Oh, hell nah. I'm not mad at it, honestly. It's a DJ. He doesn't go make some beats. Like, he can't do shit, right? He's just playing the song. So I have no problem with that. I would have probably done the same thing, honestly. Then afterwards, he does Not Like Us, right? I think this is it. Is it? Biggest song of the year is still going up. Now, here's the only part about this I actually find objectionable, right? So I think Mustard did nothing wrong. Dope set. I kind of watched some of the set. It was dope. He did everything he should do. The job of the entertainer is to entertain that crowd, right? Of course, people are going to take it like, oh, yo, he's dissing Drake. I mean, him and Drake ain't cool anyway. I have no problem with what DJ Mustard did. I guess my full reaction is the resulting piece of this. It's going to be very interesting watching as time goes on how all of these people, and this is going to sound like this is some dick sucking shit, but it's not. This is only viral because it's this and Drake, right? Like, oh, okay, this is him shitting on Drake. You wouldn't give a fuck about DJ Mustard doing anything else, like, respectfully. Like, you just wouldn't care about, like, he played a bunch of other songs. And I think that's why they're thinking that, fans of Drake are upset. I'm a fan of Drake. I'm not upset by this. This is actually exactly what he should do, right? I do want to encourage people who claim they like Kendrick or claim, they like what this energy has created in other realms. Make shit go viral that doesn't have to do with Drake. And that'll be fire. You get what I'm saying? And obviously, hopefully it'll come with time, because I get it right now, Not Like Us is just one of the biggest songs, and that has to do with Drake. But that'll be impressive, right? Because otherwise, like, I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like Drake is still being used, right? Whether you're shitting on him or you're bigging him up, you're using the fact that he's the number one most popular and polarizing person in hip hop, right? Do we even react to this if the song isn't like, Let me ask you a question, and I didn't watch the whole thing. Did anybody repost him playing any other Kendrick song or any other West Coast song? Did anybody care about him playing any other song? That to me is the proof that, yeah, as time is going on, maybe this is seen as an embarrassing moment for Drake, but it doesn't. But it even more cements the fact of how much or how dominant or how much the conversation is based around him. Because I've yet to see any of these ancillary people make headlines. I would say ancillary, so I'm not talking about Kendrick. Make headlines without the backdrop being, I'm shitting on Drake. So it is what it is, right? So you know what I mean? Like, for example, I was seeing a bunch of these YouTubers. I call them the Kendrick Avengers. Their numbers were going sky high through the roof. It's all kind of simmered down. So it's like, y'all do know that y'all have to kind of, y'all got to do it without relying on that moment or relying on hating that dude. Yeah, y'all could call it that Kendrick won or whatever. Who cares? Life is going to go on. It's going to be 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. And the song is fire. So it should go up. But if the only thing we're going to take from your performance every single time is you dissing Drake, I think Drake is in a good position. Okay? Honestly, right? And by the way, shit, if I was in the crowd, I'd be vibing to it too. This is a fire song. It's a fire song, right? It's a fire song. Yeah, very disrespectful, but fire song. My favorite part is the part he started talking about Pac. All eyes on me, and I'ma send it up to Pac. Yeah, that's my favorite part. But yeah, cool. Is anybody playing Kendrick's new song? Did any song from Mustard's album get this reaction? Again, no saltiness here. I think it's kind of cool. And from what it looks like, it just DJing wise, Mustard killed it. Let's be honest, all right? Other than that, yeah, life goes on. All right, people, I'm getting off of here. I love y'all. I'll be back on tomorrow. We got to get the streak back going on. Holy. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay?